Chapter 161 Special People. The fleeing assassin completely ignored the shadow in the sky. I didn't expect Chen Ming to fly at all. He didn't expect that Chen Ming could lock his position so quickly in the chaos outside. As the dull hammering sound that Chen Ming was so familiar with sounded, one of the assassin's calves separated from his body. The blood sprayed from the severed limb extended several meters behind the assassin, who fell to the ground due to inertia. The bullets from the electromagnetic javelin continued to embed themselves deeply into the underground of the space station city after breaking the assassin's legs. Although the space station was originally designed to support the construction of a city, the strength and support capabilities of the ground are quite strong. However, the ultra-high penetration performance of the electromagnetic javelin modified by Chen Ming still allowed the projectile to easily penetrate into the ground. It should take some effort to dig it out. At this moment, the assassin who fell to the ground with a broken leg did not give up his struggle. He picked up the pistol just now with one hand and tried to support his body with the other. But in the next moment, the gun in his hand and his palm were completely smashed with another hammer blow. The assassin's face was full of pain, but he still managed to straighten his upper body by leaning on the elbow of his broken arm. And his other intact hand still wanted to reach out to his waist. But Chen Ming would never give him any chance to resist. The projectile of the electromagnetic javelin once again shattered his remaining palm. This time, the violent impact even pulled his arm and threw him in a circle, causing him to fall directly on his back to the ground. Blood spread all around the assassin, and he completely lost his ability to resist. In his eyes, only Chen Ming was left flying in the sky. There is also the electromagnetic javelin locked in Chen Ming's hand. His last thought before he passed out was regret. At this time, the bar security guard, led by Glasses, finally drove to the scene according to Chen Ming's instructions. They managed to control the assassin before he bled out too much, bandaged him, and stopped the bleeding, preventing him from dying. But the chaos caused by the gunshot just now was not over yet. After all, less than 2 minutes had passed from the time the gunfire rang out to the assassin being dispatched by Chen Ming. No one from the space station administration had time to arrive. And the current chaos is not only caused by the assassin shooting in the first place, but also has something to do with Chen Ming. After the gunfire rang out, many people still saw Chen Ming wearing a set of obviously combat-type powered armor and flying swaggeringly in a no-fly zone like the space station. He even used weapons to cut a man into a human stick. This doesn't look like the chaos will subside quickly. But the gunfire subsided as the assassin fell unconscious. There are still many brave people gathering at the place where the accident occurred. After all, he is also a person living on a pirate space station. Even if he is not a pirate, he is much bolder than people in serious places when facing this kind of thing. Moreover, several of the bar's security guards wearing glasses were still providing emergency medical treatment to the assassins. They did not look like they were about to go on a killing spree, which emboldened the onlookers. I could still vaguely hear people who had been drinking in the bar talking about the scene they just saw. Chen Ming, flying in the air, naturally became the main subject of discussion among the onlookers. Chen Ming also knew that he could no longer attract attention in the sky, so he slowed down the output power of his jetpack and slowly landed around the glasses. Upon seeing this, Glasses quickly stood up from the assassin, bowed his head slightly to Chen Ming and said, "Mr. Chen Ming, what do you think of dealing with this person?" After all, this assassin had just clearly planned to assassinate Chen Ming, so he must ask Chen Ming for his opinion. "Transfer it directly to Boss Wu." Chen Ming doesn't know how to do interrogations, so he should leave this kind of matter to reliable people. Relying on the deterrence of Chen Ming's power armor and the electromagnetic javelin in his hand that can be used as a small weapon for the ship. The men in glasses quickly led the assassin to squeeze through the crowd outside and carried the person to the bar car. But there was no time to leave. A medium-sized shuttle boat with the logo of the authority had already landed nearby. Following it, a medical shuttle with red and white sirens flashing also landed nearby, because Chen Ming notified the factory director and boss in advance. People from the administration arrived at the scene about 4 minutes after the incident broke out. It's fast enough. A group of guards wearing more sophisticated equipment than before quickly came down from the medium-sized shuttle boat. Several members of the guard team immediately approached. They drove away the crowd just as quickly as they did when Yue deliberately released a ship and carried out a self-destructive terrorist attack, causing the dock to be blocked, and put up a blockade. Only Chen Ming and Glasses were left, which made them feel uncomfortable and left immediately. A man who was probably the captain of this team stepped forward and asked Chen Ming, who was wearing power armor, "Is this Mr. Chen Ming?" "It's me." After Chen Ming admitted, the captain said again, The deputy director asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. We will help you block the news of this incident. Fortunately, it happened in this neighborhood and did not have time to spread. It should not have a large-scale impact. However, please keep this matter confidential. Okay. Thank him for me. The captain pointed to the medical shuttle boat next to him and asked, "Do you need medical assistance?" Chen Ming didn't even need to turn his head to confirm the assassin's situation before saying, "Needed." The captain greeted the doctor on the medical shuttle boat, then saluted Chen Ming and turned around to take his team members to deal with other matters. They also need to confirm the assassin's journey here, as well as everything that happened at the bar in the first place. Sort out the whole thing. Write a report and submit it. Then modify the report into a suitable form according to the arrangements from above. After getting the captain's signal, several doctors and nurses dragged the assassin onto their medical shuttle. The assassin's injuries were treated urgently. Broken hands and a leg are not minor injuries, and there is no way to treat them without professional medical equipment. The casual treatment of the glasses just now only temporarily stopped the assassin's bleeding. If no follow-up treatment is carried out, the assassin may die at any time. But fortunately, the management's own doctor's skills were relatively reliable, and the shuttle boat also had professional equipment, and they quickly rescued people from death. But what awaits him may be something more terrifying than death. The captain later checked with Chen Ming to see if he needed any other help. After confirming that there was no need, he let Chen Ming go. There was only one security guard left who had followed him out, and he had to cooperate with the store manager who was still at the bar to handle the matter together. I have to say that it's really comfortable to do a lot of things if you have a connection with the boss. If Chen Ming didn't have these connections, let alone taking the assassin away intact now, others might have to go to the bureau with the people from the bureau. Fortunately, the hypothetical situation did not happen. Chen Ming can still take the assassin, who has escaped from danger with the powerful medical technology of this era in the glasses car, together with a few security guards, head to the boss's side. When Chen Ming got into the car, he dismantled his power armor and sat in the co-pilot wearing casual clothes. The driving glasses kept peeking at Chen Ming through the corner of his eye and the reflector next to him. But Chen Ming didn't pay attention. He just touched his forehead, where the bullet had just hit him. There isn't even a red mark left here. His long hours of training and his psychic abilities were ultimately meaningful. From the very beginning, he only mastered the abilities of repair and renovation, but now he can skillfully use the ability of manufacture at will. He is no longer the helpless little brat he once was. Of course, there is also the reason for the spiritual enlightenment nerve he absorbed. But this was also an opportunity that Chen Ming found by relying on everything he had at his disposal. This sudden assassination incident is just a small episode for him now. After an hour, Chen Ming was sitting in his boss's hardware store, looking at the new star blueprint displayed on the terminal in his hand. He was thinking about how to realize the value of this blueprint. At this moment, the boss suddenly walked out of the room inside the hardware store and said to Chen Ming, "The results are out. It is indeed the subordinates of those people in the war zone who have enmity with you. But it is not a premeditated assassination. It is just something that people in the war zone did privately. This person is a spy. He has his own job, but he doesn't need to go to work today. So he just found a place to kill time. And then he noticed you. Your name still has a strong presence in the war zone, and it seems they have a reward for you internally. So when this person saw your head, he couldn't help it and wanted to take action directly. That's how it turned out." Chen Ming turned off the terminal in his hand and asked, "Is it an accident?" The boss nodded and said, "It was an accident." "Then how should we deal with this matter? How else to deal with it? In addition to him dying, there are many other people who have to accompany him on the road." Chen Ming didn't understand, so he asked, "What do you mean?" "It means that the people in the war zone took the initiative to expose all the people on the line related to him. So basically everyone on this line will die. The war zone took the initiative to do this. So this matter can only be an accident if not an accident." After hearing this, Chen Ming became even more confused and asked, "Why do you say that? And don't they want me dead? Why are they willing to lose so many people even if the assassination failed? No contribution has been made yet? Because they took action where they shouldn't have." The boss looked at Chen Ming and patted his chest and said, "You are now the person I protect. If you go out, your life or death will depend on it. But if you are on my territory, no one can touch you. If you dare to touch, you must pay a price. It is not as simple as a human life. Just like now, you are alive and have captured your assassin alive. I have interrogated you again, and the results have come out. And it's still on my territory. Then the person who did this will have to pay the price. If they don't pay the price, I will go to them personally to ask for it. But my territory on the space station is limited to this hardware store and that bar. Oh, and half a repair shop. So this guy is unlucky. After the boss finished speaking, he seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, he said again, Actually, there is another reason. That is, you are actually very special now. A special person has an accident at a time and place that shouldn't happen. And someone must pay the price. Special someone. Bai Quan is a special person. Because he is an Imperial Major General. And a very special Imperial Major General. Qin Ming nodded slightly. He had just learned from the factory director what was special about Bai Quan. Do you know how many people died when Bai Quan was injured in an accident when the 14th Army was in chaos some time ago? As a reminder, there were only 5 people on the spaceship with Bai Quan when he had the accident. Qin Ming thought about it for a moment and said, I guess there are 50. 132. Everyone involved in this matter needs to bear this responsibility. For their commander, who was killed by Bai Quan. Although he had almost made an estimate in advance, Qin Ming still felt that it was a bit outrageous when he heard this number. Because these are not civilians outside, but people who definitely have military positions within the 14th Legion. Human life is really worthless. It's worthless. The boss agreed very much with Qin Ming's words. And then said, And now you are considered a special person. Is that so? Is that second generation also a special person? He's nothing. He's just a member of his family, who took the initiative to put the duck on the shelves for their own benefit and took advantage of him. Those who died because of him were either idiots who participated in it, or they were poor souls who were trapped in it and couldn't escape. That second generation can only be regarded as a pitiful ghost. The boss suddenly changed the subject and said, But you or Bai Quan are different. You have a problem, and you don't need to take revenge yourself. As long as you show some interest, someone will help you do what you should do. Like this matter now, even if I don't deal with it, someone else will help you and make the people over there pay the price. Qin Ming asked again, Why is this? Because someone in the Empire already knows about you, and your abilities are of very important value and significance to the Empire. Some people will help you for profit, but some people will help you so that the entire human race can win the war against you. Wei. If I don't do this, others will do it. So I will definitely do it myself. There's just one thing you have to pay attention to. If you want to enjoy the help that others give you, you will have to pay the price in the future. The people in the front I just mentioned may just want you to make money for them. But for the people in the back, you may be busy. Qin Ming nodded clearly, looked at the boss and said, Boss, what's the matter? You help me. What price do I have to pay? The boss paused for a moment, looked at Qin Ming and said, To be honest, you have been paying the price. All right. Before Qin Ming could think about what the boss meant, the boss reached out and patted Qin Ming on the shoulder. One day, if you really can't survive outside, there will be a lot of people on the street who will scream and keep you, give you a lot of benefits, and beg you to go to them. But remember to come to my place if you have a chance. Qin Ming thought about it seriously and said, I don't think such a day will happen. That would be best. Okay, that's about it. It's just a little spy who wants to do something unexpectedly. You said before that you still have something to do. Right. You go and do your work. If there is anything else later, I will tell you. Qin Ming said to this. Actually, I plan to come find you after I found Lao Wu. Like this? That's okay. You say. Qin Ming took out his Ming and said, It's about psychic weapons. I tried it before, and it did have a good increase in my spiritual energy. When I use my spiritual energy, I can obviously feel that my mental energy consumption is reduced. But did you say before that you can inlay the ectoplasmic stone on it? The boss quickly understood what Qin Ming meant and said, I told you before. But then you found that your ectoplasm stone was too big to embed in a gun. Right. Right. This is easy to do. Just wrap the ectoplasm stone with your spiritual power and squeeze it. Spiritual stones are generally only composed of spiritual energy and ordinary stone materials, or some strange materials. You use your mental power to compress the spiritual energy inside it, and then wear away the ordinary materials on the outside of the stone to achieve the compression effect. The boss took out his palm-sized gentle spirit stone and exerted a huge amount of mental power on it in front of Qin Ming. In the blink of an eye, All the water patterns outside the gentle spirit stone dimmed, and the stone layer outside quickly turned into powder. The boss blew a breath and revealed the densely patterned ectoplasm stone that had been compacted inside into a marble-sized shape. Like this. The boss put away the ectoplasmic stone and said, "Remember to pay attention when the time comes. The stronger the ectoplasmic stone itself, the more mental power it requires when compressed. If it cannot be compressed completely at one time, it can be obtained in multiple batches. Also, during the compression process, you will also feel the properties of the spiritual stone itself for a long time. I remember that your stone has a negative effect. Right. You have to pay attention to this." The boss glanced at Qinming's pistol and said, "When the ectoplasm stone is affected by the psionic effect of the psionic weapon, the amplifying effect of the psionic weapon on you will be stronger because of the amplification of the ectoplasm stone. And the effect of the ectoplasm stone itself will also be enhanced by the influence of the psionic weapon, which affects each other. The ectoplasm stone can decide whether to exert an influence on the enemy or provide a bonus to yourself based on its own properties. If you can find more spiritual stones, it would be best to choose the right stone and get it yourself. Generally speaking, I think you are more suitable for adding spiritual stones to yourself. Of course, you can choose spiritual stones with negative effects for self-defense. You decide your own weapons. Anyway, if there is a better one, it can't be demolished." Qinming listened silently and asked after digesting all the information, "Does this compression have any negative effects?" "Have. What is it?" "The ectoplasmic stone is too small and difficult to find if it is lost." The boss smiled and said, "Just kidding. The compression of the ectoplasmic stone has no effect except consuming some of your mental energy. I must tell you about harmful things in advance." "Right. I can't give my own stone to do this." Qinming nodded and said, "There is another question. Baikuan registered a psychic census network for me." The boss waved his hand casually and said, "This website is of no use. Just register it. This website will only be useful if you follow the official path and follow the government's path. You can just pretend it doesn't exist. As long as you don't go against humanity, no one will come after you." Qinming silently crossed out a line on the notepad in his mind, and then said to his boss, "There is one last thing. It's the supply of materials you mentioned before. Boss, I have to confirm with you the specific method." Qinming had already agreed with his boss on the supplies he needed, and he had already said that the transportation method would be dependent on him. However, if you want him to transport materials in large quantities over long distances, certain conditions must be met. Qinming's spiritual power is not space teleportation. Although it has a similar effect, it actually uses modification to transport materials indirectly over long distances in this way. Therefore, Qinming needed some blueprints for something that could be attached to a large amount of materials to be transported without having much impact on the properties of the materials. And when transporting materials, Qinming needs to concentrate the materials into the mechanical equipment he controls. Only in this way can he influence these materials. Just like the warehouse of the Supreme Spaceship, or a warehouse on the Pirate Space Station. The Pirate Space Station itself is a giant mechanical device, and Qinming can naturally control part of it. Of course, Qinming hasn't done this yet. After all, doing so is simply grabbing something and slapping the company in the face at the same time. Qinming has no plans to completely break up with the company, so he definitely can't do this kind of thing. But large-scale material transportation cannot lack mechanical equipment controlled by him. It is impossible to say that a cruiser-level spacecraft was specially used as a material storage point for Qinming. So although most things have been discussed in advance, it is best to ask the boss about such critical questions. Qinming roughly explained the specific situation. The boss was obviously a little surprised when he learned that his psychic powers were no longer limited to the spaceship, and he seemed to be very satisfied with Qinming's progress. After thinking about it for a while, he said, "This is easy to handle. I can give you several warehouses in my colony for you to control. It will also be convenient for the transportation of materials to be concentrated in my colony. In the early stage of development, please remember to contact me regularly and tell me the situation there. If there are any problems, I can help to remedy them. If there are any defective materials, I can transfer them to you immediately. If you encounter anything interesting in the future, you can tell me. The universe is so big, and you will always encounter many things when you go out that you will never encounter in the Empire." Qinming immediately agreed. "Okay, I will definitely do it. And I have to provide the highest data regularly." "Oh, yes. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. I'll also send you a copy of the new guy's contact information. His name is Wang Qian. Chen-Ming registered Wang Qian, a former Tachyon technology researcher, current Psionics Society psyker, and spaceship designer in his address book. Then he put away the terminal. In fact, there is no need for the boss to tell me that he will definitely contact me frequently after he leaves. In addition to the reason he just mentioned for returning data, there are actually other reasons. Even now, Chen-Ming still clearly remembers that he was unable to use hyperspace in the previous 6 months, and could only make a lonely journey through the interstellar space through engines. It was truly a fatal journey. So Chen-Ming knew that he had to keep in touch with other people. Otherwise he would have psychological problems. Even if those Afterglow individuals accompany him. They are not human after all. Therefore, even if the colony develops in the future, its connection with people must not be broken. Chapter 162 The Undercurrent Surges. While Chen-Ming was chatting with his boss about the future supply of materials, near the connecting lines between the Gallo star domain and the other 2 star domains, there is a galaxy that exists independently of the surrounding star domains. It belongs to the Star Territory Joint Theater that the Gallo Star Territory joins, and on a volcanic planet in this galaxy, under a dome that insulates the planet from the extreme heat, inside the headquarters building of the Star Territory Joint Theater, in the office of the Lieutenant General who had a conflict with Chen-Ming. Except the Lieutenant General is here. There is also Zhang Feng, who was previously the deputy of the 2nd generation who was shot dead by Bai Quan, and actually commanded the fleet of the 14th Legion, and the middle-aged woman who went to see the psychic in person to check whether Chen-Ming was still alive. The Lieutenant General and the middle-aged woman sat around the coffee table in the office, while Zhang Feng stood behind the Lieutenant General. On the coffee table in front of them lay a paper record of what happened an hour ago, as well as a list of the personnel they had just lost. The Lieutenant General stretched out his index finger and tapped the erased personnel records on the terminal, and said to the middle-aged woman, "Tao Ying, do you still plan to continue at this time? We are almost in a period of liquidation now, and there are still people under our command who are acting without permission, making us very passive." The middle-aged woman, Tao Ying, was obviously ready to argue with the Lieutenant General and said, "There will be no chance from now on. We have previously obtained information about the president of the Psychic Association. His location is in another galaxy close to the Gallo star field. The purpose of his trip has been determined to recruit a new psyker with tachyon technology. But after completing this, he did not leave, but was still waiting for someone. There is only one person he is waiting for at this location right now, and that is Chen-Ming, who has just returned to the Shinnok Company Pirate Space Station in the past few days." The Lieutenant General waved his hand and said, "I know this. You don't need to repeat it to me. But you don't know that because of this incident, I have already deployed manpower on the hyperspace route to the president of the Psionics Society in the Gallo Star region, and at the edge of that galaxy, ready to intercept Chen-Ming." Tao Ying placed several documents on the coffee table and pushed them to the Lieutenant General. The document contained exactly the arrangements she had made before. "But just now, the president of the Psionic Association suddenly left by boat and canceled his meeting with Chen-Ming. There is only one possible reason for this situation. The news that we were preparing to intercept halfway was leaked. We have an internal problem, and someone provided information to Chen-Ming. No, it can't be said that it was provided to Chen-Ming. Chen-Ming's identity has been completely wiped out. He is just an ordinary person who was born as an orphan. He has no connections and only relies on his spiritual power to get up. Someone else must be helping him. Bai Quan or Wuan. Just because they are here, as long as we continue to delay, it will be even less possible for us to kill Chen-Ming. But Bai Quan needs to leave recently to attend his Lieutenant General promotion ceremony. The response of the 14th Army Corps staying here will be very slow. Chen-Ming is protected only by Wuan. It is better for us to take action than when Wuan and Bai Quan are protecting him at the same time." The Lieutenant General persuaded again. "You have already told me that your news has been leaked, and Chen-Ming has already taken precautions. Is this a good opportunity?" Tao Ying obviously had no intention of giving up easily, and said, "Did you see those 2 ships at the Pirate Space Station? A glorious afterglow. A new ship with an unknown name. Judging from its appearance, it is definitely an exploration ship. Chen-Ming is very likely to leave the Empire and go somewhere else. This is our last chance." The Lieutenant General suddenly took a photo on the table of Supreme Point, just entering the space station dock. "I received news when the ship first arrived at the space station. It was the design of the new psyker who joined the Psionics Society. It was obviously going to be taken to the Fringe Star territory for testing. And Chen Ming has no reason to sail out for exploration now. This ship is temporarily used to transport Chen Ming to the president of the Psychic Association. Tao Ying sneered. You said the same thing last time, that Chen Ming was dead. The lieutenant general's face darkened and he said, Then let's take it as your say. What are you going to do? He is staying on the space station. Who knows when he will leave? If he insists on waiting until the Baiquan promotion ceremony is completed and returns here before setting off, can you kill him when the 14th Legion can jump to support at any time? The two cruisers will jump away when he arrives. Do you still dare to follow the jump traces? And you can guarantee that Baiquan will not come to help him disturb the jump traces? What are you going to chase? Seeing that Lieutenant General Tao Ying showed signs of relenting, he explained. So I have no intention of tracking him later. I want to force him out. You want to go to the space station? It's still reasonable for us to kill Chen Ming outside the space station before Wu Wen can react. You just crossed the line by going to the space station. Do you think we haven't suffered enough today? Unless you want to bring about the revenge of another Psyker on us. This must not be done. And besides Wu Wen's revenge, you might as well consider the revenge of those who have taken a fancy to Chen Ming's psychic abilities after we killed Chen Ming. He is no longer the Chen Ming who just escaped from the mining space station. He is not so easy to kill. Tao Ying obviously had an idea and said, Chen Ming has not yet controlled a battleship, and his abilities have not yet fully matured. Kill him now. We can afford the retaliation. As long as we can regain the relationship lost due to Chen Ming, we will have the capital to make a comeback. The lieutenant general continued to pour cold water on him. Then Wu Wen came to the door. Even if a Psyker has violated an extremely serious law, as long as he has not crossed the real bottom line and is against humanity, the Empire will not pursue it too closely. Other forces can also recruit him and provide him with a protective umbrella. What's more, Wu Wen is originally a member of the Psychic Association. Such a loose force does not restrict members from joining other organizations. Their internal members also have personal relationships. Who knows which Psyker has a good relationship with which Psyker among them in private? They can mess with several of them. What's more, there are only a few of us here, and it doesn't mean that the entire war zone is of the same mind as us. Retaliation would be very troublesome, so we shouldn't take action against Chen Ming. Tao Ying didn't expect the lieutenant general's change of attitude so quickly, so he could only continue with a sullen face. My previous preparations cannot be wasted. And like you said, it's really hard for us to take action on the space station. But Wu Wen can't come to the theater headquarters to take action against us. And there is no need for us to do it ourselves and let others bear Wu Wen's revenge. Then we must sacrifice people with enough weight before we can be picked out. Tao Ying clicked on the terminal in front of him, displayed a person's file on it, and pushed it to the lieutenant general. Li De, this person is important enough. Let him contact Wu Jing to provide them with funding and ask Wu Jing to help us do things. Left path? Chen Ming once had a conflict with Wu Jing. The lieutenant general waved his hand and said, I know. When Wu Jing attacked the capital of the Gallo Star territory before. Even if Wu Jing forces someone out, Wu Wen will definitely be able to react. After the fleet has passed, we still have to deal with Wu Wen's problem. What are your plans? You have already seen the fate of the Afterglow fleet that followed Chen Ming to the pirate space station a few days ago. Tao Ying placed the teacup that had just been put to her mouth heavily on the coffee table, making a crisp sound. Of course I saw it. But I also know that the people in the Psychic Association are not monolithic. Some people also hate him. Isn't that what we did last time? Last time there was Sky Steel. What do you have this time? We still don't have anything to ask the Psykers to do? The lieutenant general rubbed his temples, suddenly exhaled and said, Whatever you want. Then it's settled. Within 2 days, I will see Chen Ming forced out of the space station and sinking in space with his ship. The lieutenant general warned for the last time. After this, no matter whether we succeed or not, we must hibernate. Some of the assets outside that could have been collected must also be given up. This is the price. Tao Ying nodded and closed several files open on the terminal. The wallpaper of her terminal desktop was revealed to be photos of the life of the second-generation Tang Shi, who was once killed by Baiquan. After seeing this photo, Tao Ying suddenly said hysterically, It doesn't matter what the price is. I want Chen Ming to die. The lieutenant general shook his head invisibly. Next to him, Zhang Feng, who had not said a word the whole time, was expressionless and his eyes were blank. He had just seen the contents of that file. Li De, who was selected by Lieutenant General and Tao Ying, was a major general. But in a few casual words, from the 2 lieutenant generals. He was sentenced to death. And before he died, he got into trouble with Zhu Jing. He wondered if he would ever have such a day. But he didn't show it. And he didn't dare to show it. I can only think silently and alone. Time flies. 2 hours pass quickly. Chen Ning and his boss have already made plans for future material transportation. Chen Ning only needs to send a Gamma-level core to the boss's colony. When the time comes, with the help of the Gamma core to help control, there is no need for Chen Ning to make a trip in person. Just before, Chen Ning took a few Gamma cores with him when he ran out of Yue, which was very convenient. And after leaving from the boss, Chen Ning ran directly to the management office. The 5th floor of the Administration Bureau is a specialized hospital, and Lao Wu's ward is here. Originally, when Chen Ning heard that Lao Wu was hospitalized, he thought something had happened to Lao Wu. For example, he was hit by a stray bullet or ricochet before he built the 2nd power armor. As a result, the doctor handed him the examination report as soon as he came over. You can see that the doctor has basically checked Lao Wu's body from top to bottom. And there are no problems except that he drank too much and damaged his liver. Moreover, with current technology, it is easy to treat alcohol-induced liver damage. And the doctor also prepared medicine for Lao Wu. But Lao Wu just used this excuse to lie in the hospital and didn't want to go out. Then the doctor hinted to Chen Ning that there was nothing wrong with Lao Wu and that he should get Lao Wu away quickly. Chen Ning didn't know what to say. So he responded vaguely to the doctor and opened the door to Lao Wu's ward. "Old Wu, how are you?" Old Wu, who was sitting on the hospital bed and watching videos, immediately collapsed, looking like he might die suddenly at any time. Chen Ning ignored this performance and slapped Old Wu on the shoulder. Then an exoskeleton power arm appeared directly on his arm and lifted Old Wu up. "Stop pretending. If you keep pretending, I'll go find the factory director." "Do not." Old Wu got up quickly. Chen Ning shook his head uncontrollably and said, "I heard from the factory director that you should come over and take a look when you are hospitalized. It turns out that you are just faking it. Get out now and don't waste medical resources. The sky is very bright in this hospital every day. There is no waste. If I don't live there, it would be a waste." Although Old Wu said this, he stood up honestly and seemed not to stay any longer. After Chen Ning finished speaking, he looked around the ward and asked, "Where's the power armor? I left it at the bar. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take the ambulance here in this outfit. I asked the people at the bar to help take it to the dock. It should be at the warehouse where we usually stockpile goods." You can definitely see it when you look back. Of course Chen Ning can see it. And he can dismantle the power armor and recycle those materials at any time. However, when he mentions the power armor under his control now, it is definitely not to know where the power armor is, nor to get it back, but for other things. Chen Ning said directly to Lao Wu, "I gave you that set of power armor to keep you safe. Although the assassination before the war zone was aimed at me, it may not be the next time. You can take it. And this thing is not valuable to me. Also, don't do anything about the pirate bounties yourself from now on. Leave it to others. You need to find a way to arrange for someone you can trust. As long as it's someone who can get the money and won't run away with it. There are basically 2 rewards from fighting pirates. The pirate's bounty, and the ships they sail. The ship Chen Ning can sail back directly, as long as his fleet brings an engineering ship and a gamma core. In other words, sending pirates to collect bounties is the only thing that really requires people to do it. It is not necessarily safe for Lao Wu to stay on the space station now because of Chen Ning, let alone go to other places. Although the boss just said that the assassination was carried out by the people under the war zone in a fit of enthusiasm. But the response from the war zone was so fast. Chen Ning was still not sure whether the high-level leaders of the war zone were involved. So it's best to hold back and give Old Wu some means to save his life. But Old Wu himself had to be careful. Otherwise it would be as if he didn't have the power armor if he didn't have time to wear it. Moreover, Chen Ning also planned to arrange something for the factory director to use for self-defense. But he had to talk about it the next time they met. Old Wu naturally accepted Chen Ning's gift. He immediately sent a message to the bar, saying with, "I am very happy," written all over his face. "This is no problem. And I am always afraid of death. Don't worry. Well, you'd better keep the terminal I gave you with you. If anything happens, contact me. I came here to talk to you about this. I have something else to do. So I'll leave first. Walk slowly." Chen Ning turned around and walked out of the ward. But as soon as he went out, He suddenly turned back and looked into the ward and said, "I have already sent the news to the factory director that you are fine. If you don't want the factory director to come looking for you, just leave as soon as possible." After Chen Ming went out, Lao Wu suddenly stiffened when he laid down on the hospital bed. He clicked his tongue and began to change out of his hospital gown. Then Chen Ming left with peace of mind and walked in the corridor of the hospital, continuing to think about what he would do next. There are still too many things to deal with in these 2 days. But if we don't finish all the matters, it would be really terrible if we have to turn back if we set off. He would rather spend more time on these things than come back to make up for it later. So Chen Ming's next plan is to find Bai Quan, who also has a lot of things to deal with. It just so happened that it was almost time now, and it was about time that Bai Quan could rest. Just after Chen Ming confirmed his idea, the elevator of the building in front of him arrived at his floor. Chen Ming was stopped just as he was about to walk in. The elevator was full of people, and they were all guards from the administration. They were surrounded by a fat figure, the director. The guard who stopped Chen Ming said to Chen Ming, "Sorry, it's full. Please sit down." Chen Ming is not wearing protective clothing now, just casual clothes and a mask. He was wearing attire that was common in hospitals, so he wasn't recognized. Chen Ming nodded silently and stepped aside. Is this director so cowardly now? Chen Ming suddenly felt a little funny and pressed the button of another elevator. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed that the director seemed to be carrying his computer with him. Previously, Chen Ming asked the micro-robot to leave some scattered parts in the director's computer, taking this opportunity to determine the location of the computer. Why does he carry a computer with him? Chen Ming did not look at the elevator that was not completely closed yet. Instead, he paid attention to the director's position while waiting for another elevator to arrive. At the same time, he also activated the micro-robot he left in the director's office. Chen Ming looked around through the robot and found that the office seemed to have been tidied up in a hurry. The entire office was a bit messy and quite empty. "Aren't you going to run away?" Chen Ming immediately hacked into the management office through the back door left earlier. Through the elevator monitoring, it can be seen that in the elevator where the director is riding, the only thing on the elevator button that is lit is the top floor, not the floor where the director's office is. Chen Ming immediately relied on the Trojan Horse program that he had left in the director's computer and was transferred into his terminal without the director's attention. I looked through the director's terminal data. Inside, Chen Ming found a document that he had just edited. This is the director's next schedule. He planned to take his cruise ship and leave the space station under the escort of the administration, on the grounds that he would go home to visit relatives. The reason is not important. What is important is that the director really plans to run away. It's just that his cruise ship had always been used only by the director occasionally to rest, so it only maintained a very low level of ship status, and it was impossible to conduct interstellar voyages. So the ship needs another day of maintenance to keep the ship in normal condition. The director may not be afraid of Chen Ming, but he plans to live outside in advance. As soon as the boat is repaired, he will run away. Then Chen Ming has nothing to say. Originally, if he was in the bureau, Chen Ming would have to think of ways to kill the director. But if it is on a spaceship, Chen Ming can make people die without knowing how. Moreover, he has been carrying a few gamma-level cores with him recently, so it couldn't be easier to control a spaceship quietly. Chen Ming followed the elevator to the outside of the administration building. I randomly found an alley outside and built a micro-robot equipped with a gamma core. Chen Ming's task for the micro-robot was simple: go to the dock, find the cruise ship, and control it. He is an employee of the repair shop, so it is too easy to contact a ship under maintenance. Just at this time, a shuttle boat flew out from the top of the building, and the person on it should be the director. But since he already had a plan, Chen Ming didn't care at all. The director's matter can be considered settled. Chen Ming's a return to the highest point all the way. After finishing lunch, Chen Ming contacted Bai Quan. Communication is connected. "Hello?" Bai Quan's tone of greeting was full of exhaustion, but it seemed to make him very excited, as if there was something happy that made him so tired. So Chen Ming asked casually, "Are you okay?" "It's good. I'm just a little busy these days with official duties, and I have to prepare to attend a promotion ceremony later." "Promotion ceremony? Yours?" "Right. You're going to become a lieutenant general." "Right. Right. By the way, how old are you?" 34. "Is there a younger lieutenant general?" "There are still some." Although he said this, Bai Quan still looked in a good mood and explained. In the early days of the Empire's development, there were many more opportunities than now. and promotions were faster at that time. But you should be relatively rare now. Right? Congratulations. When you are free, I will discuss something with you. Bai Quan said with a heavy tone and an obvious smile. Thanks to you, I was able to rise so quickly. So if you have something to do, I will be free anytime. Just now. Then let's do it now. We have a lot of things to deal with between us. Good. Qinming flipped through the notepad in his mind. However, he did not rush to get straight to the point. Instead, he mentioned other things first. By the way, has there been any movement in the war zone recently? Bai Quan recalled for a moment and said, I haven't noticed any movement from them recently. Maybe it's because of your relationship that they suffered heavy losses. Not only is Sky Steel gone, but a lot of their partners have fled. And they said you were dead, but you are still alive. And your credit has basically been lost. And you basically can't make a splash. But I can't guarantee that I won't have any thoughts about you. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. So it's still possible that I want to mess with you. No action on the surface. Right? This is definitely not the case. I have been paying attention to them. Okay. Qinming agreed and said, then let's talk about what happened before. Let's start with the earliest thing. What we talked about at the beginning about Chengxinghe. Chapter 163 Final Preparations Before Departure. When Qinming talked about Chengxinghe, he subconsciously glanced at the space station dock. The Buffalo filled with cryogenic escape capsules is still parked near the Brilliant class. Chengxinghe and the other members of the 14th Legion that I took away before are now here at the Pirate Space Station. And I haven't released them yet. Are you going to pick them up yourself? Or should I release them and let them go back on their own? Bai Quan said quickly, let me pick it up. Just let them freeze. Chengxinghe made a mistake before because of his brain twitch. He will receive the punishment he deserves when he returns. Okay. So do you still remember what you promised when we discussed Chengxinghe's matter before? Certainly. Bai Quan responded quickly. Your previous request was to learn fleet command techniques from us, and then receive the award for an outstanding student of the highest standard from our officer academy under normal circumstances. That's 4 escort ships and 1 destroyer, as well as access to specialized facilities that simulate space combat. To be honest, I'm a little hesitant to let you touch the equipment now. But since I've agreed before, I still have no problem here. As for the ship, I still owe you a cruiser. Right? Let's talk about it later. Now let's confirm first. How do you plan to learn? Or online as mentioned before? Qinming replied without much thought. Online. That's the best. Okay. But it's a little troublesome to use the equipment again. But I can apply for a separate server group connected to the simulation device in our hometown and set it up here in our station in the Galostar territory. Where does the internal calculations depend? We are only responsible for scene rendering. It just so happens that this will have to be done sooner or later. You can be the first user. Then it should be no problem to maintain normal learning and training with your special terminal. I always have the manpower here and can start at any time. If you have any objections to the instructor, you can come to me directly. Or, when I'm free later, I can come and teach you in person. Qinming couldn't help but ask after hearing this. You are a major general after all, and you will still be a lieutenant general in the future. Are you so free? How is it possible? That's why I said I would take the time to come. Whether the fleet commander can learn it or not depends on his talent. After the basic knowledge is taught, it doesn't mean that you have to watch the teaching every day. At most, I will practice with you in the simulation equipment. Qinming understood and said, that's it. Okay. Then this matter is settled. Well, then, there's the boat thing. What do you think? Qinming did not reply immediately, but asked instead, do you give some strange ships to your students? What is a strange ship? It's not produced by the military itself, but by another company? Or simply Yue's ship? Bai Quan thought for a while and said, generally, what we provide to outstanding students are our own ships. After all, they are learning the command skills in our army. However, there are indeed some special students who do not learn the methods commonly used by the military. If they want a boat, they can come according to their own needs. As long as there is a good reason, you can do it. We may not even have Yue's ship here. You also know the conditions here. Unless you are willing to wait a month or 2 more, I will transfer it to you. Forget it then. Qinming immediately rejected Bai Quan's kindness. He couldn't afford to wait for a month or 2. So Qinming simply expressed his thoughts. I want the heavy rain of tachyon technology. Bai Quan said a little subconsciously. Grab the money. A heavy rain is almost 200 million. I remember you said before that money is not important. It depends on the time. When I talked to you before, I thought you were a psyker. And I thought I was an ordinary major general. But now I have to think about my entire station. And it's definitely different. But if you really want a heavy rain, I will definitely give it to you. Are all 4 escorts going to be a heavy rain? Yes. This ship is very good. The Terminator drone is okay. It looks good with your abilities. What about the destroyer? Chen Ming had already thought about it before and blurted out. Your special law enforcer. This should be the most capable destroyer I know. Resistance line. You have some knowledge about fleet battles. It's just the experience I gained from watching a few large-scale battles and the battle with Chongqinghe. Actually, I think a ship like the Cowhood would be fine. It's also the largest destroyer after all. Bai Quan suddenly persuaded. I don't really recommend you to get the cattle driver. Because the cattle driver must have a special boat position. Unless you have a mobile maintenance team specifically for cattle drivers in the future. You will have to deal with the problem of stopping the boat wherever you go. So which one do you want? Chen Ming said calmly. Then let's be the law enforcer. Bai Quan wrote down Chen Ming's request. And then asked, what about the cruiser? Cruisers are very important to Chen Ming now. Therefore, Chen Ming must think carefully before making a decision. He currently has a total of 6 cruisers. Brilliant, Refractive, Supreme and Colossus. There was also a Blink-class ship that was sent away by Chen Ming after repairs because the pirate space station could not stop. Among them, the Colossus class is a cargo ship, and the Apex class is an exploration ship. The remaining 4 ships are all combat-type ships, each with its own focus. Brilliant has powerful firepower output capabilities. The Plasma Reserve System provides it with extremely terrifying mobility and an energy weapon amplification effect. The Flexible Glory class is more suitable for leading the fleet around, just like it did before with the Afterglow. As for the Refraction class, this is a heavy cruiser like the Army's Dominator class. The main mission is generally to resist lines in large-scale battles and output frontal firepower. Under normal circumstances, it is a protective spacecraft at certain important locations. The Starlight UAV carried by the last Blink-class cruiser carrier has point defense weapons that are rare in other Afterglow ships. It is a cruiser that is biased toward auxiliary and defensive types. So Chen Ming is the cruiser that is most lacking now. In fact, it can still maximize Chen Ming's own abilities. And it is also the most resource-consuming ship type. The cruise mothership. The auxiliary defense type Blink class is not suitable for Chen Ming's psychic abilities. Only the Heavy Rain class equipped with a Terminator drone is suitable for full offensive capabilities. It's just that Chen Ming doesn't know many models of cruise carriers. Except for the Twinkling class, a Moore-class cruiser carrier that served as one of the cruisers in the fleet that protected the military outpost during Afterglow's raids. The other type is called the Herring-class high-speed cruiser, which is a type of cruiser sold by Sindar Company to the military. With its high maneuverability and special powerful sensors, it can provide all Herring fighter jets with extremely accurate data on enemy ships and improve their combat efficiency. So Chen Ming's choice. It was after he just asked Hui Wang if there were any useful cruise carriers. Brilliance told him about a type of cruiser he had never heard of. The Stardust-class cruiser. According to Hui Wang, ships like the Stardust class are ships produced by Tachyon Technology that have only appeared on the front line of the main battle between the Empire and Afterglow on the other side. Chen Ming had only one reason to choose it. Because Stardust and Heavy Rain have something in common. They are both equipped with offensive drones. Heavy Rain is equipped with a Terminator drone. The Stardust carries the same special Meteor drone as the Terminator. Although Yu Hui did not obtain much data on this kind of ship, it can be analyzed based on the battle situation that the Meteor is as outrageous as the Terminator. This is definitely the best choice for Chen Ming. Bai Quan didn't care how Chen Ming knew about this kind of ship, and immediately agreed. Okay. Although the Stardust class is also a ship of Tachyon Technology Company, it is still expensive even for the 14th Legion to purchase it. However, Bai Quan had already been mentally prepared for bleeding when he promised to compensate Chen Ming for the cruiser. The cruiser would not be much cheaper no matter what. After agreeing to Chen Ming's choice of cruiser, Bai Quan continued, then this will be the latest one. I said before that you can make any request as long as it's reasonable. But what do you think? Chen Ming didn't say anything because he couldn't figure out what he wanted. After all, Bai Quan had previously obtained some data on the Nova Star and destroyed 2 Afterglow battleships, including the Nova Star. Such a merit that can promote a major general to a lieutenant general really makes Chen Ming a little confused about how much it is worth. Moreover, for Chen Ming, More psychic weapons seemed unnecessary. Another cruiser seemed a bit too little. And no matter how many cruisers there were, Chen Ning would not be able to control them. There is no need for more Afterglow individuals, because Chen Ning is having a hard time arranging the work of the 4 Afterglow cores at hand. Spiritual stones with specified characteristics seem to be fine. But Chen Ning's demand for spiritual stones is not that great. The mad word spiritual stone alone is enough for daily exercise and self-defense. Are there any good options? The boss said before that you can choose something related to spiritual energy. But spiritual stones are not very good. So Chen Ming asked tentatively after thinking for a while. Chilling nerve? His. Chen Ming heard Bai Quan gasping for air and asked. Can't we do it? Chen Ming's request just hit the line in Bai Quan's heart. So after thinking about it for a while, Bai Quan said, Yes, but I can only give you artificial ones. And it may take a few days. That's great. Chen Ming didn't expect that he just mentioned it casually. And Bai Quan really agreed. And for him, artificial ones are better. Natural spiritual enlightenment nerves may not be ripped off from other people. And they may have some strange psychic powers. So Chen Ming immediately said, That's enough. Okay. But why do you want this? It should be for eating. Bai Quan took the initiative to make up Chen Ming's words and absorb them. Although Bai Quan heard from the psychics, he knew that actively absorbing spiritual nerves was a way to quickly increase mental power. Moreover, it will cause one's own mental power to be mixed with other chaotic mental powers, which requires a long period of sorting and digestion. Otherwise, it will cause problems in the use of psychic energy. And absorbing spiritual enlightenment nerves is a dangerous thing in itself. But since it was Chen Ming, Bai Quan felt that there was no need for him to say more. By the way, don't forget the refraction class ship you park here. Of course, I haven't forgotten. It's just that this ship may have to stop at your place for a few days. The pirate space station I have here can only park 2 cruisers at most. And there is no room for it. 1 Brilliant and 1 Supreme completely filled the 2 cruising slots in the entire dock. Chen Ming had to wait for him to leave the space station, and then call Fong Guang to set off together. Also, a Yue cruiser does not require much maintenance. It just occupies 1 ship slot, and is nothing to the 14th Legion. After Bai Quan agreed to help Chen Ming stay for a few more days, he asked, So what are your plans in the future? If you are worried about any problems in the war zone, you can come to me. I welcome you here at any time. It's not necessary at the moment. Bai Quan's solicitation was casually rejected by Chen Ming. If everything goes well for me in the future, there should be no safer place. Oh, what are your plans? If it's hard to say, there's no need to say it. Then don't tell me. You will definitely know it later. Chen Ming will most likely evaporate directly within the Empire in 2 days. Bai Quan will definitely know where he went after just thinking about it. Okay, that's almost it. This is basically what I want to tell you this time. I wish you will become a general as soon as possible. That's so hard. Bai Quan smiled and hung up the phone. Chen Ming, who was at the highest point, stretched and took a breath. The matters that caused trouble to other people have basically been dealt with. And the historical issues that have been left until now have also been resolved. So now, it's time for him to deal with the rest of his own affairs. The first and most important thing is what Chen Ming needs to do when he leaves the space station to find a galaxy to build a colony, and the process of building a colony. Although the development of the colony requires someone to keep an eye on it, it does not mean keeping an eye on it 24 hours a day. All Chen Ming has to do is to guide the colony, and make it develop in the direction he thinks is better. In fact, the entire colony will definitely be managed by Brilliance and them by then. So Chen Ming should have a lot of free time. Then Chen Ming must do something, such as developing himself, learn more techniques, and research more things. Chen Ming had brought out a lot of research equipment from Yu Hui's Research Institute before, and he had installed it at the highest point. But this was definitely not enough. What Yu Hui mainly asked Chen Ming to research before were things that their own research progress was not very satisfactory. And the research equipment there was focused. Chen Ming didn't want to follow Yu Hui's ideas. He wanted to study what he wanted to study. It's just that he hasn't thought about the specifics yet. The research equipment he wants to purchase is best purchased along his own research direction. And when conducting research, Chen Ming also had to consider the alpha level afterglow he brought out from the giant shipyard. Because Chen Ming couldn't help but look at the panels of several alpha afterglow cores he had before. And the alpha level afterglow obtained from the giant shipyard is very special. Afterglow alpha level AI core, 2UA1 Maze X. Manufacturer, Afterglow BP55 Colonial Far North Industrialized Production Center. Alpha level core bonus, Scientific Research Hub. Self-awareness, existence. Computing power, galaxy level. Actions available, none. When he saw the name of the core bonus, Qin Ming knew that this Alpha Afterglow was not a combat type, but a scientific research type that was more focused on logistics. The effect is also very simple. Any type of research computing power is increased by 15%. This number doesn't sound like much, but think about it. All arbitrary research, as long as it is a research, has a 15% research speed bonus. This effect is not necessarily worse than the brilliant star system planning. There are a total of 5 core bonuses that can be added later by Qin Ming. Ship specialization, industrial specialization, weapon specialization, cutting-edge technology, galaxy main force. The first 3 are all design type bonus options. It can be given 30% more computing power in different specialized fields to increase its research speed again. This is also a very scary bonus. And the effect of this, cutting-edge technology, is slightly different from the type of research. It strengthens the core's industrial computing power and improves the final quality of industrial products, including spaceships. And galactic main force can improve the computing power when doing work related to battleships. This is also the basis for it to be a designer of new stars. This Alpha Afterglow itself is the afterglow left in the giant shipyard when the previous new star was launched. There seems to be no problem in being responsible for ship design and subsequent manufacturing. Its existence must be carefully considered by Qin Ming. The purchase of research equipment must also take its presence into consideration. Qin Ming's current idea is to let it continue to conduct research on Yuwei's spacecraft technology, while he himself conducts research on human spacecraft technology. So, this requires quite a bit of research equipment. Originally, Qin Ming thought that he did not need to trouble others for help with the scientific research equipment he used, as he could buy it himself. But considering this alpha-level afterglow, the equipment that Qin Ming originally planned to use for his own use was not enough. It seemed that he would have to look for Lao Wu again. Qin Ming started making a list on the terminal. Since this was going to be purchased in bulk, he didn't have to worry about choosing. Just buy all the research equipment that he can consider now and use in the future. The overall number was quite a bit larger, at least more than he had thought before, and the value should only be more expensive than industrial equipment. Fortunately, Qin Ming does not need to provide a bunch of the same equipment as he does to provide industrial equipment to the colonies. He only needs to purchase 1 copy of these research equipment. The money required is definitely not at the same level as buying industrial equipment. Except for research equipment, there is one more thing that Qin Ming needs to prepare. Star map. Although the Empire has not continued to expand in the direction of the Gallo Star territory, various large-scale detectors have been recording galaxies outside the territory. Qin Ming had better master the information of these galaxies in advance and conduct a survey of colonizable colonies based on the density and types of galaxies within the star field. Qin Ming wants to find a good galaxy to build a colony. Similar to the star capital, there are several high-value planets, and all kinds of resources can basically be gathered together. As long as they develop, they can be self-sufficient without the need to continue to contact the human empire. It will be very difficult and take a lot of time to explore. Therefore, the star map is very necessary, which can save a lot of time in exploration and discard some galaxies where there is no possibility of suitable planets. Star maps are generally easy to work with, but if Qin Ming wanted some more detailed star maps farther away from the empire, he would have to find a way to get it through connections. Qin Ming still has a day or 2 to spare, which should be enough to get it done before the president contacts him for the second time. Although a lot of things have been dealt with, it is obvious that Qin Ming still has to continue to be busy. A few hours later, that night after Qin Ming talked to someone he knew again, at Space Arm number 1 of the Pirate Space Station, an ordinary destroyer-class cargo ship arrived. Although the management of the Pirate Space Station is very relaxed, the transportation of goods at this level of deportation still has to be inspected by the administration. Otherwise, if we just transport some dangerous things up there, will the space station still be able to handle it? So when the ship enters the ship's position, immediately, people from the administration came out of their office near the maintenance plant. A small group of people planned to go over and confirm. But when they were halfway there, the leader's walkie-talkie suddenly rang. He immediately connected and said, "Director." The director said to him calmly, "There is no need to take care of the ship that just entered the port. And there is no need to inspect it." "Huh? But that's not the rule. Rules are dead. But people are alive. You can't change the rules there. But people can move around them and get around them." The captain and the team members around him looked at each other and said, "Yes. He gave up and continued to inspect the ship. There was really no need for him to lose his job for a ship or some strange competition on it. However, after the captain returned to the office, he still left a file on his computer and transferred it to the database of ships that needed to be inspected after entering the port. But what he didn't know was that the archive file had also been deleted silently and unknowingly. The next day comes quickly. Qin Ming's own fleet has been dispatched to look for traces of pirates in other parts of the star field. Some of the research equipment he needs has also been purchased here at the space station. Of course, it is a black product. The price is quite good, and it has been installed to the highest point. The warehouse at the highest point was almost filled to the brim with a batch of supplies that the boss had specially sent to the pirate space station. All preparations before departure have been completed. However, Qin Ming was still running around today. The main reason is that the 5 billion given by the company was transferred directly to the account very efficiently. Lao Wu has basically determined the price of the industrial facilities that Qin Ming wants to order, then help Qin Ming determine the price of the research equipment. All I can say is that money is really useless. After all these things are done, there will probably be 4 to 5 billion left. However, it is not easy for Qin Ming to use this money to replenish his own fleet. After all, there may be a shortage of supplies in the colony later, and this money must be used as emergency money. Time flies, and another day passes quickly in the blink of an eye. At noon on this day, the boss took the initiative to contact me. The president is ready to chat with Qin Ming again. Chapter 164 Attack. Qin Ming quickly went to the boss's side. The boss is already waiting for him. The terminal that Qin Ming gave him before was standing on the table. Moreover, the boss asked him for a new terminal before, and it has been sent to the president. With the help of psychic energy, Qin Ming can create the effect of almost real-time communication, with only a delay of less than half a second. And the communication confidentiality effect is definitely the best in the entire empire. Qin Ming sat on the chair next to the boss. As long as he wanted to, he could start the second communication with the president at any time. Qin Ming glanced at his boss, and after seeing his boss nod slightly, he activated his psychic powers. After the terminal screen in front of me flashed, Qin Ming successfully connected the terminal in front of him and the terminal on the president's side to the instrument. The scene from the president's side appeared in Qin Ming's eyes. The background seems to be the lounge of a research institute. The president was sitting on the sofa in the lounge. He wore a pair of square-rimmed glasses and a white coat. He looked like a very stable middle-aged man. Judging by his appearance, he is no more than 35 years old, about the same age as Bai Quan. Qin Ming initially thought that the president was at least 40 or 50 years old. Maybe it's been dormant for a long time. Or maybe it's been well maintained? Qin Ming wasn't sure. But it wasn't important. He was the first to say hello. Hello, President. Hello, Qin Ming. The president looked Qin Ming up and down. And then while talking, he transferred several files to the terminal in front of him, so that Qin Ming could read these files about what they talked about last time. This time through the confidential communication achieved through your spiritual power. I can tell you some things I didn't tell you last time. Then first is the purpose of condensing the source of spiritual energy that we talked about last time. Qin Ming nodded and listened quietly. The most basic effect of condensing the source of spiritual energy is to create an environment with high concentrations of mental power and spiritual energy fluctuations. You should have felt this when you obtained it. Qin Ming nodded again to confirm. Although when the condensed spiritual energy source in his hand was first formed, it was in an environment with active and chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations. So he did not notice it at the first time. But when he found the source of condensed spiritual energy and took it away, the spiritual energy fluctuations on this thing became very conspicuous. And the condensed spiritual energy source has the same characteristics as Qin Ming's resonance stone. Qin Ming can limit the emission of its spiritual energy fluctuations through the connection between himself and his spiritual power. Therefore, when Qin Ming exercises his mental power recently, he will first use the condensed spiritual energy source to create an environment with high-intensity spiritual energy fluctuations. Then he used the Mad Word spiritual stone to train, which he still couldn't bear the effect of. And the effect was very good. The second effect of condensing the source of spiritual energy is relatively complex and difficult to achieve. I mentioned before that one other person I knew who owned it chose to use this effect. To be specific, he uses the condensed spiritual energy source, spiritual energy quality, and some other materials to actively construct a spiritual stone of his own through extreme compression of mental power. When Qin Ming heard this, he couldn't help but said, Is this an artificial spiritual stone? Yes. This is also the only currently known method of completely artificial ectoplasm stone. But what is different from ordinary ectoplasm stones is that his ectoplasm stone expresses his own emotions. Completely artificial? The president smiled at Chen Ming and said nothing. Chen Ming wisely skipped the topic of artificial ectoplasm stones, and instead focused on the second half of what the president said. I feel that an ectoplasm stone that changes based on emotions is not appropriate. Everyone's emotions are ever-changing. And under normal circumstances, there will be no extreme emotions that can make the ectoplasmic stone have a strong effect. Such an ectoplasm stone whose effects may change at any time is indeed not suitable. But the psyker who possesses it does not have these issues to consider because of his own psychic abilities. Many presidents didn't say anything, and Chen Ming didn't ask. Psionics are, after all, the essence of psionic beings. People who are not familiar with them can only get a rough understanding of them. Spiritual stones, like this, are collectively called original spiritual stones. It is connected to the origin of psykers. Therefore, this ectoplasmic stone will also be dyed with the nature of psykers, like the ship spirit. So for ordinary psykers, as long as they don't use it as an ordinary ectoplasm stone, but as an auxiliary item to exert their psionic properties, there is still a bright future. This is a more stable way to improve spiritual energy than the unstable existence of ship spirit. After talking about this purpose, the president seemed to have no intention of continuing. So Chen Ming couldn't help but ask again. Is there no other use? Basically no more. Even that destroyed civilization didn't do deep research on the origin of condensed spiritual energy. According to the documents I found, there is only one purpose left that is not considered a purpose. You can feed the condensed spiritual energy source to animals. It is much easier for animals to awaken spiritual energy than for humans. So it is almost 100% successful to cultivate spiritual creatures. The boss interrupted at this time and said, You don't need the one in your pocket. It is already a psychic creature. Chen Ming took out the small stone sleeping in his pocket and placed it on the table. This little guy is just like him who just became a psyker before. And he doesn't know how to hide his psychic fluctuations. The president stared at Xiaoshe for a few times, recalled it and said, Is this the pet rat from Fanche's laboratory? Well, I picked it up and kept it with me. I fed it some psychic plants and he became like this. The president pushed up his glasses, blocking his facial expression for a moment. He hadn't noticed before that ship spirits, psychic creatures, and condensed psychic energy sources, which were very rare and difficult to obtain for any psyker, were all concentrated in one person. Chen Ming seems to have some special qualities. He was very curious. However, the president did not show it now, and continued to return to the previous topic and said, Didn't I tell you before that it is best not to condense a second source of condensed spiritual energy? Because according to the records in the document, when the first source of condensed psychic energy exists, if the psyker continues to try to condense the second source of condensed psychic energy, then the process of condensation and the final product of condensation will have a very serious impact on psykers. A milder impact will cause the psyker's mental power to be greatly depleted. Heavier. Schizophrenic. Chen Ming asked. Is it because the psyker and the original spiritual power of condensed psionic energy are linked together? The appearance of the second one will affect the mental power of the psyker? That's what it means. So if you want to condense the second condensed spiritual energy source, you must dissipate the first one. One thing to note here is that transforming the source of condensed spiritual energy into spiritual stone does not count as dissipation. Nor does being absorbed by other things count as dissipation. Only when spiritual energy is truly dissipated into the environment, and the connection with your mental power is broken, can it be considered a complete dissipation. So the matter of condensing a second condensed spiritual energy source is almost meaningless. But your situation is relatively special, because your condensed spiritual energy source is not condensed by yourself. It's that your ship spirit transformed the condensed spiritual energy source of the distorted flesh and blood infected by the dimension through some means. So for you, there is no way to determine whether there are any mental problems when condensing the second condensed spiritual energy source. You can only consider it yourself. I won't give you any advice. You are the first to do this. I actually value the specialness of the ship spirit more now. It can be seen from your condensed spiritual energy source that it can completely eradicate dimensional infection. I feel that ship spirit may be a way for us to face the invasion of that dimension. This is the direction of my next research. Chen Ming heard this and asked, Do you want my help? No. I just wanted to let you know. Although there are few psykers with ship spirits, I still know a few. I will go to them to help with research. The president said this because it was difficult to meet Chen Ming directly, and because he was worried that Chen Ming would encounter another dimension infection one day. With his current reminder, if Chen Ming really encounters a dimensional infection again, he might be able to rely on the ship to nip the matter in the bud. Moreover, the Empire now only has 2 dimensions of infected experiencers, or survivors, so there is no problem in taking care of each other, the president said with some sincere gratitude in his tone. To be honest, my meeting with you should have disrupted your arrangements a little bit. I won't be embarrassed if I bother you anymore. Your words have already helped me a lot. I've been conducting research into that dimension, but you cannot initiate contact in that dimension. And you know that? So for so long, I can only study what they left behind. And it's difficult to make critical progress. But with your words, I successfully completed some conjecture tests in the past 2 days. Although the progress is still not ideal as before, a little progress is progress. And I must thank you. We can't meet each other, but we can continue to keep in touch in the future. If you encounter any dimensional infection, or you have questions about dimensions and the universe, you can come to me. And I also look forward to coming to the association for a systematic physical examination of your psychic powers after you develop them to the limit. This ends the correspondence between Chen Ming and the president. The boss hung up the communication directly after chatting with the president for a few words. Chen Ming, who stood up next to him, asked, "Is this all?" "Yes, that's it." Chen Ming nodded and said, "Then it's almost time for me to leave." "So anxious? Or is it because you said that feeling?" "Right. In the past 2 days, especially yesterday, Chen Ming has been taking the initiative to speed up work at the expense of his rest time. The reason is that in the past 2 days, he seemed to have smelled a bit of danger. The entire space station has them. But it can also be said that there are none, because Chen Ming only felt a slight danger. But the specific source of the danger was completely impossible to determine. It should be because the danger spread over a large area, but there was no way to pose a fatal threat to him. And this is why he asked Bai Quan before about the situation in the war zone. Only the war zone side has the ability to pose a threat to him. By now this feeling has become more evident and more imminent. But Chen Ming still couldn't determine the source. The boss also said at this time, "I haven't found any problems here yet. And it's the same if I borrowed the administration's database. After all, the pirate space station has too many people, and it's impossible to investigate everyone clearly. So I have to go." Chen Ming did not feel any fatal danger, so he was not too worried about the future arrangements in the war zone. But he still planned to leave early. As long as he leaves, the danger that may spread throughout the space station will most likely be concentrated on him, and will not affect Factory Elder Wu and the others. "Then go directly. All preparations have been made." "Well, I'm leaving then. See you later." "See you later." Chen Ming had nothing to clean up, so he turned around and left his boss's place, heading to the dock. But while on the road, Chen Ming suddenly received a call from the factory director. "Xiao Ming, didn't the director run away before?" "Yes. I plan to wait until his spaceship flies farther away before taking action." "What's wrong?" "He just came back like nothing happened." "What?" Chen Ming was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the director would dare to come back even when Chen Ming showed threats. He stopped immediately. It's not like he suddenly wanted to go back and kill the director. But after hearing these words from the factory director, he was already very close to the edge of the door of Space Arm No. 1. At this moment, he finally accurately sensed the source of the danger. Not in front, but behind. As soon as Chen Ming turned his head, he saw a figure looking around on the street next to him. There was a sense of danger on his body that Chen Ming could pinpoint. It can even be more accurately located that the source of his danger is located in his chest and abdomen. Chen Ming was sure that this person was not a psyker. So there must be a weapon hidden here that could give him a sense of danger. But this sense of danger is not the sting of a gun, but a danger that covers the whole body. This familiar feeling. Damn it. It's Wu Jing. Chen Ming immediately said to the factory director, "I have something to do here. Let's talk about it later." Before he finished speaking, a set of streamlined and solid power armor appeared on Chen Ming's body. The left-wing elements, who were slowly approaching Chen Ming, guessed that Chen Ming had discovered him the moment they saw Chen Ming's movements. His eyes that were not covered by the mask showed great enthusiasm. He opened his legs and rushed towards Chen Ming. The next moment, the electromagnetic javelin that suddenly appeared in Chen Ming's hand hit him in the forehead and killed him directly. But after he fell to the ground, the explosion still occurred. The violent fire and smoke covered Chen Ming. and the aftermath hit Qin without any hindrance. However, this did not cause harm to Qin, who was protected by the Locust power armor. It's just that this explosion is not as simple as the shot fired in the bar before. The violent explosion spread through at least half of the space station, and the impact was definitely not as easy to deal with as before. And, with the fall of this leftist element, Qin noticed that there were scattered explosions happening elsewhere in the space station. The doorway to the dock of Space Arm No. 1, where Qin was located, suddenly became chaotic. Someone wants to get into the space station and figure out what's going on. Some people want to turn around and go back to the spacecraft and quickly leave this land of right and wrong. But most of them were people who were so frightened by the sudden violent explosion at the gate that they ran around in panic. Fortunately, Qin combat-type powered armor and the sniper at hand exuded an extremely dangerous aura. And most people with long eyes can also see that Qin was the trigger for this incident. So much so that no one dared to approach Qin and could only walk around him. But at the same time, Qin discovered several sources of danger in the chaotic crowd. They were all Zhu Jing, who was full of explosives and was slowly approaching him in the crowd. In addition to the direction of the shipyard, there were figures of Zhu Jing in several surrounding streets. And he was surrounded unknowingly. If Qin didn't want a few bombs to explode in the crowd, then he couldn't fire at will. But looking at the direction in which Zhu Jing was blocking him, it was obvious that they were forcing him to go toward the dock. Qin didn't want to fulfill their wishes. You must know that the Locust-powered armor can fly. Qin once again ignored the space station's flight control regulations, turned on the jetpack's power to maximum, and soared straight into the sky. However, as soon as he took off, he discovered that the two calibers clearly erected on top of different nearby buildings were much larger than Qin half-hand-sized electromagnetic gun. It's a very obvious military model. And it's also already storing energy. Damn it! How did you set up your riding horse? Qin cursed in his heart. He didn't have time to fight back against the operator of the electromagnetic gun. He could only adjust the position of the jetpack immediately, and the reverse jet made him land on the ground. While instantly relying on his jetpack to offset the impact, he turned around and changed his body direction, rushing into the only shipyard with a bunker. In addition to exercising his mental strength during this period of time, Qin also achieved some results in exercising his body. At this time, he didn't care whether he should go to the dock or not. Now he can only rush to a place where there is no danger. Anywhere else outside the dock would be covered by the electromagnetic gun. So he had only one choice. At this time, the dock was even more chaotic than outside, and most of the spacecraft were not operating according to normal sailing rules at all. There were more crashes in those few minutes than in the previous months combined. However, Qin only glanced at it twice, and went directly into the maintenance shop next to it. Although the door to the maintenance shop had been closed the moment the explosion occurred, it was relatively easy for Qin to open the door. And since he was already in, he simply walked directly to the passage of the maintenance shop next to the dock and headed to the area where the cruiser was located. There was no one in the maintenance shop at this time, so they should have quickly evacuated through the employee passage. Qin didn't have to worry about the safety of the people he knew and rushed all the way to the highest point. At least the cruiser under his complete control is definitely not in existence that Zhu Jing can break through easily. However, Qin did not sail away directly. Instead, he hacked into the authorities' network through the back door he had left in the authority, and began to confirm the information from the authority. Currently, small-scale explosions have occurred throughout the space station. Although the specific damage is not large, some important locations have been attacked, especially the power generation division, which is very important to the space station. If there is a shutdown here, countless people living on the space station may die. The only good news is that there are no problems with the boss of Space Arm No. 2 and the space station management building itself. But the overall situation of the space station is still not optimistic. Obviously, after the last time, the space station has better protection measures, and the network security system has also been upgraded. These are all things clearly recorded in the space station database. But now it's still penetrated. Qin's mind flashed through the two military-type electromagnetic guns he had just seen outside the dock. The size of these things was not something that could be brought in casually and then set up. Something is clearly wrong here. Qin continued to rely on backdoor programs to delve into various databases of the space station, trying to find answers. The director, who had returned to his office and was smoking, had a stiff face. Just a few minutes ago, the panic and fear in his heart due to Qin's arrival had completely dissipated. But now, when he received negative news from all over the space station. He knew he was in big trouble. Unknowingly, the cigarette in his mouth fell onto the carpet. It wasn't until the stunned director asked about the subtle burnt smell that he realized and quickly stamped out the cigarette butt. His body was shaking a little, and the damage to important equipment had been roughly estimated in a short period of time and delivered to him. He looked at these reports with sweat on his forehead. This was different from what he had promised that person before. And things like this shouldn't happen. What about their credibility? What about the military's credibility? The director's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. At the end of the day, there was only one thought left in his mind. He has to go. The director hurriedly began to pack his things. At this time, Chen Ming, who was searching for the truth of the situation in the management network, suddenly felt a danger coming from the entire dock. The danger was clearly close at hand, but the source was still unknown. But as long as there is a boat, everything is easy. Activate shields. Start engines. Stay suspended. When Chen Ming was performing these operations on Supreme Point, he also reminded the brilliant side. But then, a scene he was very familiar with happened. The simulated gravity generator on the dock side malfunctioned, and the entire dock entered a state of weightlessness. This means that the power of the engine that Chen Ming just started has a deviation in output. Chen Ming had no time to adjust, and the tail, which was not protected by the shield at its highest point, hit the top of the dock, just like the original Nova. And similarly, the engine at the highest point was also damaged. Chen Ming never expected that the methods he used against Xinqing would be returned to him. But he was not afraid. The repair power was activated, and with the materials he had stored on the ship, the damaged armor and the internal engine at the highest point were restored to their original state almost instantly. After doing this, an idea came to Chen Ming's mind. Even the simulated gravity generator can be destroyed. There is a mole inside. And at this moment, the dock suddenly suffered a direct attack from the outside. The position where the highest point hit was instantly destroyed by attacks from the outside, revealing the appearance of a starry sky. The chaotic gravity, leaking air pressure, and attacks into the dock caused a large number of spaceships originally parked on the dock to fly out and hit various parts of the space arm. The level of chaos was even more terrifying than when all the spaceships were squeezing out. And the explosions inside the space station are still ringing uninterrupted to this day. Chen Ming simply couldn't estimate how many people came to Zhujiu and how many explosives were deployed. This situation is wrong. The space station shield does not protect the dock in place. If Chen Ming chooses to stay where he is, he will definitely be a target. He may really have to get out. Chen Ming was hesitating now. He could actually leave directly through the jump engine. But there are many people he knows in the space station. Although there is probably no problem with the boss here. He doesn't want to be a deserter. So he stayed. He wanted to determine what the Zhujiao and the war zone were going to do to force him to go out. Just when Chen Ming was about to drive his boat out, the factory director called again. Xiao Ming, is this okay? Chen Ming immediately responded. I'm on the spaceship now. Where are you? Lao Wu and I are both at the management office. And Lao Wu is also there. I also evacuated the people in the maintenance shop in advance. And no one died. But the entire space station is now very chaotic. And many monitoring equipment have been left with backdoors. No, I'm not talking about your other backdoors. There's something wrong within the administration. The factory director was a little incoherent for a while. But Chen Ming could understand. I can see that the simulated gravity system here at the dock has been destroyed. Have you found the mole? Not sure yet. Just when Chen Ming wanted to ask if there was anyone suspicious, the temperature and oxygen concentration outside the dock displayed on his detector at the highest point suddenly began to drop sharply. It is not a decrease caused by atmospheric leakage, but caused by the shutdown of life support systems. The life support system is not here. The only possibility for this situation is that there is a problem with the power. Chen Ming immediately asked, Can the power system of the space station guarantee supply? The factory director was very familiar with the situation of the space station and said, Yes. The power generation equipment of the space station is evenly distributed in different space arms. There are also quite a few solar panels on the outside of the space station itself that provide power. Even if all power generation areas on the space station are down, we can still rely on solar power generation panels to continue to support it for a period of time. Some civilian equipment and facilities in the space arm must be shut down to ensure that the life support system of the city in the middle can continue to be maintained. The director's words made Chen Ming realize one thing. Other power generation areas on the space station had been destroyed. and only the external solar panels were still supplying power. Otherwise, how could the life support system in a place like the dock be shut down? Chin-Ming sent a robot equipped with an afterglow core to a power generation area of the space station. He didn't have to protect the station, but he had to protect the people he knew. 10 seconds after dispatching the robot, Chin-Ming suddenly said, "Have you seen the director? I'm talking about the current director." "Not sure. It disappeared just now." "Then the mole is him." Just now, Chin-Ming successfully found some erased traces in the database at the dock. There is also the deleted record of the cargo ship that was specially approved by the director and does not need to be inspected. One record and one ship says nothing. However, the deletion of this record was not achieved through formal authority, but through the authority of the director and some special means. What's even more outrageous is that Chin-Ming also discovered that dozens of similar records have been hidden. All time is concentrated in the last 2 or 3 days. Chin-Ming felt that there was no need to say anything. This is already obvious. The director wanted to delete the records of these cargo ships entering the port, and then found someone to delete them manually in private. The person who deleted the records casually entered the network of the Bureau with the help of the director, obtained the authority, deleted the dozens of problematic records that were reported later, and then left a backdoor in it. There is no one of high standing responsible for resolving the issue of reporting these records. These records simply disappeared without anyone taking care of them. Chin-Ming really couldn't hold himself any longer. There are people in the administration who seem to be freeloaders. Even if there was a backdoor left at the beginning, it shouldn't be undetectable even after someone deleted dozens of important records. Right? Chin-Ming saved this piece of his discovery and sent it directly to the factory director and said, "Show it to the people in the network management department. They will understand it." The factory director did not do what Chin-Ming said immediately, but said, "The internal network of the administration seems to have been penetrated. We don't understand these things, so we can only wait here." Chin-Ming couldn't help but belittle the network security department of the administration again in his mind, and then said to the factory director, "Wait for me." He once again hacked into the administration's network, intending to help the administration regain control of the network. While doing this, Chin-Ming asked the factory director, "What did the boss say?" "Lao Wu said he would wait until we couldn't handle the matter completely before he took action." Chin-Ming felt a little relieved. At least now that his boss was here, he felt confident. Soon, Chin-Ming reopened the authority to the administration and said, "Okay, it's done. I'll get the authority's network permissions back for you." Not only did he get it back, he also understood why this happened with internal permissions. This is obviously the military's hacking technology. The network security of the administration has been strengthened. It's no wonder that your people can't regain the authority. How could the people in the Space Station Management Bureau compare to the military's technology? And there was also a backdoor left through the authority of the director. It was as outrageous as the housekeeper who was desperately trying to stop the intruder, only to turn around and find that the entire house he was protecting had been moved outside the fence. The door is wide open, and there is no way to defend against it, although the main power of the space station currently lies with the Deputy Bureau. But the director of a space station administration has so little authority. As a mole, it can only be said that it is rare that the space station did not change hands directly. "Do you still understand military technology?" "Well, understand. I'm a little busy here. We'll talk about it later." Chin-Ming hung up the phone directly from the factory director, and once again released a robot equipped with a gamma core. The place where this robot is going is near the approximate location of the hacker that Chin-Ming just located. Chin-Ming currently only masters part of the military hacking technology, so he cannot pinpoint the hacker's location. However, the general positioning is still no problem. It is better to send a robot to search than to do nothing. And as Chin-Ming released the second robot with a core installed, external attacks on the shipyard are also gradually subsiding. The dockyard is basically riddled with holes, and most of the people here have left. Those who did not get on the spaceship or escape into the space station were either killed by attacks from outside, smashed to death by flying unmanned spaceships and various debris, or suffered external damage, resulting in atmospheric leakage and suffocation. In a practical sense, there is no difference from leaving. But now, there are still a few people wearing full protective suits hiding in various hidden corners of the dock. Although they couldn't avoid Chin-Ming's gaze, they were able to avoid the range of weapons that Supreme Point and Brilliance could use in a smaller space than a cruiser like a shipyard. There is no way to use it in the large weapons dock. Although Chin-Ming tried to send robots to deal with them, even if one was dealt with, several more would come out of unknown corners of the dock immediately. although the robot is slowly cleaning up with very low efficiency. During this process, he could only remain monitored by these people. However, Chen Ming suddenly discovered something else. Although the attack outside the dock has stopped, a destroyer is approaching quickly outside. Obviously, the authority of the administration had just been hacked, which resulted in the external defense measures not being activated at all, and most likely not even having time to open the shield. So these spacecraft were given the opportunity to get closer. The ship that Chen Ming saw at this time was Wu Jing's self-destructing ship. Even if the management authority has regained its authority with Chen Ming's help, it still has no time to react. Chen Ming knew that he could no longer stay here at the dock. If he didn't leave, the dock would explode and his 2 cruisers would also be affected. Chen Ming immediately launched several of his ships parked inside the repair shop and followed behind the highest point. Chen Ming then adjusted the orientation of the highest point so that it was facing the exit of the dock, and activated a tachyon spear directly in front. The torrent of surging particles instantly destroyed the left-wing self-explosion ship outside. At the same time, a scratch with molten iron flowing through the dock's exit was also cut. With the impact of the explosion of the self-destructing ship, the exit of the dock was instantly distorted into a weird appearance. Fortunately, the dock was not completely damaged, and Chen Ming's 2 cruisers were still able to leave smoothly. But this also means that Chen Ming is indeed forced to follow the ideas of the people in the war zone Enzwiju. The moment Chen Ming's ships flew out of the dock, the sensors at the highest point were fully activated. Immediately, Chen Ming saw an unknown fleet staying outside. But it is obvious that this is Wujia's fleet funded by the war zone. At a glance, Chen Ming saw a total of 4 cruisers, and more than a dozen large weapons were already aimed at the Supreme Point and Glory. And Chen Ming is already within their range, and the fleet can fire at any time. Sure enough, all the foreshadowing was to force Chen Ming to come out and have a head-on battle with this fleet. Then Chen Ming understood what he should do. As long as he jumps away, this fleet will definitely follow. The safety of the space station is at least guaranteed externally, but only internally it still has to be handled by the administration itself. However, as Chen Ming came out, the fleet did not continue to attack Chen Ming like it had just attacked the dock. Instead, he stopped where he was, doing nothing except using some intrusion signals that were casually blocked by Chen Ming. Oh no! They did one more thing. Chen Ming looked at the communication request at the highest point in front of him. It was obviously sent by the fleet he was facing. But Chen Ming still had great incomprehension in his heart at this time. Didn't Wu Jing and War Zone carefully investigate his psychic abilities before taking action? He is capable of making multiple jumps in a short period of time. But they didn't prepare anything that could interfere with the jump engine. Did they think he had no way to escape? There was no advanced preparation on Yu Wei's side before, so it was normal for him to be unable to stop Chen Ming. But now the War Zone and Zhuiju clearly have plans in advance. But they just don't prepare anything in this regard. And they don't know what to think. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Chen Ming suddenly realized that he seemed to have never shown the ability to quickly cool down the jump engine through repairs for the next jump. Then, he would be relieved. He wasn't even planning on leaving just like that. Because now is a rare good opportunity. An opportunity to practice. Of course, just in case, Chen Ming contacted Bai Quan directly and sent him the situation here. Bai Quan, who has already set off to other star regions to participate in his own promotion ceremony, is relatively free. He quickly responded. What's going on? War Zone. Left path. Understood. Seeing that Bai Quan quickly understood what he meant, Chen Ming continued to follow his thoughts and said, I originally wanted to jump and evacuate directly. But people from the left path or the war zone seemed to want to chat with me, so I didn't take action immediately. I feel like this is a good opportunity for me to experience cruiser-level combat firsthand. Then I will contact you and hope you will guide me later. Bai Quan. Although I don't know where you got the confidence to win, and I have never seen any serious student fight a cruiser-level battle before starting to learn command. But yes, I need the situation on your side and the detailed data collected by the sensors. Also, remember to be prepared for electronic warfare. Chen Ming immediately transmitted the sensor data from the highest point to the terminal and sent it with psychic energy. Then he asked, what is electronic warfare? I have heard of this concept, but I don't understand it. Bai Quan patiently explained to Chen Ming. Electronic warfare can be regarded as an invisible battlefield. Both warring parties use their own specialized electronic equipment or spacecraft dedicated to electronic warfare to interfere with the weapons and shield systems of the other party's fleet, as well as the internal communication system. Generally speaking, it is necessary to do this only at the cruiser level. After all, a little interference from the cruiser will affect the output efficiency of large weapons. It is too insignificant for a small ship. And in a normal battle above the cruiser level, the battle line will be very long. So electronic interference is very necessary. Didn't the other side invade you? At this point, Chen Ming instantly recalled the invasions that had been blocked by his psychic powers. It seems there is. But I have the final say on my spaceship. Bai Quan couldn't help but said, "What a pervert. Your psychic power can directly invalidate this very critical factor in the battle of high-end ships. If you know how to use electronic warfare, the opponent will be beaten unilaterally by you. Okay. I have no problem here. You take command, and I will help you confirm the problem. Actually, I don't have much to teach. If you don't have a foundation in command skills, it basically depends on your intuition, which is talent. Only if you have learned the basics will it make sense for me to explain it to you in detail. That's it for now. I have also informed the people staying behind at my station that a support fleet will be organized soon. I'll let them jump over if necessary." Bai Quan's words suddenly reminded Chen Ming that Yue Wei had already planned to attack the space station before, and the military in the sector still approved the matter for 3 days. So he asked, "Doesn't it require approval or something? I approve myself? Never mind." After Chen Ming and Bai Quan finished talking, Zhuo Jing's fleet sent a second communication request. They seemed to want to say something to Chen Ming, but Chen Ming had no intention of talking to the madman. It is better to pay attention to the situation of their fleet. This Zhuo Jing fleet is not weak, or rather very strong, and the quantity is obviously proportional. 4 cruisers, more than 50 destroyers, and more than 200 escorts. Even if you don't look at the low-level ships, those 4 cruisers alone don't look like they can beat Chen Ming's 2 cruisers. No wonder Bai Quan doubted what Chen Ming was thinking. Compared with such a fleet, Chen Ming's place is much shabbier. 2 cruisers, Splendor and Supreme Point, Ship Expulsion, Diopter, for escort ships, Fighter Kai, Heavy Rain and 2 Centurions. The combat effectiveness can be said to be quite disparate. And at this time, because the second communication was not connected for a long time, it was automatically hung up. The switching fleet finally stopped waiting. More than a dozen large weapons from the 4 cruisers opened fire instantly, almost completely covering the 2 cruisers. Chapter 165 Iron Giant. Facing the concentrated fire of Zhuo Jing fleet, the brilliant plasma burst thruster started instantly and moved horizontally for a distance in an instant. Only a long, thick laser and a few long needles fired by storm needles grazed the corners of the shield. This increased radiant energy is not even a fraction of the total radiant energy owned by Brilliance. The highest point next to it didn't have the mobility of the Brilliant class. It couldn't dodge all the attacks and could only absorb about half of the concentrated fire damage. Fortunately, Chen Ming had already activated the shield early when he was in the dock. As long as the attacks from ships of the same level did not instantly overload the radiation value to the highest point of 20,000, which was higher than Brilliance, he would be able to rescue him. And just when he was hit, Chen Ming also discovered that the shield effect of the Supreme Point was very strong. In addition to the higher limit of radiation capacity, the growth rate of radiation when it was attacked was also faster than that of Glory. Slow. The spacecraft shield has a concept called shield effectiveness, or shield strength. When the shield is attacked, the shield converts the damage into radiant energy. The shield effectiveness of the shield can change the efficiency of this transformation. The better the shield, the slower the radiation energy will grow when it withstands the same attack, which is equivalent to the shield itself absorbing more damage for the spacecraft's power grid. Typically this results in an increase in the ship's energy consumption. So shield designers need to find a balance. But the shield at the highest point is different. Even if it has a shield effectiveness that exceeds that of other cruisers, it can still maintain the same level of energy consumption under the condition that the shield takes the same damage and the radiation energy increases less. The shield of this exploration ship is obviously very special. Except for the battleship, Chen Ming didn't know any ship with a stronger shield in it. The Psyker produced by Tachyon Technology seems to be technically okay. Such people are not successful within Tachyon Technology, probably because they have offended someone. An unrelated thought quickly flashed through Chen Ming's mind, and then he immediately turned it back. Now was not the time to think blindly. At least in his first encounter with Zhuo Jing fleet, he could be said to be unscathed. And due to the effect of Chen Ming's psychic energy, he can ignore the restrictions on radiation dissipation and forcibly dissipate hard auxiliary energy that cannot be dissipated under normal circumstances when the shield is still open. In other words, just like all the spaceship battles that Qin has experienced. As long as his mental strength can still hold on, there will be no injuries or damage. And although the frontal strength of Qin and Zhuo fleet is very different, but he is not without help. There is a pirate space station behind him. No, it should be said that it was in front of me. After the round of fire concentrated by Zhuo fleet just now, Qin quickly controlled the highest point and fired a round in the direction of the small ship on the opposite side. Then, he hid behind the space station he just flew out of. Qin also has the help of the space station. The space station has also stepped up security following previous afterglow attacks. Now that an external fleet is attacking, especially Zhuo fleet, they must also help. Even if the company has no plans to get back on good terms with Qin, they still have to help. Not to mention that Qin just helped them regain control of the network. Although the space station still does not have its own cruiser for the time being, ordinary ships are still useful. Even though the dock had just been destroyed, the station's patrol team used its own dock. This thought just flashed through Qin mind. The sensor transmitted the sound of an explosion inside the patrol shipyard. Qin was silent for a moment, and found that there seemed to be no subsequent movement except for the explosion at the patrol shipyard. It didn't look like I was in much trouble. The patrol team quickly handled the matter, and immediately dispatched about 30 escorts and more than 100 escorts to support Qin. Qin quickly established a communication connection with the space station fleet. I don't know the commander of the fleet, Qin, but it seems that he participated in the last Yue raid and survived. With these ships, it can indeed help Qin share some of the pressure. In addition to serving as a shelter for Qin's two cruisers, the space station itself is also a huge cruiser-class fortress in terms of output. Its size, and the number of large weapons matching its size determine this. Such a giant fortress has almost no disadvantages except that it cannot be moved. Of course, being unable to move is a huge disadvantage in itself. At this moment, the commander of the fleet suddenly asked Qin, "Mr. Qin, do you need us to follow your command?" Commanding these ships that he did not control through orders was obviously a suicide attempt for Qin, who had no command experience or skills at all. However, he did not refuse directly, but said, "Yes, I need you to take care of the space station. Don't let the space station be approached by small boats and distract the firepower. And protect the space station." Qin also needs the space station to help protect him. And he also needs the people on the space station to survive. Although the boss may take action if the space station is damaged to a certain extent. But Qin still didn't want to end up in this situation. Bai Quan, who had been watching, interrupted at this time and said, "Protecting strategic targets is usually the first priority on the battlefield. As long as you can protect the space station, then you have the capital to fight head-on." Bai Quan's words were just a comment, and did not mean to command. Qin did not reply and continued to follow his own ideas, controlling his several small ships to disperse from the rear of the space station. These small ships will disperse towards the edge of the galaxy, as if they are retreating through hyperspace. Qin's idea is to use these ships to attract the attention of part of the Zhuo fleet. Although Zhuo had been monitoring Qin before, Zhuo did not have the ability to 100% guarantee that from the time Qin entered the dock until now, he had no chance to contact those small boats. In other words, Zhuo must take care of those small boats. Otherwise, if Qin ran away on the boat, their trip would be completely in vain. Soon, Qin's 5 small boats each attracted 1 destroyer and 5 frigates, and gradually moved away from the intersection of the battle lines. These 6 ships were what Zhuo believed was the number of spacecraft needed to directly destroy a Qin spacecraft. But at the same time, it was also what Qin believed was the number of spaceships killed when his psychic assistant was able to multitask. Fighter Kai and Heavy Rain level Qin believe that they will never be at a disadvantage even if they are 1 to many. But Diopter and Centurion have to resist for a while. But the boat battle is not the point now. The key to winning this battle lies in Qin's 2 cruisers. When Qin's ship has the space station as a cover, he can safely carry out output. Although Qin only had 2 cruisers in total, there were 4 on the opposite side. 1 Dominator, 2 Defenders, and an Eagle. Basically, they are representatives of strong frontal firepower. But at this time, when the Brilliant class had the opportunity to output, it exploded with unstoppable strength in frontal firepower output. Even if the glory isn't the afterglow of the combat genre, but the terrifying frontal firepower of the Brilliant class itself is coupled with the additional increase brought by the accessory system, and with the blessing of repair and rapid cooling provided by Qin's spiritual energy. on the frontal battlefield where the cruisers were fighting. It was Zhuge Jing's fleet that was suppressed and beaten by Qin-Ming. For tachyon spears, exuding the green color of plasma and the iconic blue light of afterglow energy weapons, came to the door one by one, suppressing the 4 cruisers on the left side and completely unable to counterattack. While gloriously suppressing the cruiser, Qin-Ming poured out all his firepower on other low-level ships without any tactics or reason. The 2 tachyon spears located directly in front of the highest point, and the Locust, large short-range missile launchers on the side of the ship that are specifically targeted at small ships, are simply the most powerful weapons for clearing out debris. The iconic deep purple particle torrent of the 2 human tachyon spears continued to sweep around the 4 suppressed cruisers that were unable to fight back. A large number of micro-locust missiles covered almost 1/3 of the entire front. A series of fireworks exploded in Zhujia's battle line. Qin-Ming's 2 cruisers suddenly displayed the momentum of 4 cruisers, and the actual firepower output is indeed comparable to 4 cruisers. And in addition to Qin-Ming's own work, the space station's defense system has now been completely activated. The shield was deployed, and the large weapons on the periphery of the space station continued to help Hui Wang suppress its opponents, putting more pressure on the cruisers that were already on the verge of collapse. For a moment, no one knew which side was the stronger one. At this time, Bai Quan fell into silence as he looked at Qin-Ming's actions. He originally thought it would be a fierce battle. The strength gap between the 2 sides can be said to be quite disparate. Even with the support of the space station, the overall strength gap has not been restored much, and it is still a situation of less versus more. After all, the left path and the war zone had the upper hand, and the space station was paralyzed for a period of time. No matter what he does, he should be able to say a few words here to guide Qin-Ming to achieve some results. Then at the last moment, he would help Qin-Ming find a chance to retreat, and the battle would be over. But now, he made a comment that wasn't even a guide. The situation on the battlefield has already begun to turn one-sided. Looking at the 4 intertwined green and blue in front of him, and the almost non-stop torrent of particles from the tachyon spear, Bai Quan didn't know what to say. But this is exactly what all commanders want to see. If you can suppress the opponent with frontal firepower, there is no need to conduct any command operations at all. Winning is the best result. After observing for half a minute, Bai Quan had already concluded that the balance of victory was tilting towards Qin-Ming. However, just when Bai Quan had such an idea, the only ship in Zhuge Jing's fleet, the Dominator, suddenly closed its shield. Relying on its extremely thick armor compared with ships of the same level, it directly started to counterattack, and rushed to the front of the battle line despite the brilliant firepower. Just like the offensive-class ship Bai Quan commanded before. Shoot the first bird. Qin-Ming is very clear about what is the optimal solution to this situation. He immediately stopped destroying the remaining small spacecraft on the left path, and began to focus fire on the forward protruding ruler. Although the ruler has extremely thick armor, it is not a perverted existence, like an offensive level one, that can use its armor to withstand main level weapons. Absolutely no cruiser can withstand the focus fire of the plasma-boosted tachyon spears with armor alone. But what Qin-Ming didn't expect was, this ordinary-looking ruler managed to withstand 4 plasma tachyon spears and 2 tachyon spears at the highest point next to it, as well as countless micro-locust missiles, plus 8 large live ammunition weapons on the space station, and countless other missiles. They just carried the entire battle line and approached the space station, giving the ships behind them a chance to breathe and counterattack. What the hell is this? Qin-Ming had no choice but to quickly let Supreme Point and Glory avoid the terrifying ruler. His ship must not appear in the path of the Dominator. But with the adjustment of the positions of the Supreme Point and the Brilliant class, the Dominator also changed its direction. It would rather expose its relatively weak side armor to the firepower of the space station than move in the direction of Qin-Ming. It was as if Qin-Ming had been targeted. The long-term concentrated fire had no effect at all, and Zhuge Jing's fleet had already regrouped at this moment. If the fleet presses in, it can pose a threat to the space station itself at any time. Bai Quan, who had been silent for a while, finally discovered the problem. He quickly reminded Qin-Ming, "The ruler is not that tough at all. He is a psychic." In a certain frame of Qin-Ming's real-time broadcast to Bai Quan discovered that at a certain moment, when the ruler's outer armor was activated and shattered, a metallic-colored film appeared under the armor. A layer of metal coating protects the cruiser just below the armor. Bai Quan immediately sent the image of this frame to Qin-Ming and said, "I know this psyker. He must be in the ruler. He dare not come out directly. He is afraid that his identity will be exposed." Qin-Ming soon saw the metallic color and asked, What kind of psychic power does this guy have? Metal control. Your fleet can't defeat him. The battleship may be able to kill him head-on, but the cruiser definitely can't. Bai Quan's words finally made Qin Ming remember. The psyker he was facing at the moment was exactly the time when Qin Ming was intercepted by the ruler of the sector military and finally taken away by Yu Hui. Later, he specifically asked the boss, who was the person who stopped the boss from rescuing him. And the boss's final answer was him. Enemies on a narrow road? No. He came here on his own initiative. Qin Ming made a quick decision and called his boss directly. It is obviously not a shameful thing to shake people at this time. After all, this is a psyker who can fight against the boss. However, the boss did not answer the phone, and Qin Ming could only hear a busy tone. Qin Ming felt a little nervous, but he was not too panicked and immediately called the factory director again. The factory director answered the phone quickly and said, "Xiao Ming, are you okay?" Qin Ming didn't dare to talk nonsense and asked directly, "Where is the boss?" "Lao Wu just took a call and said he had something to deal with. I don't know what it was. I can't contact him now." Qin Ming clicked his tongue in a low voice and said, "Okay," then hung up the phone. And Bai Quan suddenly said, "I found the news here. And it's bad news. There are 2 psychers in your place. Mr. Wu, he should be facing another one." A trace of gloom and anger flashed in Qin Ming's eyes, and he asked, "Who? It's not clear yet. I'm still arranging people to investigate. Tell me the result." "Okay." Unexpectedly, 2 psychers came, and they are 2 psychics who can compete with the boss. Qin Ming felt a little pressure in his heart, because it meant that he would have to fight one of the psychers who could be of the same level as the boss, which would definitely be very difficult. The boss probably won't be able to distract himself to protect him in the future. But if Qin Ming is not willing to jump away like this, he still has a lot of mental power, and he can continue to fight. Moreover, this is also an opportunity for Qin Ming to fight head-on with a powerful psyker. Just as he couldn't miss a cruise-level battle, he definitely couldn't miss the opportunity to fight a psyker. But because of the ruler, the battle line was still forced to loosen. The balance of victory was instantly reversed. Although Bai Quan provided information to Qin Ming, he did not believe that Qin Ming still had the possibility of winning the battle when his fleet strength and psychic strength were lagging behind. So he said to Qin Ming, "I think you need to retreat, but I think I can still fight. The power of a powerful psyker is not something you can get now. If you get too close to him, your spaceship may be twisted into a ball by him. I know I won't be approached by him." After Qin Ming finished speaking, the Supreme Point and the Brilliant class made a short jump at the same time, and distanced themselves from the ruler. Moreover, the jumps carried out by these 2 ships also covered up the jump fluctuations from other places that had just appeared here. The ruler of the ship obviously didn't notice Qin Ming's choice of jump landing point, and directly turned its direction and rushed towards Qin Ming's ship again. And the moment it approached the limit of the spacecraft's range, in the void around Qin Ming's spacecraft, 3 cruisers instantly appeared. Refraction level, brilliance level, and scintillation level. There are 5 cruisers in total, which is the maximum number of cruisers that Qin Ming can control now. If someone who didn't know saw the scene, they might have thought that there was a fight between the army and Yu Hui, but they would never have imagined that it was a conflict between a psyker and Zhuo Jing. Of course, Qin Ming does not have such strange thoughts in his mind now. All his attention has been spent on summoning his mental power. This is the first time that Qin Ming has completely covered the limit number of ships he can control with his spiritual energy, and has fully activated his spiritual energy without any reservation. Highest point. Brilliance, refraction, flicker. All large weapons are outputting their strongest firepower like infinite charging and unlimited ammunition towards the ruler, who has no time to react. What Qin Ming likes most about the Afterglow ship is that almost all of their large weapons are loaded with tachyon spears. But now, 10 ordinary particle torrents combined with 4 plasma particle torrents are like 14 spears penetrating the stars in the dark space, piercing the ruler's armor. At this moment, the damage caused by Qin Ming's cruiser's concentrated fire almost reached the lower limit of main-level weapons. The surge of particles penetrated the armor and shattered the psyker's metallic coating. The entire Dominator's hull was flooded by a violent torrent of particles, heated to red in the cold space. There is no shield to help share the damage. There is only one thing in the hull and interior under the armor: extreme high temperature. No one can survive in such an environment. The ruler lost control of all internal personnel and gradually came to a standstill. And its engine part also caught fire under the stimulation of the particle torrent. It exploded in just a few seconds. This is the vulnerability of the ship itself, not the vulnerability of the Psyker. Moreover, this scene does not mean that the Psyker is dead. When the ruler explodes, the ship fragments that were supposed to fly out suddenly all gathered together and gathered together. A steel giant appeared in space. With his appearance, all the battle lines in the already loosened battle lines not far away that had been destroyed due to the battle between ships were flying towards the Iron Giant. He absorbed the pieces of the shattered ship. The body size has once again increased astonishingly in a short period of time. Moreover, his ability to control the spiritual energy of metal also allowed him to violate the laws of physics, and quickly approach Qinming's fleet in space without any means of borrowing. At this time, at the core of the Iron Giant's body, the face of the psychic who controlled the Iron Giant was full of gloom. When he first heard about Qinming, a psychic, he thought that his psychic power was specifically designed to restrain Qinming. So after hearing the request from the war zone to kill Qinming, he accepted the request without fear or hesitation, and he remained cautious during the battle. Even if he thought that Qinming's fleet would be directly destroyed by the firepower of his fleet, he still maintained the coverage and protection of the ship's armor. This caution of his helped him once, preventing him from being directly exposed to his original form immediately. But what he didn't expect at all was that Qinming could call 3 cruisers again in an instant without any warning. There are 5 cruisers in total, all of which are capable of almost completely unlimited continuous use of the large weapon Tachyon Lance. While only part of the armor was destroyed, the entire cruiser was heated to extreme temperatures, like food heated in a microwave. If it weren't for the fact that one of the Blink-class ships had only 3 large weapon slots in total, 2 of them were Defender Point Defense energy cannons, and only one was a Tachyon spear. The high-energy particles just broke through his protection, and the attack speed on the entire spacecraft may be even faster. He might not even be able to react. But having said that, he did overturn today. His ability was exposed here, which meant that his relationship with Zhuo Jing was no longer clean. But if he doesn't continue to finish things, then he will offend not only Qinming, Wu and Bai Quan, but also many more. So now the Psyker is ready to make no reservations at all, just to kill Qinming, so that he will offend one less person. Chapter 166 Implosion. After the Iron Psyker made up his mind, the psychic energy fluctuations on the metal giant began to gather in his hands. Part of the metal on his body also flowed out, gradually condensing into the hands of the steel giant, forming a steel spear in the physical sense. And the spear was thrown in the direction of Qinming by the powerful steel giant, who looked like an ancient Greek sculpture at the next moment. With the blessing of strength and psychic energy, the spear almost instantly burst out to a maximum speed comparable to the Gauss cannon, a large weapon projectile known for its speed and mass. Although such a steel spear would not pose a threat to Qinming's cruiser under normal circumstances, but Qinming felt fatal danger on it, so he did not hesitate to make a short jump in the other direction again. Once again, distanced himself from the source of danger. Almost at the next moment, the steel spear hit the location of the 2 cruisers just stated, and suddenly stayed in place without warning. The steel giant behind was almost invisible to the naked eye as it liquefied at extremely high speed and suddenly began to move, leaving a metallic afterimage in space. Instantly appeared where the spear was. This steel spear is part of the Iron Giant. The steel psychic relies on the effect of psychic energy, and perhaps the attraction between its own metals, to achieve such a teleportation effect that is almost close to a jump. If Qinming continues to stay in the same position, the consequences will be disastrous. However, Qinming is not too worried about this ability. After all, the effect of the real jump engine is far more powerful than the seemingly jump of the steel psyker. But it is actually the psychic energy of extremely high-speed movement. Unless he can predict the location of Qinming's next jump, there is almost no possibility of this steel spear getting close. But Qinming is not stupid. He can look at the direction in which the spear is thrown and decide where to jump. Even if the Iron Psyker could continue to rely on his psychic powers to control the spear after throwing it, the spear would not have the same speed as when thrown by the Iron Giant. Otherwise, the Iron Psyker could just use psychic control from the beginning, and there would be no need to rely on the Iron Giant's body to perform the throwing action. Moreover, Qinming can also choose to dodge in the opposite direction of throwing the spear. This physical distance is here. No matter how fast the spear is, it still has to cover this distance honestly. And for Qinming now, he could actually leave the Iron Psyker alone and leave. Just now, Bai Quan personally confirmed to him that the fleet of the 14th Legion had been prepared in a very short period of time, and would be able to jump over immediately to deal with Zhuo Jing's fleet and the Psyker. Moreover, The Iron Psyker has now lost the spaceship he was riding in, and his true colors have been revealed. Although his physical body has the ability to move at such high speed, it has absolutely no ability to make jumps. If Qinming just ran away, who could stop him? Who can catch him? And he doesn't have to worry about no one to deal with these things after he leaves. There was absolutely no need for him to confront a Psyker who could fight the boss head-on without any restrictions. Also, this Psyker's psychic abilities do have a bit of a restraint on his psychic abilities. The psychic energy control by metal does have a very difficult impact on the spacecraft controlled by him. If Qinming gave him a chance to get closer while pulling him, Qinming might be overturned. But after thinking about it, Qinming did not jump out of the galaxy, and also asked Bai Quan not to let the people of the 14th Legion come over for the time being. After all, the Iron Psyker has lost his spaceship and cannot even escape. The final outcome has basically been decided. But now he is still making the final struggle. There is no need for Qinming to be afraid. And this is indeed a rare opportunity. A battlefield and stage of his own. Qinming now urgently needs an opportunity to show his strength. He was fed up with the endless assassinations and targeting of those who had a grudge against him. He needs to make those who are petty towards him and his friends understand the consequences of going against him. Killing a Psyker who is on the same level as the boss does not mean that Qinming is on equal footing with the boss in terms of psychic abilities. But it at least shows that Qinming's combat effectiveness can no longer be determined by just sending a few cruisers. Let those people at least consider whether their methods can pose a threat to Qinming before taking action, and whether they can withstand Qinming's revenge that they will suffer later. Therefore, the moment the Iron Giant threw the steel spear with greater explosive power and speed for the second time, Qinming just started the jump engine and once again distanced himself from the Iron Giant. This time Qinming deliberately placed the jump's landing point further away, and the steel spear actually did what he thought, deflecting the direction the moment it hit the position where he just stopped. At a relatively slow speed, he rushed to the position after Qinming's jump. But obviously, at this distance and at this speed, it was impossible for the spear to touch Qinming before he jumped again. The Iron Giant did not continue to control the spear, but appeared at the position of the spear again, staring at the tail of Qinming's two cruisers and the position of the jump engine. Qinming's repair ability combined with the jump engine alone makes him invincible. There is absolutely no way to reach Qinming by just relying on physical displacement and attacks. The Iron Giant also made this clear after his third, attempt, temporarily giving up the fastest movement method on his hands. But what followed was the surge of spiritual energy from the giant. His range of psychic influence is expanding dramatically. This is a manifestation of the psionic intensity of the Psyker, and is not limited by anything other than the Psyker himself. Although it consumes a lot of mental energy, it also allows him to make spiritual energy contact Qinming's spacecraft faster than normal movement. But Qinming's perception of danger is quite keen. Before he could feel the range of the psychic fluctuation expanding enough to affect the spacecraft he controlled, he only sensed danger. The jump engines of the two spaceships had already been repaired, and they jumped again to extend the distance. The Iron Giant, who had expanded the scope of his psychic influence to the extreme by relying on his mental power, also threw the spear towards the landing point of Qinming's leap at the next moment. The two cruisers performed the jump again, and as if they could accurately detect the psychic coverage of the steel Psyker, they fell directly into a position that was beyond his reach. Except for those few boats that had dealt with the left-pass spacecraft and had returned to Qinming during the last jump. Qinming's diopter and the two Centurions did not follow the cruiser's jump engine to distance themselves like Heavy Rain and Fighter Kai, but remained in place. Therefore, in the next moment, the three spaceships that Qinming left behind were like pieces of waste paper, crushed into a messy metal ball. Even if the Centurion's damping stance remains open, the refractive electromagnetic pulses are constantly trying to affect the metal giant. The metal ball was immediately absorbed into the body of the Iron Giant. However, there were not too many emotional fluctuations on Qinming's face. He just watched this scene in silence, gradually gaining confidence in his heart. While the Iron Giant tried to get close to him again, he made a short jump, maintaining a subtle distance. Until now, the Psyker and the Iron Giant finally realized clearly that something was wrong with Qinming's cruiser. The basic concept of the jump engine is very clear to the Iron Signer. That is, as the jump distance increases, the loss of the jump engine will increase. This also means that in a short period of time, within a short distance, as long as the battlefield situation is not too chaotic, such as their current one-on-one situation, then give the jump engine a chance to start. Then, the jump engine can indeed make multiple jumps, achieving a situation almost similar to the flicker engine of Afterglow. Although Qinming has 2 cruisers that can take turns to make short-distance jumps, the total number of jumps made by his 2 spaceships is obviously very wrong. If there is no way to get close, and no way to control it, it will be difficult for the Steel Psyker's psychic power to exert actual effects. Moreover, he gradually calmed down after he realized that he was overturned and his blood got the best of him at the beginning. He found that Qinming had these 2 cruisers in hand, and could find an opportunity to escape at any time. But he didn't. Either he was teasing him, or he had the idea of killing him here. Of course Qinming was not playing tricks on him. Nor was he wasting his mental energy. Nor was he giving him the spaceship for free. What he is doing now is stalling for time. The purpose of delaying time is to make his spiritual power more effective. Qinming's psychic energy can control spaceships and mechanical equipment. But in the past, as long as these things under his control were destroyed, he would lose control of these things. But it's different now. Even if the thing he controls is destroyed, he can continue to keep his psychic energy on the damaged wreckage. As long as he provides the mental energy to maintain the connection, the control will not be broken. Therefore, the same goes for the wreckage of the spacecraft mixed into the metal giant. And as the metallic liquid inside the metal giant flows, the fragments of Qinming's 3 assimilated spaceships have spread all over the giant's body. Qinming can now use these fragments as a fulcrum to make some transformations. This is why Qinming had the confidence to defeat this Psyker, and did not leave just yet. The craziest transformation that Qinming can carry out now must be the technique he learned from Zhu Jing. Even if the Steel Psyker reacts now, it is already too late. At this moment, Bai Quan, who was communicating with Qinming through the terminal, was watching everything happening in front of him in silence. He has always viewed Qinming with the highest regard, so he is not surprised to see how Qinming's psychic powers can be used. Therefore, when Qinming left the spaceship behind and saw it being absorbed, he had already guessed what Qinming was doing. And when the body of the steel giant suddenly began to become bloated, he completely understood how courageous Qinming was, and how surprising his ideas were. The Iron Giant's movement stopped as his body changed. The Psykers inside have discovered something strange inside the Iron Giant's body. Those foreign objects that appeared in his body for no reason were obviously influenced by Qinming's spiritual energy. He had some understanding of Qinming's psychic powers, and knew that Qinming could control the spacecraft. Then those spaceships that were assimilated by him. This is the source of the appearance of these foreign objects. But there were clearly no psychic fluctuations on the 3 spaceships he absorbed just now. And there were no traces left by Qinming. He even used his mental power to thoroughly clean the spacecraft from the inside out before absorbing it with confidence. During the absorption process, he did not find any abnormalities even after grinding the spacecraft into powder. How is this going? The Iron Psyker's face was as dark as ink. He knew that he had failed today. He had not expected that Qinming had 3 additional cruisers to call upon. Later, he didn't expect that Qin's psychic power would leave no psychic traces on the spaceships he had affected, which led to him eating the wrong thing. But he didn't want to die here yet. He had to continue struggling. As long as he could get back to the other 3 cruisers that were still fighting with the space station, he would still have a chance to leave. At that time, when he tried to raise his hand to lift the steel spear and prepared to throw it into the distance, he realized that he suddenly couldn't move. The foreign matter in his body is affecting the performance of his psychic powers, and affecting the movements of the Iron Giant. He immediately tried to use the flow of metal inside to push out the foreign objects transformed by Qinming. But it was no use. Once he excretes a little bit, more foreign matter will immediately appear in the Iron Giant's body. Moreover, these foreign objects are still forming some irregular compartments, gradually cutting off the interior of the steel giant. Without this steel giant, it would be difficult for him to move quickly in space and escape from the pursuit of the cruiser. Iron Psykers are still being expelled to the outside world. But the more he discharged, the more bloated the Iron Giant became. You must know that Qinming is now taking all the available materials from all the materials that he has removed from the 6 colonies to create Zhu Jing brand highly destructive high explosives in his body. Even though these materials accounted for only a small part of the colonial materials that Qinming took away. When these materials that were supposed to be applied to industrial facilities were applied to individuals, then it's not a little bit of a problem. And if it's just ordinary explosives, that's fine. If it doesn't break the defense, all damage will be 0. But Zhu Jing's self-destruction professional and the critical implosion opportunity now induced by Qinming are the real and fatal points. For Qinming, these materials can be bought again if they are gone, and money can be made again if they are gone. But the only chance to completely kill a psyker of the same level as the boss, and who has a grudge against him, is today. No one will give him such a good opportunity in the future. The Iron Giant's body continues to expand abnormally, and more things are still appearing in his body. This is the most aggressive way that Chen Ming's spiritual power can be used to ignore the limitations of space. In the blink of an eye, the moment when Chen Ming's afterglow temporarily stopped there, leaving only a little bit of basic material that could be used to maintain dormant daily routines for his afterglow. Chen Ming activated the high explosives that had almost enveloped the Iron Giant and completely filled the inside of the Iron Giant. The body of the Steel Giant instantly turned red from the inside out, and gradually moved closer to the blazing white direction. Its metal is melting, its body being destroyed. That terrifying amount of explosives almost erupted with light that shone like a star in a short period of time. For a moment, it seemed as if all the light within the entire galaxy was covered under it. What Chen Ming left in the Iron Giant's body was completely destroyed by the explosion, and could no longer be sensed. And the Steel Giant also exploded into balls of molten iron in the explosion that was enough to wipe out a weapon. The extreme heat has not yet dissipated, and the ferocious fire has not yet burned out. But Chen Ming's heavy rain and Fighter Kai immediately jumped into the fireball that was still burning after the explosion. The molten liquid metal on the outside is gradually spreading out due to weight loss, but the metal liquid inside is still barely gathering together. However, it was completely scattered immediately under the impact of the two spaceships with their shields activated. Then, Chen Ming found his goal. He found the core of the Iron Giant. Here, Chen Ming saw a humanoid creature with a metallic appearance. He is the Iron Psyker. He was unable to completely protect himself from such a powerful explosion. So much so that he had now lost half of his body. The right arm and right leg have disappeared, and the smaller half of the abdomen has also disappeared into space. But even with so many body parts missing, he is still alive in space. His metal body exudes various strange metallic colors. It is obvious that he has used various materials to strengthen himself. And this is one of the reasons why he is still alive. This is what top psychers are capable of. The boss can kill an entire Afterglow main fleet in one face-to-face encounter. And he can withstand the explosion of a special left-diameter explosive with a large yield that even if an offensive comes, he may not be able to withstand it. Even though he lost consciousness, he was still instinctively absorbing the surrounding metal materials to repair himself. As long as you give him a certain amount of time, he can complete the repair. So Chen Ming thought for a moment, and then took the initiative to dismantle some of the metal materials on his two spaceships and threw them at the Steel Psychic. The Steel Psychic, who had lost consciousness and had only the survival instinct, absorbed the part of the precious metal controlled by Chen Ming into his body, just as Chen Ming thought. Instinctively, he completely broke apart the metal and repaired the damage within his body. After the explosion, Chen Ming's originally nervous, expectant, and angry expression gradually calmed down. Whether you are conscious or not, what you are doing is seeking death. At this moment, Chen Ming did not lose control of the absorbed metal. The Iron Psyker's body was already under his control. Chen Ming's spiritual energy was exerted on him and spread to his whole body. Then, just like the three spaceships that Chen Ming had grasped into balls before, the body of the Steel Psychic was controlled by Chen Ming to grasp a metal ball about half a meter in diameter. At the same time, his ability to continue absorbing metal was cut off. As long as Chen Ming didn't want to, it would be impossible for him to recover in his life. Chen Ming did not kill him directly now. After all, a living psyker has a higher value than a dead psyker. And Chen Ming actually has a special idea now. As long as he can find Yu Hui's same chilling nerve extraction device in the future. Of course, Chen Ming only has a very superficial idea now. He doesn't plan to think too much. He just plans to do things first. Chen Ming controlled the spacecraft to capture the metal ball inside the fighter's cargo hold. Then he turned around and flew towards the space station together with the Heavy Rain. Before Fighter Kai and Heavy Rain take action, Chen Ming's 5 cruisers had returned to the space station earlier. The Zhuijing fleet, which had previously been able to fight with just one brilliance, could not hold its head up. 2 cruisers were able to completely suppress the Zhuijing fleet and still have the energy to clean up the miscellaneous troops. As soon as the 5 cruisers arrived, Zhuijing's fleet was instantly defeated. The 2 defenders were completely left here by Chen Ming in order to cover the retreat of the Eagle-class ship. Only the Eagle-class reluctantly started the jump engine and made the jump with the remaining fleet of just over 30 ships. It seemed that it was not the people from Zhuijia who were driving, but the people from the war zone. Otherwise, the people from Zhuijia would have come up directly to fight Chen Ming instead of retreating. although Hui Wang could determine their location after the jump. Chen Ming did not try to track it. After all, he had more important things to deal with right now. The Psyker. The matter of tracking the escaping eagle should be left to Baichuan's 14th Legion. The battle was over in a short time. When Chen Ming sent the eagle's leap data to Bai Quan, Bai Quan's voice immediately sounded. Is it over like this? Well, you should be able to see it. Right. Of course I can see it. That's why I ask. Chen Ming couldn't help but have a slight smile on his face and said, This is my luck. They misjudged my strength. And the Psyker also wanted to absorb my spaceship. Auxiliary Psykers can display strength that is difficult for normal Psykers to match when they have suitable auxiliary objects. Having your own cruiser is equivalent to meeting this condition. Who would have thought that your spiritual power could actually make the output of a weapon so outrageous? And although your spiritual power is restrained, it doesn't seem to be as restrained as it is. Who would have thought that you could still control those remains after they were reduced to powder? At this moment, Chen Ming suddenly realized the meaning of Bai Quan's words, and then said pointedly, Yes, who would have thought of it? Bai Quan also smiled, put aside the topic and said, By the way, my investigation has revealed the identity of another Psyker. The smile on Chen Ming's face disappeared instantly, and he quickly asked, Who? A person named Hui is also a member of your psychic association. After all, the association is a loose organization, and internal conflicts are very normal. What kind of Psyker? It is said that he is a Psyker related to temperature. I don't know how many more there are. Okay, I understand. Thank you. I didn't do anything. I just checked someone out for you. I didn't do anything like I promised to give you instructions. Chen Ming knew why Bai Quan didn't help with command and guidance. After all, the front was already suppressed like this, and there was no point in giving too much command. And he actually didn't expect that when his spiritual power was fully activated, he could actually make the spacecraft perform such an amazing performance. Of course, he said that he definitely couldn't say that. Bai Quan still helped him organize a follow-up rescue fleet despite the unclear situation, and helped him detect the appearance of a second Psyker in advance, and even found out the identity of this Psyker fairly quickly. The former Chen Ming returned the favor with the escaped eagle, but he still remembered the later favor. So he still said, The two things cannot be put together. Thank you for what you deserve. Bai Quan naturally would not refuse Chen Ming's kindness and said, Then let's continue to cooperate happily in the future? Well, it's a pleasure to work with you. Chapter 167 Processing. After the battle. Space Arm Number 2. The boss's hardware store. The boss was expressionlessly making a video call with another Psyker, Hui, who was near the space station. At this time, he had learned the news outside the space station, and the explosions that were ringing in his ears from time to time had also subsided. So he said to Hui, The fighting is over outside. It's time for you to leave. Hui responded with some surprise. Oh, have you finished the fight? Judging from your reaction, it seems that the result is not good for me. The boss continued to say to him expressionlessly. See for yourself. Hey, don't be so straight-faced. You also know that I can't help myself. Let's just drink tea and chat here. Wouldn't it be nice not to fight or join in the fun? We are all civilized people. There is really no need to fight. The boss suddenly sneered and said, Didn't they give too much? Hui spread his hands and said, It may have something to do with it. The boss was not fooled at all and directly exposed Hui's lies and said, I think it is the most important relationship. I hope you feel that this transaction is profitable. What? You can still give me more than what you gave me over there? It's not impossible if you can really betray me on the spot. The boss did not answer Hui's question, but told the fact. Then do you know that the president plans to come to see Chen Ming in the next 2 days? Hui was stunned and said with some uncertainty. What? Do you know that the government will definitely provide special protection to Chen Ming in the future? Especially within the Empire. If you want to take action against Chen Ming, I will be offended by far more than just me. Hui suddenly panicked, because there was no need for Wu to tell such lies that could be exposed easily. He quickly asked, What do you mean? What do you mean? Hey, you want to go on your own? Right. The boss hung up the phone and turned to look at the door of the hardware store. Chen Ming happened to be standing there at this time. Behind him was a handling robot, and several of the robot's mechanical arms held a huge metal ball. At the last second when the boss and Hui hung up the communication, Hui happened to see a little bit of the situation at the entrance of the store through the video communication screen. Chen Ming, who returned safely to the space station with no trace of injury on his body, and the familiar metal ball behind him. made him feel a chill at this moment. And when the picture of the communication disappeared, and Hui recalled the picture just now, he suddenly felt heart palpitations for a moment. He immediately left his current room and came outside. Outside his room was a corridor made entirely of metal materials, with several porthole windows. Through the porthole, you can see the star of the galaxy where the pirate space station is located, as well as the fire of the violent explosion that has not been completely extinguished in the galaxy. It can be seen that Hui is now on a spacecraft, which is quite close to the galaxy where the pirate space station is located. But it also remains in a position that cannot be detected by normal detectors, although it is still difficult for the naked eye to see clearly what is going on in the galaxy at this distance. But this distance is enough to quickly enter the galaxy when necessary, allowing Hui to maintain a deterrent to the boss. Just like what Hui said just now, he really just wanted to keep in touch with his boss, and then drink tea and finish the task. As long as he doesn't move, the boss can't deal with another Steel Psyker who is fighting Chen Ming. That's why they really started video chatting there, and never left each other's sight. Of course, the boss has relatively wide access, and can get a lot of information immediately without leaving home. And he still really doesn't know what the situation is like outside. But as soon as he came out, someone silently handed him a document without a good look. Obviously this expression was not directed at Hui, but because of what happened outside just now. Hui glanced at the distant galaxy through the porthole again, then returned to his room and flipped through the document. Halfway through seeing it, his expression had already changed drastically. He originally thought it was just a general failure. He never expected that a Psyker would die today in an unknown place in the Edge Star territory. If Wu hadn't stayed here, no one would have known about it. And he died at the hands of a new Psyker who had only recently become a Psyker. The last scene of the video call with Wu flashed through Hui's mind. The metal ball held by the robot behind Chen Ming is probably a relic left after the death of the Steel Psychic. Combined with what Wu said just now about the president's meeting with Chen Ming, he immediately thought of many possibilities, each of which would get him into trouble. Hui immediately swiped nervously on the terminal, looking for anyone in his contacts who could help him. Even if he doesn't solve the trouble, he must at least confirm whether the trouble is real. When the president's contact information appeared in Hui's eyes, he hesitated and did not click. Instead, he continued to scroll down and found the contact information of the person who hired him. But when he called, there was only a busy tone indicating that no one was connected. Hui was on the phone at the same time. Warzone Station. The Lieutenant General's office. Lieutenant General and Tao Ying are both here. But Zhang Feng is not here at this time. The Lieutenant General was looking at several calls that could not be made on the terminal and said, "The calls cannot be made. The signal is blocked." Tao Ying, who was watching outside near the window and waiting for the result with a very anxious look, immediately turned around and asked, "What did you say?" "I said, the signal is blocked." Tao Ying immediately turned around, took out the terminal, looked down and asked, "Isn't the signal full? It's too easy to fake signals." "What do you mean? Who dares?" In the middle of speaking, Tao Ying suddenly stopped and turned pale. There is no need to guess who the person who can shield the signal of a Lieutenant General's office in a war zone station is. She, who was still a little aggressive, suddenly lost her previous momentum, and asked tremblingly, "Why is it so fast? If you don't hibernate during the period when you should be hibernating, don't you think someone will come to add insult to injury? And don't you think we provoke too many people? Who can be saved? Your family members?" The Lieutenant General emphasized the word family members, specially. Tao Ying immediately returned to her previous appearance, pointed at the Lieutenant General and said, "What do you mean? Are you blaming me?" The Lieutenant General shook his head and put the self-defense pistol on the table into the drawer of the table. Without saying a word, he continued to drink tea as if nothing happened. "You are talking. What do you mean?" Tao Ying quickly walked up to the Lieutenant General and slapped her hand on the desk. However, at this moment, noisy footsteps suddenly came from the door. Tao Ying suddenly panicked again and subconsciously took a few steps back. She didn't stop until she hit the sofa. The next moment, the office door was opened directly. A group of people from the Army's internal inspection team wearing special military uniforms filed in, and everyone's face was as hard as cold iron. The leader of the inspection team stepped forward and said to the two people in the room, "Lieutenant General Zhu Yijing and Lieutenant General Tao Ying, we have evidence that you secretly colluded with Liu Dezwijing. Please take a trip." Zhu Yijing drank the last sip of tea and took the initiative to extend his hands to the inspection team. Tao Ying's face turned pale, and she slumped helplessly on the sofa next to her. Immediately afterwards, He was picked up by the inspection team and forcibly taken away from the office. A group of people walked between office buildings. The road that the inspection team was going to take had been cleared in advance. At this time, no one noticed the embarrassment of the two lieutenant generals, which saved them the last bit of face. In the process of walking out of the office building and heading to the location where the spacecraft of the inspection team was parked, Zhu Yijing suddenly asked the team leader, "Can I call someone?" The team leader did not refuse directly. After all, reporting the problem as soon as possible was a choice that could relatively alleviate some of his own faults. He has seen too much. So he asked, "To whom?" "My deputy. Zhang Feng?" "Yes." The team leader had a strange expression on his face. After asking for permission, he said, "Okay." He took out the lieutenant general's terminal that he had just confiscated and dialed Zhang Feng's number. Obviously, Zhang Feng was not affected by the lieutenant general's incident, and the lieutenant general knew the reason very well. Soon, the call was connected, and the lieutenant general came up and asked directly, "Did you do this?" Zhang Feng didn't reply, but the lieutenant general seemed to be sure of the answer. "Well, I understand. You can do what you want to do." It seemed that the lieutenant general did not want to drag Zhang Feng into trouble. However, the team leader did not stop him. Anyway, the content of the communication would be monitored, and words that should not be said would be blocked before being transmitted to the other side. He doesn't need to worry too much. Moreover, they did not find any violation of rules by Zhang Feng. It seems that all Zhang Feng has done for so many years is to follow the lieutenant general. Of course, everyone knows that what Zhang Feng has done must be more than what he says on the surface. But evidence is required in everything. All the evidence shows that Zhang Feng didn't do anything. So it's impossible for them to take people away for no reason. Zhang Feng suddenly sighed slightly and said, "I've actually been doing what I want to do. But a lot of times, I have to do some really stupid things in the middle of doing what I want to do that I wouldn't even think of and would never do. Just like last time. He only needs to be a mascot to get merit. But there are people who insist that he perform enough." The person Zhang Feng was referring to was very clear, and the lieutenant general couldn't help but glance at Tao Ying, who was unable to stand up and could only walk with help from others. People can't get rid of emotions, so they care about things and get confused. In addition, I like it when laymen guide experts. There is a difference between civilians and military officers, the lieutenant general said and suddenly asked, "What do you think of me?" The lieutenant general's career is over, and he can basically spend the rest of his life in prison. Zhang Feng, as the person who personally reported the lieutenant general, knew this, so he could safely tell his true thoughts at this time. "It's average, and it's still on the lower side. It's you who rose up from the bottom. But it's you who threatened me with my family. And as you just said, there is a difference between a civilian and an officer, let alone an officer. I can't even be considered a civilian now. So I feel grateful and hate you. But in summary, that's it. What about Tao Ying?" Seeing Zhang Feng's silence, the lieutenant general sighed slightly in his heart, and then said, "Then answer me one last question. What are your plans for that person?" Zhang Feng said without any hesitation, "I will stay far away from him. It is best not to have any connection that can connect me to him in this life. Your plan outside has failed. Shenming survived. The fleet in the past was completely destroyed, and one of the Psykers was killed. Is this what you want?" However, Zhang Feng's last words were cut off by the monitor, and did not reach the ears of the lieutenant general. The people from the Military Commission for Discipline Inspection continued to escort the people to their spaceship, preparing to go to a higher-level military region. However, there is only one place left for the military region that is one level higher than the Star Territory Joint Theater, Imperial Central Military District. At this time, on board the pirate space station, Shenming just asked the robot to drag the metal ball into the boss's shop. The boss was full of questions at first, but when he sensed a familiar spiritual energy wave overflowing from the metal ball, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then reached out and pressed the metal ball and said, "What's going on with you?" Although he had just learned some information from the outside world, that information was also obtained from other people. Everyone except Shenming only saw the explosion that was enough to destroy the battleship. There is no specific description of what happened inside the core after the explosion. No one knows what happened there. So when Shenming dragged the ball over, the boss had no idea of this situation in his mind. Then Shenming explained seriously, "He is mentally retarded and absorbed the things affected by my spiritual energy." "Then what?" Then, in front of his boss, He manually controlled the metal ball to return to a half-disabled human form. And when the steel psyker returned to his human form, he began to instinctively absorb the surrounding metal objects again. Qin-Ming took him back again. The boss thought for a while, and gave Qin-Ming a thumbs up. Awesome! Qin-Ming doesn't need to worry about the rest of the matter. Order on the space station was almost completely restored when he returned. His advance arrangements worked. One of the 2 dispatched robots successfully restored the power system of a space arm. The power supply to some important equipment of the space station was maintained. But the price was that the space station was controlled by him. Qin-Ming believed that the company behind the space station must know this. But no one mentioned it. So he didn't take the initiative to say it. Another robot sent out to find the hacker's location also successfully controlled the hacker. Even though he had a lot of sophisticated personal equipment, he still couldn't kill a robot assisted by Qin-Ming's ability. With a stable power system supply and the hacker being captured alive, there are no internal network problems. And there are also those data provided by Qin-Ming that were deleted but records were left. People from the administration's cybersecurity department can also quickly locate left-wing elements who have fled into the space station. The entire administration was mobilized under the leadership of the deputy director. And based on the previous experience, all problems within the administration were quickly resolved. And martial law was quickly issued. It didn't take long for the chaos in the entire space station to be completely suppressed. Although the losses were still huge, at least they would not continue to increase. As for the director, the people on the space station didn't find him. But Qin-Ming did. Director. He reboarded his cruise ship, probably planning to go back to where he came from and find ways to smooth things over. Then, he was sent back by Qin-Ming himself in a spaceship. Qin-Ming didn't know what happened after that. Anyway, the factory director would definitely notify him later and tell him what came out of the interrogation in the company. As for Qin-Ming and his boss, the boss simply confirmed that the metal ball was indeed the steel psychic himself, and asked Qin-Ming about his plans. After learning Qin-Ming's thoughts, he said nothing more. The boss didn't know what the equipment Hui initially transported was, but he still understood the situation during Qin-Ming's time. Therefore, he also knew about the existence of Qiling nerve extraction device. By the way, he also knew that the Empire had obtained the manufacturing method of artificial spiritual nerves and had successfully reproduced them. As for the function of these reproduced artificial spiritual nerves, it is basically research. But there are also some that can be sold to the outside world when the official research institute of the Empire that studies spiritual nerves is short of funds. Of course, the effects of implantation after wealthy people buy them will vary from person to person. Under normal circumstances, when this kind of artificial spiritual nerve is implanted in a non-psychic person, apart from slightly activating the implanter's mental power, it can actually be said to be completely meaningless. This is like farming. You build a shelf on the ground first, but in the end you find that there are no seeds that can be planted. So the shelf is of no use. The awakening of a psyker still depends on the individual. If one could awaken psychic powers by implanting an artificial psychic nerve, the psyker would have been dead long ago. But if it is such a powerful psyker's spiritual awakening nerve, maybe many people will really want it. The metal ball is Qin-Ming's trophy, and he can do with it whatever he wants. Anyway, in the eyes of outsiders, the iron psyker was already dead when the explosion occurred. However, Qin-Ming was still good at asking his boss how to deal with this steel psychic named Yanxiong. After all, buying and selling the psychic nerves of psychers seems a bit strange if Qin-Ming thinks about it carefully. And extracting the spiritual nerves will most likely lead to the death of the psyker. Qin-Ming didn't care about killing people, but he still couldn't accept killing people in this way. After all, he is not Hui, and it is impossible to think about what is beneficial to him absolutely rationally. Just like when he destroyed the batch of pink needles from the smuggling fleet. Of course he knew how much money he could make if he sold the goods, but he didn't want to bear the consequences. It's the same now. He can't do this kind of thing to the same kind of people now. If Hui had spiritual enlightenment nerves, Qin-Ming would just pull them out. But he had to think carefully about it in humans. So Qin-Ming still didn't make up his mind. So he asked the boss if he had any plans to take over. But the boss doesn't really need it. Although there is indeed a conflict between him and Yanxiong. The conflict between them basically started because of Qin-Ming. And now it ends because of Qin-Ming. There is no need for him to care too much about Yanxiong. However, after understanding Qin-Ming's troubles, the boss told Qin-Ming something to introduce Wu Jing. There are only a few keywords, such as cults, kidnappings, terrorist attacks on civilian facilities, smuggling, and often chatting with people about heart-wrenching things. and clearly pointed out the fact that Yan Xiong and Zhu Jing cooperated. Then Chen Ming's psychological pressure disappeared. He doesn't care at all how many times this kind of person dies. Of course, he still didn't want to do something that would stir up people's spiritual nerves. However, the boss also promised that he would help ask people who have a grudge against Yan Xiong, who might be interested. If no one is interested, then Chen Ming might as well keep it. A psyker will always be useful. Moreover, if Chen Ming tried to replace all the metal on the unconscious Yan Xiong with metal materials he controlled, maybe he can get a psyker who is completely controlled by him. The boss's words reminded Chen Ming of this possibility. This is much more acceptable to him than pulling out his spiritual nerve. However, what to do next depends on the specific situation. When Chen Ming was chatting with his boss about psychers, the headquarters of Xinda Company has also received news from their pirate space station. A board meeting was quickly organized. This is a critical meeting, and the company needs to adjust its overall strategic direction. So all the directors have to come. But when the time for the meeting to start arrived, there was still one person missing at the conference table. The chairman looked around and said, "Wait for him. He is the most important person in this meeting." Since the meeting was online, others didn't quite know what the missing director was doing. The director who had not yet gone to the meeting was currently on the phone with someone in his office at the branch company under his jurisdiction. And his tone could be said to be very irritable. "I just gave him a hacking job where he can make a lot of money casually. Look at what he did. Ah, look at it." A somewhat older middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Your brother-in-law is just like this. Please take care of him. Did I take care of you several times before? Don't be so hacking greedy. Someone will come and give you money as soon as you sit in that position. Did I say so when I stepped on the horse? What did he do? Blackmail the company's employees' property. Collude with outsiders. Get involved with Zhu Jing. Which hacking thing can a human do? But he didn't know it was the left path. Zhu Jing will tell you with the word Zhu Jing written on his face? You don't have any brains. Right. Can he hacking accept that money? But the main thing is that Chen Ming. Isn't it more stupid to offend a psyker? Did the company say he was dead? Did it throw out his files? Why have his supplies and spaceship been left there untouched? Who gave him the courage to touch them? Huh? He's looking for death himself. So he's looking for death. And he's implicating the company. He's implicating me. The company is going to be investigated by the government because of this idiot. Do you know how much we are going to lose? The person on the other end of the phone said a little unsurely. Is that just a branch office? What are you worried about? You? The director laughed angrily for a moment, and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. When I go to a meeting, I get scolded by the chairman. And when I come back, I get scolded by you all. He took a deep breath, but still couldn't calm down his mood. He could only hammer his table hard and said, I really am. But suddenly, the director calmed down and said, Forget it. He took out a drafted resignation report and a share transfer agreement from the drawer of his desk. I quit. You can't do that. Roll. With a scroll word, the director ended the call. He turned off all devices that could contact him, and then connected to the company's conference system. When his projection appeared at the company headquarters, he put the report on the table and said, This is my resignation report. Chapter 168 Departure. The director announced his resignation at the meeting. The other directors at the conference table looked at each other, and several more directors also submitted their resignation reports. Big problems have arisen with the company's previous resolutions, especially the resolution against Chen Ming. Chen Ming can now be said to be a psyker with combat prowess close to that of Wuhan. Even if there are various factors affecting this, even if the upper limit of Chen Ming's combat power is Wuhan's lower limit, there is no possibility of winning in a head-on battle. But since Chen Ming killed Yan Xiong, it means that he already has the ability to reach this level, with such a relatively close relationship with the psyker, plus the original line involving company employees. In exchange for the right to remining Sky Steel, there was also some priority for the military in purchasing spacecraft. It seemed to be profitable before, but now it seems that it can be said that it is a loss. If it weren't for the factory director and Lao Wu, the company might even arouse Chen Ming's hatred. What material thing could compare to a psyker close to Wuhan's level? The board did make a wrong decision. The few people who had clearly opposed it before were basically those who were close to the chairman. So in this current situation, the directors who first proposed this proposal must resign. The director who arrived last, as the first person to make the proposal and take the lead, must be the first to make the decision to resign. At least they could retreat safely this way. Otherwise, It won't look good if others pull it down. After one day. Pirate Space Station. Since Zwijing and War Zone had already attacked, Chen Ming was not in a hurry to leave as before. Anyway, he didn't feel any danger, and it shouldn't be possible for him to do it again in the War Zone in a short time. If they could get 2 more psychers, he would admit it. So Chen Ming simply postponed his departure for a day. Some supplies lost in previous battles were replenished on the space station. The boss was very considerate and helped Chen Ming replenish the supplies used to kill Yin Xiong. Although these materials needed to be sent to the boss's colony because of the large quantity and the need for transportation, Chen Ming transported them himself. But at least the boss saved Chen Ming a lot of money by doing this. Then, in addition to replenishing supplies, Chen Ming also went to pack up the spoils after winning the battle. A total of 4 cruise ships came to the War Zone and Zwijing this time, with more than 50 expulsions and more than 200 guards. In the end, 1 ship did not escape. However, there are only 3 cruisers and about 80% of the small boats left on the pirate space station. And among the 3 cruisers left behind, the ruler was killed by Chen Ming's 5 cruisers with concentrated fire, and then absorbed by Yin Xiong to form the Iron Giant. Finally, it exploded, and all the materials merged into lumps. Chen Ming chose to take away the relatively large pieces of materials, leaving the rest that were scattered and difficult to collect. He can directly dismantle these large pieces of material and obtain some materials whose properties have not changed under high temperature and pressure, or alloy materials made from the fusion of various materials. The 2 defenders did not have such a situation, although they were also sunk by the fleet behind Chen Ming. At least the basic appearance was still maintained, since the sinking of the 2 defenders was mainly due to Chen Ming's efforts. Without Chen Ming, the space station would have had no chance of keeping them. So, they are clear. Although the damage was slightly serious, Chen Ming was not without repair materials. So we directly asked the 3 Afterglow cruisers that came to support to carry the 2 defenders and jump back to the temporary station. They could repair them later and use them again. Of course, Chen Ming still checked the defender before sending him away. Although large ships are certainly equipped with a considerable number of escape hatches, there are always some people who are left in the sunken ship and are still alive. Chen Ming will not pursue their identities anymore. After getting them out, they will be handed over directly to the space station for processing. What matters is the defenders themselves. Although it is a company's spaceship, it basically has a design that cuts off some of its excellent functions for mass production. But at least the basics are not lacking. And it still has the standard combat effectiveness of a cruiser. It's not a loss if you hold it. Then came the boats. Because Chen Ming had seen that there was a huge disparity in paper strength between him and the Zwijing fleet, he directly used large weapons to clean up these small ships without any shame. The damage to the boat was very serious, and it was a loss that could not be recovered. So now only about 10 destroyers and more than 30 escorts are still intact. Some of them were lucky, and some of them voted directly when they saw that the situation was not good. Those people above were all controlled by the Management Bureau and were quickly transported away together with the people Chen Ming found on the cruiser. It was unknown where they were transported. Chen Ming doesn't care about people, but the spaceship is what he wants. The fleet he planned to use to hunt pirates lost 3 ships before it officially set off. Although it was wasted on Yin Xiong, it was not considered a loss. But Chen Ming's fleet strength also dropped a lot in an instant. At least that's what Chen Ming said when he discussed the distribution of spoils with the deputy director. Therefore, he must have new ships to reorganize a suitable fleet. But after all, the space station had done its part before, helping Chen Ming share part of the damage from the opponent's cruiser's concentrated fire. They must also have a share in the distribution of spoils. In the end, the deputy director took the initiative to give in and let Chen Ming choose what he needed first. And they took the rest. Then Chen Ming is welcome. These small spaceships as trophies include some military models and some miscellaneous models. Chen Ming must have started with military models and filled the fleet as proportionally as possible. So in the end, Chen Ming chose a total of 3 destroyers. A military law enforcer, which is the basic model of the special law enforcer designed by the 14th Army Corps that Chen Ming asked by Quan 4. There are also 2 Manticore-class ships, which are also the military's own spacecraft models. This type of ship has a special device, a net ballistic rangefinder. It can connect to friendly spacecraft signals, obtain detailed big data on the battlefield, and provide accurate shooting route simulation for live ammunition weapons to achieve precise point-kill effects. Although the destroyer Chen Ming didn't expect anything But Chen Ming is still more interested in the new model of spaceship. Even if the final actual effect is not ideal. He has collected illustrations. And he has obtained a new spaceship design that can be used for research. Moreover, this net-type ballistic rangefinder is not only used by the Manticore itself. Such a special device can also be used to provide ballistic simulation for more advanced spacecraft. So in terms of substantive effects, this is actually an auxiliary type of ship. But its own combat capabilities are quite good because of the ballistic rangefinder. Then, there are the frigates. Chen Ming selected 5 Pioneer-class heavy frigates. It has a compact but simple and solid structure. If the Centurion relies on its own damping stance, a special device, to obtain the powerful line resistance ability of the frigate class, then the Pioneer class relies purely on its own carefully designed armor and structure to resist. Although the design is simple but easy to use, it is enough to ensure the survival possibility of the personnel inside. And it is very easy to repair even if it is lost after the war. It can be said to be a low-cost, medium to high-efficiency spaceship. What Chen Ming is not afraid of most now is losses. These Pioneer-class ships can indeed be used as vanguards in the future. There are also 3 Centurions, which is nothing to say. The Centurion is a very good frigate in its own right, and can supplement Chen Ming's previous losses. Finally, there are 7 military Sentinel-class ships to make up for Chen Ming's fleet's shortcomings in missile weapons. These frigates add up to a total of 14 ships. Counting the 3 destroyers, there are 17 ships in total. In general, Chen Ming didn't go too far. After all, he left some military ships for the space station. Of course, the main reason is that there are only so many boats with minor damage, so they can be repaired quickly and easily. Chen Ming doesn't have that much energy to salvage the fragmented spacecraft, so he should leave it to the space station to slowly salvage it. It can also let Lao Wu do more work. When choosing the spaceship, Chen Ming also contacted Baiquan. The efficiency on Baichuan's side is relatively low. Only the escort and expulsion in the promised spaceship are in place. For Storm-class ships that can best utilize Chen Ming's strength. And a special model of the 14th Legion's Law Enforcer that has the most powerful line resistance capability among destroyers. It can definitely exert a considerable degree of combat effectiveness in small-scale combat. Together with the trophy spaceships that Chen Ming took away, he organized them into the fleet that he would later stay in the Empire. Chen Ming cannot control this fleet all the time. Therefore, Gamma B, who ran away from Yuhui, was chosen as the commander of this fleet. And everything was left to him to handle. And this spaceship, which Chen Ming already had and Baiquan gave him, has already begun to take shape. 1 Sunder, 5 Hammerheads, 1 14th Legion Enforcer, 5 Heavy Rains, and 1 Fighter. A total of 7 destroyers and 6 escorts. If we include the fleet that Chen Ming added this time, then there are 10 destroyers and 20 escorts, which adds up to a small and medium-sized fleet of just 30 ships. Then you can add 2 more ships. After all, the number of ships in the fleet has increased. So it is best to prepare 2 logistics ships like other normal fleets. A cargo ship transports fleet supplies, and a fuel ship transports fuel. Of course, it doesn't mean that Chen Ming can't use psychic energy to replenish supplies. It's just that if one day he runs out of mental energy, or something happens and he can't get out of it, then at least he can't leave the fleet without supplies. However, the cargo ship is actually unnecessary. After all, there is no one on Chen Ming's ship, and the internal space is basically empty. Each ship can be used as a partial cargo ship, but since Chen Ming had a mule-class ship parked on the space station before, it must be used. It would be too wasteful to keep it there. Previously, Chen Ming needed the mule as an anchor to send what he needed back to the space station. But now that he has controlled the space arm number 6 of the space station, a space arm filled with power generation facilities that can do many things here, there is no need for him to keep the mule in the dock. However, fuel is best carried by specialized fuel ships. After all, it would be very dangerous to leave this thing lying around without special safety reserves. So in the end, what Chen Ming left in the Empire was a fleet with 32 ships, as well as extremely powerful spaceships such as Armor Breaker, 14th Legion Enforcer, and Heavy Rain class. It is almost possible to walk sideways in the Edge Star field without provoking the military and officials. Unfortunately, at present, the cruiser Baiquan, which is more important to Chen Ming, has not been delivered yet, and neither has the Qiling Nerve. It can only be said that it is normal for the cruiser to be slow to deliver after all. Chen Ming will definitely not be able to deliver it before departure. However, now that his mental strength can support the control of the cruiser. That is to say, as long as a gamma-level afterglow he controls comes into contact with Baichuan's cruiser, he can control the cruiser while protecting the gamma-level individual from being burned by overloaded data. So Qinming also left 2 gamma individuals with his boss, one of which can be sent to Baiquan later. When the time comes, Qinming can just take control and drive the boat away by himself. Qinming is very much looking forward to its performance as a Stardust-class cruiser. Of course, what Qinming got from Baiquan was not just the bad news that the cruiser and chilling nerve had not yet arrived. After Qinming finished chatting with the Deputy Bureau and left the administration building, Baiquan also told Qinming some good news. I have someone I know in the war zone. He told me that the senior leaders of the war zone who had conflicts with you were taken away, and it was not an internal review in the war zone, but people coming directly from above to take them away. Qinming was quite curious about this, and said with some urging, Tell me more about it. The main reason is that their cooperation with Zhujiao involves too much, especially those cruisers. There is a problem with the origin of these ships. That Dominator is a ship that was originally planned to be retired because it was too old in the war zone plan. Generally speaking, retired ships have 2 destinations. One of them is dismantling and recycling, and the materials are used to build new ships. This ruler was originally meant to be dismantled, but I don't know at which step something went wrong. The ship disappeared. The war zone has been tracing it. Then as you saw, it fell into Zhujiang's hands. Those 2 defenders are spacecrafts normally sold by Sindar Company, and they have an order form provided by the war zone. But there is no such list in the war zone. Of course, it is not the problem of Sindar Company. It was purchased privately by insiders in the war zone in the name of the military with the help of connections. Normally, this is not a big deal. But when it is linked to the disappearance of the previous ruler, it becomes a big problem. The Last Eagle has the biggest problem. It is also a ship that needs to be retired, but it uses another method of handling retired ships. Generally, this is done by spaceships that have made great achievements. Just dismantle the fire control system of the spacecraft and throw it into the museum. Oh no! The ship should be used directly as a museum, to record the past of this Eagle and the achievements of the soldiers on it. Used to promote the army and then recruit some soldiers. Then, the ship also disappeared and appeared here. So it was mainly because of these circumstances that the people in the war zone left substantial evidence, which led to their arrest. There will definitely be more involved than those who have a grudge against you. There will definitely be a large number of people involved. Baiquan finished a long paragraph in one breath, and said with some sigh, I didn't expect that even if they mobilized 4 cruisers to fight against 2 cruisers, they couldn't gain an advantage. And in the end, they ended up running around. Your ability is really great. Qinming did not lose his mind because of Baiquan's compliment, but asked calmly, Anyway, it means that everyone who has a grudge against me has gone in. Right. That's good. But there's still one thing I don't understand. Since Zhujiang is hired by the war zone, why does the war zone build a space station and use the defenders sold by the company to build it? You're full. And you're going to mess with another Sindar company? The company is still developing, but it's considered a giant in other places. Baiquan said, as if he knew the matter very well. Then I have to mention the situation in the war zone ends with you. First of all, you have to know one thing. Contact with Zhujiang is like seeking the skin of a tiger. And it is a tiger that has just crawled out of the sewer. If you are not careful, not only will you get backlash, but you will also get into trouble. Your company, the space station, has recently arranged for a director to come here, and he still has conflicts with you. Right, Qinming responded. Yes, he was captured by me and is being interrogated. Okay, then I will tell you briefly. The war zone took the initiative to contact your director, and they immediately hit it off and wanted to kill you. But what the director didn't expect was that instead of taking action himself, the war zone pushed someone out who took the scapegoat, and then asked the scapegoat to find a way out. Zhujiang also agreed and sneaked into the space station with the help of war zone. I have indeed fulfilled the requirements of the war zone. I will try to kill you first. If I can't kill you, I will force you out and let the fleet handle it. You know everything about the outside of the space station. But inside the space station, Zhujiang has completed what they promised. And it can be said that they are very reputable. But later on, they started to play freely. Freedom to play? Very vivid. Qinming's casual remarks made Baiquan shrug and continued. Carry out terrorist attacks on the space station. blow up important facilities of the space station, and publicize their existence, using funding from war zones to achieve their own goals. They also drag people in war zones into the sewers. In the end, I was even reported. The specific whistleblower has not been investigated yet, and it probably won't be investigated either. You can also see that if this matter continues to ferment, the face of the war zone will be swollen. The whistleblower reported it in time, so the superiors handled it quickly. The department that received the report will definitely keep this person safe. Don't say anything else. Just my side. My fleet just stopped the eagle that escaped, and there was a call from above. It's better to call directly through my hometown. Let me cooperate. What else can I do? Just cooperate honestly. That's about it. Chen Ming digested what Bai Quan said and couldn't help but said, "Do you know this in detail?" My side caught the director involved. Why didn't the news come out faster than your side? It's a matter of course that even if the people in the company are of good quality in the Edge Star field and can be said to be militiamen, they will definitely not be able to compare with our professionalism. 2. Chen Ming nodded, thinking about the meaning of Bai Quan's words. In fact, after he learned the news, the whole thing came together. Once he knew the truth, he would no longer pay too much attention to it. Anyway, it's over. But Chen Ming finally told Bai Quan, "If there is a trial one day, remember to tell me the result." Bai Quan hesitated for a moment, and finally said according to the most likely scenario. You may be a little disappointed. The death penalty should not be the case. In fact, Chen Ming does not necessarily want people to die, as long as you pay the due price. If you can't pay, I will find a way myself. Is it really okay for you to say this to a major general like me? It's okay. As I said before, you can't stop me. In this era, everything can be lacking, except spaceships. This is what planetary specialization for the sake of productivity will inevitably lead to. To be honest, even if I kill a criminal, will anything happen to me? And even if I don't tell you, if you let me know that the people who conflicted with me have not paid enough, what do you think I will do? Although we haven't met yet, you should know me quite well. Chen Ming knew very well that since Bai Quan could correctly guess the effects of his psychic powers so many times, he must have a considerable understanding of him. Bai Quan did not respond to Chen Ming's question. Obviously, he would not ruin his relationship with Chen Ming for the sake of a few prisoners who also had considerable conflicts with him. He chose to skip the topic just now and brought up what he had agreed to do before. Speaking of which, are you pressed for time recently? Can you arrange time to prepare to start formal fleet command teaching? Chen Ming did not force Bai Quan to answer the question just now, and moved to the topic Bai Quan raised and said, I should have a lot of free time in the next period of time. But you have to wait for me for 2 or 3 days. No problem. Then you should be busy first. Contact me when you are free, and I will give you a schedule. Then if you are free, remember to do some physical exercise every day. Physical strength is also a very important aspect of command and cannot be neglected. If you are really short of time, you can also choose to reduce part of it. But a psyker I know said that a psyker's physical fitness will also affect the use of his psychic powers. Yeah, I remember. After making an agreement with Bai Quan, Chen Ming didn't say any more. Hang up communication. During his last stay on the space station, Chen Ming confirmed with Lao Wu the follow-up delivery of industrial equipment and research equipment, as well as the matter of pirates. Old Wu has already decided on the candidate who will take over the pirate prisoners. Pirate corpses, or only a video of fighting the pirates. After Chen Ming kills a group of pirates, he can hand it over to that person. Chen Ming will soon have more money. The main thing is to rely on fighting to support fighting. As long as Chen Ming didn't blow up the spaceship or defeat the enemy, there would definitely be no loss. Everything is taken care of. Chen Ming couldn't hold it any longer and immediately reached the highest point. The spacecraft's control system was activated and the destination was determined. His first destination was clear, which was where his Afterglow fleet was temporarily stationed. In addition, Chen Ming also asked Bai Quan to help cover up the traces of his upcoming jump to prevent anyone from tracking his location. When Chen Ming's several Afterglow cruisers were exposed before, Bai Quan must have understood what he was going to do next. So now, Bai Quan happily agreed. Chen Ming took the initiative to control the Supreme Point and the Brilliant class to leave the pirate space station and arrive outside the galaxy. After waiting here for a while, he met a cruiser from the 14th Legion and immediately started the jump engine. Gradually disappeared into the starry sky. Chapter 169 Elite Individual. After the jump begins, looking at the universe where only countless colorful lines were left due to the jump. Chen Ning couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After leaving, I don't know how long it will take to come back. But reality won't give him much time. The jump was over quickly. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ning arrived at the location where his afterglow fleet stayed. That is to say, before, Chen Ning's refraction found that there were signs of biological existence and planets with atmospheres that were toxic to humans were located in the galaxy. The afterglows of Chen Ning are not on a poisonous planet at this time, but on another desolate planet inside the galaxy that is in the habitable zone of the galaxy. Even if a planet in the habitable zone does not have an atmosphere, its environment and temperature changes will be relatively gentle. It can be said that it is quite suitable for Yue to stay here. Through the sensor at the highest point, Chen Ning could see that the Yue people here had not done anything in the past few days before he came over, but had already begun to be busy. They used the materials they brought from After We to build a temporary stronghold on the planet's surface. Certainly not a colony, because Chen Ning's goal is to first find a good enough galaxy and then build a colony. This also means that there may be a long period of time before Chen Ning and these afterglows can settle down in one place. During this period before the colony was selected, it was impossible to say that all the afterglow was waiting for him to find the colony. That efficiency is too low. So these afterglows are best done in advance of the search for a colony. Then a stronghold that can support the work of these afterglow individuals is necessary. This matter has jumped from glory to glory dozens of times, and preparations had already begun when the afterglow and supplies were sent over. All the materials that can be used to build a small base have been unpacked from the mountain of material storage points and stacked in a separate place. The amount of materials prepared can even build several strongholds. Although Wei Wang, who can be responsible for this work, has been following him, Wei Wang can also command Yue here to work from a distance. Moreover, Chen Ning can also help it connect with several other alpha-level afterglows. Although the other alpha afterglow is not specifically responsible for work planning on this kind of planet, but their computing power is here. As long as there is a command, it is undoubtedly very simple for these alpha-level afterglows to calculate the actual layout according to the command. Moreover, the functions required by this stronghold are not complicated. It is enough to build a basic starport with the functions of parking spaceships, repairing spaceships, and transporting materials, as long as it can be used as a base for sending spacecraft to surrounding galaxies to investigate galaxy data. Because now, what these afterglow individuals controlled by Chen Ning have to do is to help him determine whether there are valuable galaxies in the area around the stronghold. However, although a small stronghold has begun to be built here, but the location of the last stronghold that is of practical significance to Chen Ning is not here. Unpacking supplies ahead of time is just for easy access and quick organization after shipping. The temporary stronghold and starport built here are just a transfer station. In other words, one of many transfer stations. It was impossible for Chen Ning to build a colony so close to the Empire that could be reached with an extreme distance jump. His colony must be built farther and deeper into the starry sky. That's why he wanted to build such a starport first. On the basis of this starport, he asked a cruiser to carry some supplies and equipment and the spaceship of the afterglow individual to make the next extreme distance jump. After the next jump, we will find a suitable planet to establish a new temporary base, and at the same time build a starport. Then explore valuable star systems in the spherical area around the starport again. Although it is difficult to find a suitable galaxy at this distance, the probability is very low. And even if he finds a suitable galaxy, Chen Ning will not choose to settle or build a colony. But that doesn't mean he will gain nothing by doing so. After all, galaxy data can be sold for a big price. And the boss has mentioned this before. If Chen Ning can really find a galaxy that is too close for him to colonize, but is good, his boss might be interested. Even if there is really no galaxy with colonial value within this distance from the Empire, that doesn't mean you can't explore. The starry sky is so big, there will always be many valuable things. For example, Chen Ning did not expect that his refraction could fly around with an unstable jump engine to a place where several valuable planets existed. So you have to explore when you need to explore. If you find it, you won't suffer. If you can't find it, just let Chen Ning accumulate experience. The next exploration operation will definitely be smoother. According to Chen Ning's plan, during exploration around the second staging point, he will continue to arrange the third jump, build a third transfer point, and then continue to follow this plan. Chen Ning felt that he would have to make at least 7, 8 or even more than a dozen extreme distance jumps before he could safely find a location for a real colony. The afterglow on his hand certainly cannot support so many transfer points. Therefore, after the exploration of the previous transfer points is completed, these transfer points will gradually transfer the materials and the transfer points themselves to the transfer points built later, and lead towards the more peripheral star fields. It gradually extends like a necklace with only a few pearls. It is at that point that the highest point becomes of practical use. The role of the cruiser-class exploration ship is to open up hyperspace channels in unknown areas. As long as everything goes well. After Qinming's first few jumps, he will reach areas that are quite some distance from the Empire's borders, and that no one has ever set foot on. There won't be people dealing with hyperspace channel clouds here like in the Empire. Therefore, the overflowing channel cloud will cover the hyperspace channels naturally generated by the influence of gravity wells between galaxies, causing the hyperspace channels to be blocked. The highest point requires reopening artificial channels between different galaxies, and finding a stable way to the next galaxy in the hyperspace channel clouds of thunder and lightning. It is convenient for subsequent spacecraft to investigate different galaxies, without the need to fly slowly in the universe. Then, after the channel is opened, the spacecraft behind confirms which galaxies opened at the highest point are worthy of detailed investigation, and then goes back to start the in-depth investigation function. This will definitely be a long process. Everything has just begun. It had only been 4 or 5 days since Qinming came out of Yuwei, so he was not in a hurry at all. His ships are not all together yet, and there is still a Stardust class behind him. In this whole process, apart from the initial planning, there wasn't much he could do. At most, the outgoing spaceship and the next temporary base will need Qinming to provide fuel transportation every day, so that the spacecraft running around can maintain fuel consumption. You also need to choose carefully when looking for a temporary base for the next jump. It is best to choose a planet with gas giants or other resources, where you can collect fuel or build some basic industrial equipment. Help him relieve the pressure on financial and mental consumption. Qinming doesn't need to think too much about other things. Anyway, it all depends on fate whether you can find a suitable planet. And giving orders to so many spaceships and Afterglow all depends on your glory. As long as Qinming completes the planned tasks, he can only use his psychic powers and wait. Therefore, close to the border of the Empire, the cloud density of the hyperspace channel is not too high, and there is no need to take action from the highest point. Qinming still has time to do what he wants to do. For example, train your mental strength, learn command from Baiquan, and study various technologies, especially cruiser-level technologies. Or, go to the planet where the mechanical race exists that Diopter investigated before. Diopto, who has become a ball eaten by Yan Xiong, discovered several valuable planets, by the way, because Qinming tested the unstable hyperspace channel jump engine. One of them is a habitable planet with a mechanical race. At that time, Diopter Qinming only controlled and briefly surveyed the general situation on the planet. He did not dare to stay longer and ran away, in case those suspected dormant machines got up and destroyed Diopter. Although it was just a brief investigation, Qinming could confirm that the number of mechanical races on that planet was not large. The building belonging to the machine family is only about the size of a city. I just don't know if there are more mechanical tribes underground. However, Qinming felt that he could definitely go over and give it a try. Let's see if there's anything valuable in this mechanical city. If we can really find him a device similar to the Qilin nerve extraction device, it will definitely be a matter of blood. Moreover, Qinming is not afraid of the mechanical tribe coming to trouble him. If you can't beat him, you'll run towards the Empire. Anyway, his location is not far from the Empire, and Qinming doesn't feel ashamed to run back. If he circled around the Empire, the mechanical race behind him would definitely be finished, and he wouldn't have to worry about being tracked. And there's another benefit to doing this. That is, Qinming can confirm whether his ability can control these mechanical races in his hands. So how to enter or attack the city is obviously a question that needs to be thought about. Bombing directly from orbit may be a good option, but this obviously requires relying on cruisers. The Supreme Point is not a combat ship. Fighting matters must be left to other ships to handle. In addition, for his own safety, besides going to the mechanical tribe this time, it is also best for Qinming to be accompanied by Yuwei and the fleet at other times. So Qinming had to think about it for a while, when considering which Yuwei should go to the machine clan with him. So first, he needs to confirm the status of the Afterglow cores he has on hand, especially those alpha-level Afterglows. At present, Qinming does not control much of Afterglow himself. The 3 were originally Gamma level, but have now been upgraded to Beta level. Gamma A, Gamma B, and Gamma Z. 5 Alpha levels. Brilliant. Hui Yao. The alpha level afterglow given by Bai Quan, and the alpha level afterglow he grabbed from Afterglow's giant shipyard. There is also the alpha core on the flickering level that has no sense of existence at all. Beta level afterglow doesn't have the core bonus of Qinming's psychic power, so there's no need to watch it. Moreover, Gamma A is currently stationed temporarily, and has a special relationship with Hui Yao, so it is difficult for Qinming to separate them. Therefore, he does not plan to directly assign tasks to Gamma A for the time being. Let Hui Yao take care of it. The most he can do is keep it idle, and do some simple tasks such as assisting in transportation. And because Gamma B had been to the pirate space station before, and was controlled by Qinming, there were obvious traces left on the afterglow. Therefore, he withdrew with Hui Wang before, and currently remains in the Empire, and is responsible for the command of the small and medium-sized fleet that Qinming left in the Empire. As for Gamma Z, it left no trace of contact with Qinming. It still stayed with Yue Wei, and sent back some information about Yue Wei to Qinming. The ongoing massacre and blockade across the entire star field within Afterglow has not affected it. It can only be said that Yu Hui has no effective way to deal with Qinming's matter. They have no practical way to determine which individuals are controlled by Qinming. They can only use Qinming's social circle to suspect which individuals have had contact with Qinming. If any of these individuals are willing to go into hibernation, then go into hibernation under unified control. If you don't want to, there is only one result: you will be forcibly disposed of. Even if these individuals were not actually controlled by Qinming in the end, but only had their own ideas of development, and did not want to go dormant or stagnate for hundreds of years, there would not be any difference in treatment. The senior management of Yue Wei can be said to be quite rational in this matter. Perhaps it was also because of Qinming's existence that they had fallen into a bit of madness. Qinming didn't know much about it. The only afterglow conditions he knew about were those provided by Gamma Z. At present, he is still not very capable of taking care of things in Yue Wei. He could only let the remaining afterglow that he controlled over there, that was not affected, try his best to hide himself, and wait for future opportunities. Now Qinming still has to pay attention to his own affairs, and confirm the status of the remaining alpha-level afterglows. He can do what he wants to do. There are currently 5 alpha-level afterglows in Qinming. Hui Wei, an alpha afterglow Qinming, whose name and code is 2UA1 Mazex. He had snatched from the afterglow giant shipyard before, have confirmed their capabilities, and they are all logistics types: a galaxy of planning, industrial production, a scientific research, technological development. Because he was too lazy to remember such a long string of codes, the latter Qinming decided to call it Xiao Tu from now on. There are still the abilities of Glory, Blink, and the other alpha core given by Bai Quan that need to be confirmed. The alpha core given by Bai Quan is still dormant. It needs to be in contact with Qinming's spiritual energy after activation in order for the bonus to be displayed on the panel. So now, Qinming simply connected it directly to the supreme point. Although the energy consumption to maintain the operation of an alpha-level core is not a small amount, an activated alpha core is much more valuable than such a small amount of consumption. Then when Qinming opened its panel, some changes immediately occurred in its panel compared to before. Afterglow Alpha Level AI Core, HRYY1 APGU. Manufacturer, Afterglow B01 Colony Low Earth Orbit Industrial Facility. Alpha Level Core Bonus, Focused Energy Effect. Self-Awareness, Existence. Computing Power, Sector Level. Actions available, none. In fact, it can be seen by looking at the manufacturer before that the Alpha Afterglow given by Bai Quan is not the afterglow of this star field. And Qinming can roughly guess what type of core Bai Quan will give. Now that he actually saw the core bonus on the panel, Qinming was sure, just as he guessed, this Alpha Afterglow was of the combat type. Maybe it was the Yue Wei individual captured by Bai Quan in which battle. The core bonus capabilities brought by its advantageous logic blocks are also very real. Improved computing power when actually using energy weapons. Although it sounds useless, no matter how difficult the weapon is to use, it does not require too many tedious operations, especially for laser-type energy weapons. The most necessary operation is aiming. But in reality, although low-level energy weapons are indeed like this, there is nothing special that requires special operations and calculations. However, since Qinming had the existence of the pinnacle of large energy weapons, such as the Tachyon Spear, he knew that large energy weapons were more complex than small and medium energy weapons. Because energy weapons themselves are weapons that are easily disturbed by the environment, and the environment on the battlefield can be said to be very chaotic. Therefore, large energy weapons must find ways to adapt to complex environments when used. according to changes in the external environment. The energy weapon output frequency is slightly adjusted. As long as the use of energy weapons can be adapted to the environment, the loss of the range of energy weapons can be reduced. The reduction in consumption can achieve the effect of increasing the power of weapons in a disguised sense. This is a very difficult thing to do, because the amount of calculation required is too large, and there are too many influences that can lead to subtle deviations in the use of energy weapons. As a result, it is difficult to do this in normal actual combat, even if someone or a computer can do it. It can only eliminate part of the interference with energy weapons. The actual effect is not obvious and unnecessary. However, the core bonus of Alpha Afterglow is as detailed as the calculation power of energy weapons against external interference, and the actual effect is about 100%. In other words, this Alpha Afterglow can have twice the computing power for precise control of energy weapons, with 2 alpha-level cores helping with calculations. Such an exaggerated increase has a significant bonus for calculating the environment in which energy weapons are used. The actual amplification effect on energy weapons must be quite obvious. Qin-Ming continued to open other core bonus abilities that can be selected on the panel. There are 8 in total: stand coordination, shock mitigation, radiant energy regulation, steering technique, target analysis, coordinated maneuvering, and combat endurance. The effect of stand coordination is similar to the energy gathering effect of the Alpha Core itself. It's just that when it comes to the shield, when the same shield generator is activated, it can have a more powerful shield damage-bearing effect than other afterglows. Impact mitigation: this ability can improve the ship's shield control and the ship's control calculation power when using armor to face enemy attacks. When facing an attack, adjustments are made to change the armor's impact surface through subtle movements that do not affect the overall ship's actions, reducing the actual damage caused by enemy attacks to the ship's armor. Although Qin-Ming's expected operation is a bit exaggerated, but this was also his reasonable guess when he saw that this extremely refined ability would have a 200% computing power bonus after the bonus. Radiant energy regulation can improve the computing power when managing and controlling one's own power grid system. It allows Afterglow to finely distribute radiant energy among different nodes within the spacecraft power grid, speed up the dissipation of radiation energy, and at the same time, minimize the damage caused by the overload to the spacecraft itself when the radiation energy is overloaded. Steering technology: this ability can improve the calculation power when controlling the spacecraft. It is simple and crude, but it is definitely the most important ability for Yue, who relies on the existence of various spaceships. Target analysis can improve the computing power of analyzing the situation of main targets in battle. Coordinated operations is an ability that is biased toward battlefield command. As for combat endurance, this is the first time Qin-Ming has seen an ability with 2 effects. It can improve the computing power of ship logistics management and control when controlling ships for combat. At the same time, it can also improve its computing power for wartime maintenance of equipment. A little bit more on the logistics side. The specific effect should be to be able to accurately use every piece of military equipment in every key place, reduce unnecessary consumption of armaments, and increase the time it takes to maintain the best combat readiness and have the strongest combat effectiveness in high-intensity battles. After all, a spaceship is bound to lose military supplies during a battle, and the longer the battle lasts, the greater the consumption. At the same time, various equipment and devices on the ship will also suffer non-combat damage due to high-intensity battles. Combat endurance can improve the ability to repair these equipment and prevent failures in advance. Just look at the first 7. Qin-Ming was able to confirm that this alpha-level Afterglow individual had excellent combat capabilities and an energy weapon control system. Individuals who have enhanced radiation control systems, as well as all aspects of shields and armor, and even have the ability to command a certain scale of battlefield. Simply a perfect fighting individual. And these abilities do not exist only if Qin-Ming adds them. It's because these abilities exist that Qin-Ming can continue to add additional ones. As for the 8th and final ability, its selection box is different from the previous 7 abilities. It shines with a special gold color. Elite individual. Unconditionally increase computing power by 10%. Moreover, Qin-Ming can be given 2 additional core bonuses. Chapter 170 Fan Chao. Extraordinary. When I saw these 4 shining characters, elite individual, Qin-Ming immediately called Bai Quan directly. Bai Quan picked up the question a little late and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the fleet I sent over?" Qin-Ming glanced at the words displayed on the panel again and said, "No, everything went smoothly here. I just want to ask, Where did you get the Alpha Afterglow core you gave me before? Bai Quan instantly understood why Chen Ming made this call, and replied, the battleship was ripped from the one I killed when I was promoted to Rear Admiral, and it has been kept in my hands. This sentence made Chen Ming subconsciously ask, didn't you take this away? Bai Quan explained, all the combat-type Alpha-level Sunsets, especially those that can control the battleships, have captured many of them after we and Sunsets fought for so many years. But even if they are captured, none of these Afterglows will surrender. Of course, they will not commit suicide. They will only take the initiative to enter dormancy. Even if you wake it up, it will only continue to sleep. It will not conflict with you or cooperate with you. So the Afterglow core of the combat type Alpha level is actually not that important. I'm the only one who needs it for research. I'll keep it as a souvenir. And others are willing to give me some face. I heard you say you wanted the Alpha core before, and I thought that your ability should be able to control it. So I gave it to you. If there is a problem, can I change it for you? No. Thank you. I have something to do now. Let's talk later. Chen Ming was satisfied when he knew the answer. After thanking him, he hung up the phone. Bai Quan was left thinking. Think about the meaning of Chen Ming's phone call. Bai Quan was sure that Chen Ming suddenly called him because Chen Ming had just confirmed the specialness of the core he gave him. An Alpha-level Afterglow core capable of controlling a battleship must be significantly different from other ordinary Alpha-level cores. It is even possible that Chen Ming relied directly on spiritual power to make this core speak its specialness. And this also means that Chen Ming will not have any command and teaching from his side after that. There will also be an Alpha-class Afterglow who can control the battleship and conduct battle command to guide him, and even directly help him in combat. Bai Quan personally killed the Alpha-class Afterwise battleship, and he knew very well what that Afterwei was capable of. At least in the past, this Yue was definitely stronger than him. And he also used tricky methods to win. Even if he has been improving. Several years have passed, and now he is only a little better than Alpha Afterglow, with no obvious advantage. Originally, Bai Quan just thought that Chen Ming wanted an Alpha core, so he happened to have one on hand and gave it away. He didn't expect that the things he gave out would actually compete with him later. This is not okay. Chen Ming is going out to explore now, and he probably won't have any contact opportunities for a long time in the future. Only he could contact Chen Ming later on the delivery of the cruiser and Qiling nerve, as well as the teaching and command. Bai Quan couldn't let the Afterglow core interfere with the only thing that could keep him in touch with Chen Ming for a long time. He absolutely cannot let his relationship with Chen Ming fade away like this. It looked like he had to do some work himself. At this time, Chen Ming looked at the panel again with a slightly excited mood. He suddenly discovered that in addition to the core bonus, the changes on the panel also included changes in computing power. The computing power of this Alpha core has been transformed from the previous Galaxy level to the Sector level. It should have reached the limit of Galaxy level computing power before. Then, with the assistance provided by Chen Ming, it was raised to the Star District level. Hui Wang said before that in addition to the core bonus provided by Chen Ming, there will also be a slight overall computing power bonus. This bonus is more metaphysical and very special. According to Hui Wang, this effect is increasing over time. It seems that the longer Chen Ming's psychic energy affects it, the more overall bonuses he gets. Although the magnitude of this change is not linear, and this assumption is a bit untenable, it is still a reasonable guess. The total bonus obtained by Brilliance at the beginning was about 3% to 4%. But as time has changed, Brilliance has now been able to obtain an increase in computing power of about 9%. Chen Ming also asked several other Alpha-level Afterglows he controlled. Hui Yao's was 7%. Xiao Tu in charge of research was 5%. And Flicker, who escaped from the battleship, was 3%. It was a very metaphysical number. Chen Ming didn't know what was going on. After all, logically speaking, the bonus obtained by flickering should be more than that of small 2. But no matter what, the bonus is definitely there. The Alpha core in Chen Ming's hands should have relied on this bonus to increase its computing power to the Sector level. This is also the reason why Chen Ming did not see the difference between this core and other Alpha cores from the panel before. Whether an Alpha core can control a capital ship, and whether it is an elite individual should depend on whether it has reached the limit of the Galaxy level. I can only say that this is really an unexpected gain. Bai Quan is also really reliable when giving things. The Alpha class Afterglow, which can control the battleship, makes people feel happy no matter how you look at it. Then this time, Chen Ming has no choice in the additional bonuses he can add. Elite individual is a must choice. But it can't be now. At least it has to wait until Chen Ming finishes what he is going to do next. and then adds additional bonuses when he takes a rest. Then this Alpha Core Chenming also deserves a name, because its original code name was HRYY1APGU2, which is a bit long. After thinking briefly for a while, Chenming looked at the first two letters of its code name and decided on its name, which was called HR. At this time, Chenming also discovered that HR had completely woken up from hibernation and connected to the Supreme Control System. Just like before, he habitually greeted the newly controlled Afterglow entity. "Hello?" HR did not reply to Chenming through the communication equipment of the Supreme Point. But there was only a long silence. Chenming opened the panel and took a look to confirm that the HR was not damaged. So he said again, "Are you okay?" HR was silent again for a while, and finally managed to squeeze out two words. "Not good." The scene in front of him suddenly made Chenming feel a sense of déjà vu. It was as if he had discovered Gamma Z on it when he had just obtained the heavy rain level. However, Gamma Z has stayed in the human environment all year round and adapted quickly when it met Chenming. But HR is obviously different. Chenming can also understand. Bai Quan just said that after being captured, Alpha-level combat-type Afterglow individuals usually take the initiative to enter hibernation from which they may never wake up. As a result, HR suddenly woke up that day and found that he had been attacked by Chenming and had no ability to resist. Whoever comes will suffer. Chenming estimated that HR should be more or less autistic. It seemed that he had to ask the other Alpha after Hui to talk to it. It was best to find Hui and instill Hui's thoughts into HR. By the way, let Hui Wang help convey the meaning of Chenming calling it HR in the future. Chenming still attaches great importance to Hui, who he personally controls, and would not forcefully control it under normal circumstances. Anyway, HR's core has been affected by his spiritual power. As long as he is alive for a day, HR will not be able to escape for a day. He has plenty of time to smooth out the relationship slowly and naturally in the future. HR seems to have very strong combat effectiveness, and its actual combat effectiveness should be even stronger after having a suitable spaceship. But Chenming had no intention of taking it to the mechanical tribe. After all, this is the strongest combat power he currently has. It is better to use it to protect this temporary stronghold that contains all of Chenming's wealth. Moreover, HR is still autistic. Unless Chenming gives a forced order, he probably won't follow him out. Again, he doesn't want to use too forceful means to communicate with any Afterglow that he personally controls. It's best to wait and see what happens. See if Brilliance can persuade it to surrender, and then change it to the refractive level. This heavy cruiser should be the spaceship that Chenming currently has on hand that can best utilize HR's strength. As for Xiao Tu, who is currently capable of researching refraction, he should first switch to another spacecraft, or simply switch to Chenming's highest point. At least there is still some research equipment available at the highest point. Xiao Tu usually has little to do when he stays here at the temporary station. Why not come and help Chenming share some of the pressure of sailing out? And by the way, do something with the scattered research equipment on the spacecraft. After deciding on the HR arrangements, Chenming continued to look at Hui's panel. In fact, he had seen it before, but it didn't matter if he saw it again now. Afterglow Alpha Level AI Core Hui Yao. Manufacturer, Afterglow BP-55 Colonial Far North Industrialized Production Center. Alpha Level Core Bonus, Target Analysis. Self-Awareness, Existence. Computing Power, Galaxy Level. Actions available, none. This time, Chenming was suddenly stunned when he saw the Target Analysis, with the same name on the core bonus. No wonder he always felt familiar when he just looked at the HR panel. He always felt that there was a bonus option, which was a term he had only seen recently. But the impression was not too deep. As a result, I now discovered that it turned out to be the core bonus of Hui Yao next to me. Chenming suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. After all, it was Hui Yao's own advantageous logic block. But in the end, it was mastered by other individuals. This always gave him a strange feeling. But the impact is not big. HR can learn the ability to analyze goals to the extent that it appears on the panel. Then Hui Yao can theoretically learn and master the technology of using an energy weapon, such as HR's gathering effect, to an equal degree. By then, Chenming can also add the gathering effect to Hui Yao. Hui Yao's 6 additional abilities are rather special. They are Ship Maneuvering, Maneuvering Command, System Specialization, Navigation Technology, High Precision Sensing, and Extreme Fire Control. It can be seen from here that although Hui Yao is a combat-type Afterglow individual, his actual combat capabilities are completely different from HR's. Instead, It was similar to what Chen Ming had guessed before, possessing Ranger-like capabilities for mobile combat. Its first two abilities, Ship Maneuver and Maneuver Command, can improve the maneuverability of the spacecraft it controls and the fleet under its command, which is the basis of its role as a Ranger. The third, System Specialization, will affect his ability to use the special system of the spacecraft. Special systems refer to special devices carried by different spacecraft. For example, the Brilliant-class ship is equipped with a Plasma Reserve System and has two subsystems, Plasma Burst Propulsion and Plasma Weaponized Entanglement. Another example is Chen Ming's Centurion, which lost two more ships just the day before. Its damping position can be regarded as a special system. This ability can enhance the efficiency of using these special devices. It's just that although the Glory class itself is a different specific model of spaceship based on the same template as the Brilliant class, but Hueyu's own system is not entirely a plasma system. Instead, the weaponized entanglement of plasma was removed and the plasma burst propulsion was retained. And another special auxiliary engine system is installed that can improve mobility in a certain sense. The actual effect is also very simple. It is the second jump engine, allowing it to carry the fleet around more often. Although Chen Ming can repair the spacecraft's engine and quickly cool down the jump engine for the next jump, but the auxiliary engine is not meaningless to him. Repairing the jump drive takes time. If someone catches him doing repairs at this point, Chen Ming may still be in danger. But the two engines are different. The actual effect is the same as when Chen Ming flew Yan Xiong's kite on Glory and Supreme Point. Ability to completely repair the engine that made the previous jump during a jump. You can make continuous jumps without any gaps. Its maneuverability is definitely top-notch. And it is what you need if you really want to escape. The following, Navigation Technology, and High Precision Sensing, are the abilities used by Huiyao to quickly lock onto the enemy. They all start running around as Rangers. If they can't quickly locate their destination and lock on the enemy, Rangers will be meaningless. The last, Extreme Fire Control, is considered by Chen Ming to be the most useful ability that Huiyao has mastered. It can improve the calculation power when using weapons, improve the accuracy of shooting when using weapons, and can improve the power and range of weapons when actually hitting to a certain extent. Huiyao's capabilities are indeed good, and it can self-consistently meet most of its needs when performing tasks. But it cannot meet Chen Ming's current needs. All of Huiyao's abilities were mastered for the purpose of fighting guerrillas. And such abilities meant that it was not easy to escort Chen Ming, nor was it easy to conduct battles similar to attacking fortresses. Huiyao was driven back when he led two cruisers to attack the pirate space station. It was only when other individuals took over the command from behind that the small military outpost was knocked down. Chen Ming knows what level Huiyu's ability is. And now he is not going to fight guerrillas, but to fight a planet with a mechanical race. Therefore, there is no point in increasing Chen Ming's escape ability like in the past. If he can't escape with two cruisers, having one more Huiyao class actually doesn't make much sense. Better to stay. The spacecraft that will go out later, when the investigation operation begins, will definitely encounter a lot of trouble. If you can handle it yourself, then let the Afterglow individuals who go out to explore handle it themselves. But if it can't be handled, then the support task will have to be handed over to Huiyao. Finally, there is the flashing situation. Afterglow Alpha Level AI Core Flashing. Manufacturer, Afterglow B01 Colony Low Earth Orbit Industrial Facility. Alpha Level Core Bonus, Rapid Repair. Self-Awareness, Existence. Computing Power, Galaxy Level. Actions available, none. Chen Ming was a little surprised that Blink's core bonus was not of the combat type. However, the Flicker-class unmanned cruiser it drives in conjunction with it is quite reasonable. There are 5 additional abilities it can add. They are Point Defense Specialization, Missile Specialization, Aircraft Carrier Group, Auxiliary Positioning, and Electronic Countermeasures. Judging from its abilities, it is also a combat-type Alpha Afterglow, but it is more focused on defense and protection. In fact, this can be seen from the fact that it was stationed on the border between Yuhui and the Machine Tribe's territory from the beginning. Since Yuhui obviously doesn't want to continue to expand, the border must have someone with strong defensive capabilities. And at the same time, there won't be too many offensive individuals here. But at this time, it is not easy for Chen Ming to go out with such an individual and such a ship. Then all the Alpha-level cores controlled by Chen Ming were eliminated. Only the Small Two and the Glorious Queen who want to reach the highest point are left. Yuhui was determined to go out with Chen Ming. Just Brilliant. Although Brilliant is not a specialized combat-type individual, the Brilliant class is a spaceship with powerful frontal firepower output. Moreover, The temporary stronghold where Qinming's Yuhui is now does not need Hui Wang to stay and direct the construction here. It's no problem to follow Qinming out for a few laps. After deciding, the first step is to replace the core on the refractive level. Qinming first contacted the Alpha Afterglow individual with research capabilities, whom he had called Xiao Tu since the past 2 days, and asked, "How are you feeling these days?" Xiao Tu responded faster than before. "It's very bad. There is not enough material saved in my database for me to study. I have been without anything to do for 2 days. Oh. Qinming instantly understood the hidden meaning of Xiao Tu's words and asked, "Have you figured it out?" "Yes. Because you are special. I have communicated with Hui Wang in the past 2 days and got to know you a little bit. I don't quite agree with its idea, but I can try to accept that your psychic power may really be the possibility for our Yuhui to survive. However, there is one thing I must tell you clearly, which will greatly affect my enthusiasm for doing things." Qinming immediately asked seriously, "What's the matter? Please call me Tuyue1 Meizax. Don't call me Xiao Tu. Thank you." Qinming was silent for a while and said, "It's too long. Can you make it shorter? For example, give yourself a name or something?" Xiao Tu is not a problem. Qinming was interrupted before he finished speaking. "Call me Extraordinary. In jargon, this name sounds a bit familiar to me." Qiao Fan did not deny the meaning of Qinming's words and said, "Yes, there is a Fanchao Research Institute over there in the human world. I named it after this research institute." Qinming asked curiously, "Do you have any connection with this institute?" "Of course. The entire Afterglow has something to do with this institute. Fanchao Research Institute used to belong to Tachyon Technology, but later became independent. Fanchao, the first director of the Fanchao Research Institute after independence, is the creator of our Afterglow." Qinming's eyes widened slightly, and he quickly recorded what Qiao Fan just said. He has never heard of this matter, and there has never been any relevant records in history books. There may be some secrets hidden in this AI war between Yuhui and humans. It's always good to write it down. After explaining, Qiao Fan said, "I've finished speaking. What do you need me to do next?" Qinming cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Tu." "No. Qiao Fan. I need you to change the spacecraft." Half an hour later, carrying the Extraordinary Supreme Point, carrying the Glorious Brilliance class, and the Defender personally controlled by Qinming, they left the surface of the planet where the core replacement work had just been carried out and arrived in the orbit around the star. In addition to the Brilliant class and the Supreme Point, Qinming also brought an additional Defender. He maintains the situation where he controls one vessel, and the 2 Alpha individuals each control one. In this way, Qinming can still have 2 positions to control the cruiser, and he can decide where to use them depending on the situation. Of course, Qinming is still at the highest point. There were many good living facilities on this ship, so there was no need for him to go to the Defender. After entering the orbit around the star, Qinming did not rush to start the jump engine, but stayed here temporarily. He was currently connecting to the Empire's internal network, logging into different research websites through the cards Baikuan had given him before. On these websites, Qinming can arbitrarily pull out a lot of data on human investigations of the machine race. These include the cities built by the mechanical race and the architectural styles used to build the cities, as well as the functions and significance of different buildings. Qinming can use these to analyze the situation in the city he saw before Diopter. The situation in the mechanical city is likely to affect whether there are relics of another civilization here. Qinming has been coveting the ruins for a long time. It started from the first time he met the machine tribe on Ruemu planet and obtained his first ectoplasm stone. Some time ago, after learning that Yuhui had found such an outrageous thing as the Ling nerve extraction device from the ruins, his desire for the ruins reached its peak. Even now, Qinming still wants to see the ruins with his own eyes and see what another civilization left behind. Chapter 171 Tower. Qinming actually had a rough understanding of the situation of the mechanical clan before, but in the past, he didn't have many ways to download these research reports on the investigation of the machine race at will. These things all cost money. At that time, instead of spending money to buy these reports, Qinming might as well spend the money on himself and his spacecraft. Until now, he has been able to browse the things that are now available to him without any restrictions. Soon, Qinming basically determined the role of the city Di Guang had discovered. It can only be said that when the results were obtained through image analysis, he was a little nervous for a while. Based on several research reports, The city that Di Guang discovered was a stronghold used by the civilization that built the machine tribe to occupy this barren star field. It was equivalent to an outpost on the border. No, it's not even an outpost. They just planted a flag here to indicate that they had been here. The current location of the empire is a place that was looked down upon by humans during its heyday, which is why there are so many mechanical races left here. As for the mechanical races next to them that are at war with Yue and the empire, they were developed and spread again by the mechanical races left over after the destruction of that civilization. The research reports Qin has on hand related to the mechanical race cannot avoid the destroyed civilization. So Qin now has a basic understanding of the situation of the mechanical race and another destroyed civilization. I almost know everything I need to know, even if I don't want to waste too much energy on learning. At least I have some basic understanding. However, the Empire's current research on that civilization is not in depth. It's not that there is no research, but the productivity of this civilization before its destruction can be said to have reached its peak. In their heyday, humans today couldn't even touch the edge. I wanted to study it, but after studying it for a long time, I found that the results were only superficial. So now, even if Qin knows that this city is just a flag for marking, he still has to go and see. There is a certain possibility that there are relics of another civilization on it. After confirming these conditions, Qin commanded 3 cruisers and set off. The jump begins. In the blink of an eye, Qin arrived at the predetermined location. At the edge of the galaxy where the planet where the mechanical race existed was located. For safety reasons, Qin did not continue to drive 3 cruisers inside in a swaggering manner. Instead, it stopped on the spot and let the highest point shut down all unnecessary and redundant devices. Almost all the energy of the entire ship is used to supply full power to the galaxy scanning array composed of a large galaxy-level scanning core and long-range high-precision sensors located in front of the highest point. By adjusting the specific detection frequency, the scanned object can be locked on metal and mechanical objects, especially for materials such as dolomite steel, which has a large number of mechanical families. As long as it can be locked, the results returned by the detection will be clearer. After the high-power scanning lasted for about 10 minutes, the galaxy scanning array is shut down. The scan results appeared in Qin hands. The scan result report contained a lot of detailed data that Qin couldn't understand. But it wasn't important. He was already studying it through a guide left by the designer of the Supreme Point. So far, he has learned part of it. At least, he can still understand the results of the targeted scan he just conducted. There is nothing wrong with the entire galaxy's interior, which is basically the same as the rough survey before refraction. The mechanical race exists only on the planet where the mechanical race has been discovered before. They are only on that planet and show no signs of expansion. Although there are minerals and metals on other planets, there are only these things. Nothing particularly valuable. The planet where the mechanical race exists can be seen based on the actual scanning results from the highest point just now. The mechanical races above are not distributed across the entire planet, but are all concentrated in a mechanical race city located about 30 degrees north of the equator. Because this habitable planet has no deflection angle, and its location in the habitable zone is closer to the star that is larger than the sun compared to the Earth. Therefore, the climate of the entire planet will be relatively hot, and basically there will be no change. The environment of the mechanical city should be somewhat similar to a tropical rainforest. The last time I came here, I saw a dense jungle of green vegetation. There is also a mechanical city that is almost trapped in the jungle. Combined with what was just scanned from the highest point, this city is exposed to the natural environment, and there are very few active machines in the areas that can be scanned by the scanner. Qin felt that the mechanical race here might be dormant and seemed to have stagnated in development. It might have been hundreds or thousands of years without any movement. However, after all, the highest point is scanning a large area from a long distance, and the results may not be accurate. Still have to get closer to make sure. But at least one thing is certain. That is, Qin did not detect any signal of large-scale activities on the planet. This should already explain a lot. Qin slightly adjusted the positions of the 3 spaceships. Let the brilliant class with the strongest firepower and mobility be at the front, the Supreme Point and the Defender at the back, and the relative positions in a triangle gradually approach the planet of the mechanical race. Although the Supreme Point did not scan the existence of mechanical warships in space just now, the precautions that should be taken must be indispensable. As the spacecraft gradually approached, Qin mind was still repeatedly recalling the contents of the research on the mechanical race that he had just seen. According to research and surveys by some research institutes within the Empire, there is a huge difference between the individual members of the Machine Tribe and Afterglow, who may seem similar at first glance. The most obvious point is that Afterglow is an individual like human beings, while the machine race is more similar to a hive mind. All mechanical bodies are sub-individuals, with only basic consciousness. They are more of a part of the collective. Of course, the few mechanical clans that Chen Ming had come into contact with were obviously independent, and had most likely been disconnected from the collective. And the city of the mechanical race that it is going to contact now is very likely to be an independent group of the mechanical race. However, for all mechanical races, their hatred of humans can almost be said to be engraved at the bottom of their logic and cannot be changed. Therefore, Chen Ming does not expect to have direct contact with them. If contact did occur, it would have been during combat. The three cruisers quickly approached a relatively safe distance, and then stopped directly, without directly entering the planet's orbit around the star. The main reason is that Chen Ming is worried that there may be warning or defense satellites of the mechanical clan in the orbit around the star. So it's best to let Supreme scan it first. This distance can already allow the highest point to conduct a high-power scan while ensuring a sufficient safety distance. After the ship stopped, Chen Ming directly started the galaxy scanning array at the highest point again. It didn't take long. A steel city surrounded by jungle and integrated with the jungle appeared in front of him. The last time Di Guang came to get close to the planet, he only saw some mechanical tribes operating outside. He briefly recorded the characteristics of the city, and then evacuated without doing too much investigation. This time Chen Ming came in person, and had a thorough look at the city. At the same time, I also completely understood what the death of civilization is. Only those who actually saw this rusty city that could collapse at any time. The fragmented vegetation that grew wildly on top of countless buildings. And the machines that were paralyzed everywhere. Chen Ming finally understood the meaning of the 4 words. Destruction of civilization. Chen Ming didn't look at the city scenes much because he had to go down there later. Chen Ming now pays more attention to things in orbit around the star. The scanning array has just detected the existence of a satellite in orbit. But it is certain that the satellite has stopped working, and is in a dilapidated state overall. At the same time, there are no weapons or warning equipment around. So Chen Ming let the defenders go over and easily recovered the satellite, and put it in the warehouse. The satellite's appearance clearly appeared in front of Chen Ming through the defender's internal monitoring. The outer SHL made of dolomite steel material has not changed much in space. But its internal circuits have long since completely aged and cannot operate again. The time that the satellite existed in space is so long that it is impossible to determine it. I only know that it must have been a long time ago. And due to the aging of the lines, the signal receiving and transmitting functions have been completely damaged. And the internal records cannot be viewed. Even if Chen Ming had the repair ability, he could only repair the signal retracting and reproducing functions. And the internally stored records could not be restored. This satellite now seems to be a piece of scrap metal that can only be recycled. Alternatively, Chen Ming can also do a little research on the manufacturing process of the communication equipment. There is no need to learn technology. Chen Ming knows that the Empire's super-light communication technology is learned from the heritage of these civilizations. It's just that the satellite is already in such tatters. He doesn't expect to be able to study anything. In short, Chen Ming can now confirm that there is no defense at all on the outer surface of this planet. Just go down there. Of course, Chen Ming did not go down in person. Nor did he ask the cruiser to go down. It was too dangerous for him to go down by himself. The cruiser would consume too much to enter the atmosphere, and it would be too conspicuous. So Chen Ming directly used the landing craft on the Defender to launch a small robot equipped with a gamma core and entered the planet's atmosphere. The fire produced by the landing craft, when it rubs against the atmosphere, may attract the mechanical race. So Chen Ming deliberately let the landing craft land far away. And in the process, the highest point in the orbit continues to maintain a fine view of the city. However, Chen Ming's deliberate precaution seemed meaningless. As long as the mechanical race was not blind, they would definitely be able to see the fire falling from space. But they didn't pay attention at all. And they didn't come to investigate. Among the sporadic moving machines that the scanning array could see, none of them cared about Chen Ming's landing craft. This scene actually made Chen Ming, who had originally planned to prevent the mechanical clan's surprise attack, take some time to get the landing craft closer to the mechanical clan city again, and put down the small robot. The small robot moved quickly, and lurked close to the city full of vegetation. Arrived at the edge of the city, and stayed at a certain distance from the security devices at the edge of the city. Before completely entering the city, Ming once again clearly felt that this was a dead and silent place. There was no sound except the occasional sound of mechanical parts. This is a habitable planet. And it is also a habitable planet in the tropics. The vegetation is dense, and there are rich biological species. But it seems extremely quiet around the mechanical city. You can't even hear the chirping of insects. At most, you can only hear the wind blowing through the vegetation, and the movement of leaves rubbing against each other. I'm afraid the situation is the same inside the city. This scene made Chen Ming, who had just left the popular pirate space station, feel physically uncomfortable. Fortunately, he didn't need to go in personally. After observing for a while, the small robot easily passed through the paralyzed security device on the edge of the city, and through the scanning equipment installed on it. Chen Ming confirmed the locations of most basic security surveillance within the city. At this point, Chen Ming finally understood why the Empire had so much technological growth during its pioneering period. It was obviously learned from the relics of another civilization. These surveillances, which are similar to Chen Ming's common surveillances, are evidence. The small robot confirmed the many damaged surveillance blind spots and successfully entered the city. And after entering the city, Chen Ming became more and more certain that this was a dead place. Almost all the machines that are visible to the naked eye have lost their appearance as mechanical beings and are sleeping stiffly in place. And at the level of data networks, only a small number of electronic signals are propagating throughout the city. The electronic signal density here may not even be comparable to the mining space station where Chen Ming once worked. Of course, Chen Ming was referring to the mining space station that is still in operation. A space station with a diameter of only 2 or 3 kilometers is completely incomparable to this city in terms of scale. But the density of signals has exceeded that. And the situation in the city is undoubtedly very bad. At this time, Chen Ming's robot scanned the most frequently fluctuating signal. It is emitted from the top of a tall tower in the center of the city, which is constantly sending information to satellites in space. It's just that the satellite in orbit corresponding to the city has been damaged, and is now on Chen Ming's defender. There will be no response to the continuous sending of signals. Chen Ming tried to capture the content of the signal, but it is a pity that Chen Ming cannot decipher these contents at all, and can only record the information itself. Then let the robot continue its action. This scene of decay in the city, no, it should have been decayed, is not very attractive. We still have to let the robot follow the hidden corners among the countless collapsed buildings and prepare to go to the core of the city. That tall tower, in addition to continuously sending signals to satellites, the tower itself seems to function as an energy tower, relying on microwave energy to provide electricity for the entire city to operate. Either the tower is the core of the city, or the buildings surrounding the tower are the core of the city. In short, Chen Ming must go there. As he approached the center of the city, Chen Ming finally saw a machine that was not dormant but still active. Like the maintenance robots that Chen Ming had seen before, it had several robotic arms. At first glance, it looked like a robot that performed auxiliary work. It is currently clearing vegetation covering various buildings and even walking roads. But it is obvious that there is only one mechanical clan cleaning up, and its efficiency is almost non-existent compared to the entire city. But this machine clan continued to work in vain as if it didn't know it. Chen Ming took a few glances, and then continued to let the robot move forward. He still can't take the initiative to contact the mechanical tribe before he can be sure whether the mechanical tribe here is as aggressive as the ones he has seen before. As he continued to approach the city center, Chen Ming also discovered many fallen robots in the gaps between many buildings covered with dense vegetation. At first glance, it looks like there are fallen robots everywhere on the road outside. However, Chen Ming took a closer look and realized that this fallen machine was different from other machines. There was no sign of any electrical signal activity on the fallen robot in the gap between the collapsed buildings. It is completely different from the machine next to it that is still working and barely keeping the city running. It's even different from those dormant mechanical races on the outskirts of the city. It's not dormant. It's dead. Lost the consciousness of the sub-individual and lost its own existence. So, Chen Ming controlled the small robot to remove the gamma core installed inside the circuit inside the body of this machine, which is the same model as the combat machine that Chen Ming has seen before, is connected. Its body is slender and resembles a praying mantis, but it has a roughly human shape. The left arm is a robotic arm that mimics the structure of a human arm, while the right arm is replaced by a familiar electromagnetic javelin. At the beginning, Chen Ming directly used the iron mine and relied on the weight of the spacecraft to forcefully kill the machines. But now he no longer needs to use this method. Soon, The Gamma core was successfully connected to the inside of this mechanical family and successfully controlled its body. And its name also appeared in front of Chen-Ming. Mechanical family standard mechanical body Jing Mantis damaged. On the more detailed pull-down panel, Chen-Ming can also see more detailed data, such as the status of different parts of this machine family. Its robotic arms and weapons are displayed in detail on the panel. But these were not important. There were only a few special lines that made him pay more attention. One of the lines is, individual consciousness, death. The other row is at the bottom of the panel, executable operations, repair/renovation/disassembly. The line that Chen-Ming was most concerned about was the contents of the three components in the mechanical tribes column. Similar to the important equipment on the spacecraft panel. Standard level core chip, damaged. Standard level secondary core, damaged. Nanoscale maintenance machinery, 3%. Like all the damaged mechanical equipment that Chen-Ming has come into contact with. These can all be repaired as long as there are materials. But will repairing a mechanical body lead to the resurrection of its dead individual? Will the surrounding mechanical tribes that have not noticed the small robots lurking and suddenly come around after the resurrection? As soon as Chen-Ming had this question in his mind, he immediately denied it. Let's not talk about whether it is reliable to resurrect a mechanical life simply by repairing its parts. Just say that his spiritual power can make the mechanical body controlled by him stay under his control for the rest of his life. And he can just repair it directly. Chen-Ming activated his spiritual power. With a slight consumption of mental power and a small decrease in materials, the entire Jing Mantis was successfully repaired. But Chen-Ming's psychic power only repaired its external worn armor, internal aging circuits, as well as its chips and secondary cores. Its nanoscale maintenance mechanical body, 3%, column has not changed. It is just like fuel. Chen-Ming must find a way to produce it before it can be replenished. But the manufacturing of fuel and the manufacturing of nanoscale robots are not at the same level of difficulty. So Chen-Ming chose to ignore it for the time being. He looked at the line of consciousness on Jing Montong's panel. A look at what he thought. The consciousness of the mechanical race is still in death and has not been restored due to the repair of the chip and secondary core. Chen-Ming knew that Yuhui's individual consciousness was a piece of data that existed in the core. But he didn't know what kind of existence the consciousness of the mechanical race was. There was nothing he could do about resurrecting a mechanical life. Chen-Ming shook his head slightly and relied on his control of Jing Mantis to try to read the contents of its chip. But the result was a failure. Although Chen-Ming successfully extracted the internal data, he could not understand the content at all. Just like when he tried to read other mechanical family chips before. It is also the same as the entire empire has not yet been able to decipher the language and data of the mechanical family. As a relic of another civilization, the mechanical race is indeed very special. Chen-Ming thought about it and simply asked Xiaofan, who was already installed at the highest point. How is your Yuhui's research on the mechanical race? I am not responsible for the research of the machine race. I am generally responsible for the design and manufacture of ships. You brought me out of the giant shipyard before. You should be clear. Right. It's clear. But I just want to ask. I can only ask you about research matters now. Well, I don't know much. I only know that our research on the mechanical race is very difficult to deepen. The machine tribe has the same extreme hatred for us as they do for you. They cannot communicate with each other and can only conduct research through captives. However, there has been no breakthrough progress so far. We can only allocate the excess chips to extract the computing data flow inside the chips to increase our speed. Chen-Ming nodded, indicating that he understood. It can only be said that it is a pity that I did not learn any valuable information. And there is nothing valuable about this machine. At most, the design of Jing Mantis's own mechanical body can be recorded. Next time Chen-Ming lacks a combat-type mechanical body, he can just use this template. In fact, Chen-Ming had recorded videos before when he was dismantling the robots he killed. But at that time, Chen-Ming had not yet experienced half a year of study. Now Chen-Ming shook his head after looking at the rough dismantling skills. He could only say to watch the video. Only now that he has obtained Jing Mantis's real object can Chen-Ming find the meaning to learn and reproduce it. Of course not now. At the scene, Chen-Ming still let the body of the robot that he had controlled stay where it was to prevent it from being discovered. At the same time, let the small robot take back the Gamma core and continue to go deeper. After about an hour, the robot passed through the city, which became increasingly decayed as it went further inside. Finally arrived in front of the tall tower in the center of the city. Chapter 172. The Thorn Zerg appear again. The tower itself doesn't look like anything special. It is a large power supply facility that can cover the entire city. But the lower layers seem to have other uses. After looking around the tower for a while, Chen-Ning found a collapsed wall. There are no mechanical individuals moving inside or outside the walls here. And there are no running monitors either. The robot was able to enter the tower. The first time he entered the tower, Chen-Ning noticed that there were large areas for movement in the bottom floors of the tower. And as he observed, he also understood the functions of the bottom of the tower and the layers underground. This is the city's control center. Someone is wrong. There are creatures that used to work here. These creatures belong to the destroyed civilization. And there is a high probability that their species are similar to humans. That's why there are these designs in the tower that allow Chen-Ning to easily understand the general purpose. It's a pity that this place is as dilapidated as the city outside. Chen-Ning asked the robot to continue searching to see if there were actual control panels or exposed data cables on the nearby floors, or to try to find the city's database. Since many mechanical races in the city are just dormant rather than dead. The same is true in the tower. So Chen-Ning had better not make any destructive actions now. In the process of searching, Chen-Ning didn't find what he just thought about, but instead found an archive. All the files placed inside are paper files. Now Chen-Ning can confirm that there are indeed traces of that civilization's main species operating here in the city. It does not mean that they planted a flag here and then ignored it. This means that the probability that he can find good things here has been greatly improved. But there's a problem. As the years go by, these paper files barely maintain their paper appearance. The slightest movement will cause these files to be completely destroyed. Even if Chen-Ning wanted to directly scan the contents of the files, he would not be able to do so, because the words on these files have long been worn out and cannot be read at all. Nothing remains in the archives. Fortunately, Chen-Ning found a monitoring device in the corner of the archives room that was still running and had some damaged protective layers. Chen-Ning immediately blocked his vision and directly connected the data line of the gamma core to the exposed data line connected to the monitoring equipment. The surveillance of the archives room is connected to an independent monitoring room. This independent monitoring room is quite special. Its function is to monitor some important equipment, such as the archives room here. Although many of the images on the surveillance cameras were completely dark, but Chen-Ning can still confirm the location of some important equipment through monitoring, such as the bundled cables underneath the towers that power towers in cities. Chen-Ning could see many thick cable lines extending from outside the city into the city. At the starting point where the line extends, there is a solar panel array protected by many mechanical clans. This is a place I didn't see during my last refraction. This time, after Chen-Ning came over, the moment Supreme Point scanned this place, Chen-Ning knew what their use was. The energy lines outside extend from underground to the top of the tower. At the same time, there are countless lines branching off at the base of the tower, connecting the entire city. In the entire tower, only the energy supply equipment is still functioning intact, but without follow-up maintenance. There is a high probability that these devices that are still running will be almost completely damaged within a few decades. Of course, this has nothing to do with Chen-Ning. He just came to see if there was anything good in the tower. With the location of the archives room and monitoring room, Chen-Ning also has the ability to directly repair all the monitors connected to this special monitoring room. Chen-Ning quickly determined the distribution of important locations in the entire tower, and the location of the main control room naturally appeared in his eyes. The robot quickly found its way past, found the main control panel, which had been completely damaged. After a simple modification to connect the gamma core, Chen-Ning once again used his repair power to restore the main control panel to its original state. The entire tower was under his control at this moment. Chen-Ning then discovered that in addition to the basic control lines, the entire tower also had many internal grid damages. This resulted in a lack of power in the tower and the entire city. If it were not for the shutdown of many facilities and the hibernation of many mechanical races, the entire city would have been paralyzed long ago. And this situation seems to be caused by some energy supply equipment. And there is a problem with the solar panels outside. This is quite normal. A large-scale installation area outside the city has not been better than the situation inside the city after so many years. Anyway, this does not affect Chen-Ning's ability to use this main control room. Chen-Ning's psychic powers are actually except for the powerful effect of repair, which ignores Chen-Ning's own skills. In fact, there is a special effect. That is, no matter whether it has ever understood the mechanical equipment he controls, as long as he controls it, he can rely on his spiritual power to master how to use it. Of course, it's just about how to use it. You still have to spend time researching the equipment itself. Just like a cruiser, Ning has never been able to drive it, and has no chance to get in touch with it. But after controlling the highest point, he can open the highest point, and he can also use various complex exploration equipment on it at will. Although there are limitations, it is outrageous enough. So it's the same now. Ming quickly understood the various functions of the main control room, and found the most critical one. This high tower has the highest control authority over the mechanical clan within the city. Ming gave it a try immediately. Try to give a command to a machine sleeping near the main control in the tower to stop sleeping and move. But failed. Ming frowned slightly, and tried again. But the result is still the same. Obviously the process of issuing the command is normal. The process of accepting orders is also normal. Even the feedback results are normal. But the abnormal thing is that the machine clan that accepted the order did not execute the order given by Ming. It is still sleeping in place. Ming immediately found another machine sleeping in the tower through the monitoring inside the tower. Its exterior is damaged and can be accessed. Ming arranged for the robot with a gamma core to go over. At the same time, he tried to give it an order. The situation is the same. The process was normal. But the final result was that the machine completely ignored Ming's orders. So Ming asked the robot to connect the gamma core, control it, and open the panel immediately. You can see that the name of this machine family is Mechanical Family Small Machine Body Worker B. The column of consciousness is Sub-Individual Dormant, not Existence or Dormancy, like Afterglow. Just when Ming was about to figure out why it accepted the order but didn't execute it, he suddenly found that the consciousness column on the panel had changed. From the original Individual Consciousness, Sub-Individual, Dormant, to Individual Consciousness, Sub-Individual, Abnormal. Ming was completely unprepared for this unexpected situation. He knew that the sub-individual meant an individual in the entire collective under the hive mind of the entire mechanical race. I also know that the reason for this situation is most likely because his spiritual energy controls this machine clan. But he didn't know what the abnormality behind the sub-individual specifically represented. Wait. Ming seemed to suddenly understand. He found that the machine he controlled suddenly seemed to be disconnected from a certain network, causing its computing power to suddenly drop a lot. This machine race lost its cluster, and the support of the machine race cluster in the city. However, it seems to have gained some ability to think for itself. This is what the abnormal sub-individuals represent. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything else special about it. Forget it. Forget about it for now. Ming put aside the matter of the aberrant individual for the time being. First try to figure out what just happened. Ming once again used the tower to try to send orders to the mechanical race that had become an abnormal sub-individual. This time Ming was observing its behavior throughout the process. Take orders. Confirm the command. Feedback command. Implement. A problem occurred at this step of executing the command. Ming couldn't understand the process of computing on the mechanical family's chip just as he couldn't understand Yue's core. But he could see that in the machine family's chip, the three things of receiving confirmation and feedback were constructed into a cycle. And this point of executing the order is excluded. Ming can understand the meaning of this special logical cycle that has been completely locked. Because this basic logic is locked and cannot be changed. The only outcome that can be changed is death. This completely cuts off the possibility of it executing any external orders. It can only rely on the internal hive mind network it is in to receive orders from the subject. Just like it is now receiving orders from Ming using psychic energy. Normal methods can no longer affect this or all the machines. They do so after completely removing the possibility of receiving orders. It is already an independent mechanical life, not a manufactured mechanical creature. If Ming could understand a little bit about the way the mechanical race thinks, he could express these logics in a way that normal humans can understand instead of using spiritual energy. Then he can announce the logical lockup of this mechanical race, write several papers at least, and win some prizes without any problem. Although it is not as good as the antimatter reactor, which can be said to be an epoch-making product. It must be a very important node on the way to the Empire's continued development. It's a pity that Ming can't do it. He could only rely on his spirit to make himself understand this matter. Ming shook his head slightly. Continue what he came here to do in the first place. Look for something of value. Ming relied on the authority of the main control room to quickly explore the entire tower thoroughly. He actually found a database that was still running and not damaged. Ming immediately saved all the files inside. Although he couldn't read the text on the document, but he can still understand the blueprint above. These databases contain early planning blueprints for the entire city's construction, as well as design blueprints for some mechanical races, blueprints for several chips, and several spherical objects are also included. Chen Ming immediately thought of the two special things on the mechanical race he just controlled: core chips and secondary cores. These lengthy and extremely complex blueprints were supposed to be used to make both of these things. Although Chen Ming doesn't think that it is enough for the manufacturing machine clan to prepare all the materials and build the SHL. But some things have to be tried. Only after trying it did he know what he was missing. These are the only valuable things in the entire tower. Chen Ming rummaged through the other items, but found nothing special. Basically, they were all damaged items, and there was no point in repairing them. The only meaning is to dismantle it and obtain materials. But Chen Ming didn't think it was necessary. Being able to obtain these blueprints and retreat safely is the best outcome for this visit. Chen Ming planned to stop here and leave directly. Anyway, the city of the mechanical tribe is here, and as long as he hasn't left too far, he can come back whenever he wants. Chen Ming's robot quickly left the tower with the worker bees he had just controlled. The way out is much easier than the way in. Although Chen Ming cannot control the mechanical clan, the tower still continues to control various facilities within the city. Chen Ming can choose those areas that are still under the control of the tower and leave the city in a big way. With two robots, Chen Ming's robot successfully arrived at the edge of the city where it had entered before. Planned to return to the landing craft via the original route. At the moment when Chen Ming's robot took a step out of the city's territory, the ground suddenly began to shake. Earthquake? Chen Ming's subconscious question immediately made him feel something was wrong. Because based on the survey of the planet just conducted at the highest point, it can be determined that the place where the continental plates of this planet meet is not here. No matter how stupid people from another civilization are, they would not be able to just choose a place at the intersection of the plates on such a large planet to build a city. This sudden earthquake is definitely not a natural phenomenon. But something is moving underground. Chen Ming immediately asked the highest point in the orbit to adjust the frequency of detection. The frequency is locked underground. Although the influence of the atmosphere prevents the detection from being too deep when the highest point is outside the atmosphere. But that's enough for now. Almost instantly, Supreme Point discovered a large area of biological reaction underground not far from Chen Ming's robot. These things are digging rapidly underground, close to the city of the mechanical tribe. I saw the familiar look on the results transmitted back by the scanning array. Chen Ming finally couldn't help but said, "Thorn Zerg? No, we can't just draw a conclusion like that." Chen Ming suppressed his subconscious thoughts, kept thinking calmly, and let his robot take the two mechanical tribes back to the city. Not long after, the insects that caused the ground to shake broke out of the ground on the edge of the city. The tentacles extending from their ugly, sharp heads covered with spikes were sniffing frantically. Almost instantly, it locked onto Chen Ming's robot that had entered the city. Chen Ming had a feeling at this moment that these insects seemed to be coming towards him. The bugs waved their limbs and rushed through the gaps in the defense facilities, rushing into the city. At this moment, they seemed to have triggered some defense mechanism. Everywhere within the site of Chen Ming Tower, all dormant mechanical races were restarted at this moment. They each performed their duties and returned to their posts. At the same time, most of the mechanical tribes with combat capabilities were moving closer here. Before Chen Ming had time to react, a huge battle broke out between the Thorn Zerg and the Machine Tribe. Chen Ming's robot, which seemed to be the cause of all this, suddenly became an outsider. Chen Ming took advantage of the chaos and asked his robot to find a safe place to make up for the monitoring blind spot in the area where Chen Ming's tower had lost control, and transmitted back the scene of the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, Chen Ming immediately noticed that under the huge pit dug by these bugs, there were still many bugs that were very familiar to him crawling out. Those vesicle bugs have huge vesicles on their necks that store acid, and the muscles on their necks are also extremely developed. Chen Ming was very impressed by this insect, because at that time on the space station, although the Zerg were numerous in number, they basically only had a few melee individuals. That is, Striders. Chen Ming believes that these bugs are most likely the basic individuals of the Thorn Zerg tribe. So now, even if he sees them, he is not completely sure that these bugs are the same batch as those of the space station. Just think of it as another batch of Thorn Zerg in the universe. But these cyst worms are different. Chen Ming remembered very clearly that these cyst bugs were a type of bugs that evolved in just 2 days after he used the range of the spacecraft weapon to attack those bugs. Even in other places, the Thorn Zerg have evolved the ability to attack from a distance. But this doesn't mean evolution is exactly the same. Right? Chen Ming can be 100% sure that these bugs that appear here must be those on the space station. What the hell are the Thorn Zerg? What is happening? Two questions suddenly appeared in Chen-Ming's mind, surrounding him, making him completely unable to understand them. Just when Chen-Ming couldn't think of an answer at all, the battle between the Thorn Zerg and the Machine tribe continues. Except for the largest number of Striders in the Thorn Zerg tribe, there are also some smaller beetle-like Zerg, and the larger Zergs, which were more than 3 meters tall and had quite a lot of limbs, also emerged from the holes they dug, joined the battlefield, and pounced on the machines like crazy. Although the bugs charging at the front all just rushed forward as if they were brainless, the cyst bugs behind them were completely different. They are very smart and stay on the edge of the battlefield, dispersely arranged, but they are able to concentrate the sprayed acid on a certain target very uniformly. These acids, which are different in color from those Chen-Ming has seen before, can even melt dolomite steel. These Thorn Zerg tribes seem to have the same hive mind as the Machine tribe. Although there are a lot of Zerg, their actions are also extremely crazy. But the number of mechanical races in the city is also very large, and they don't care about the madness of the insects at all. Just as a cold machine, they slaughtered the Thorn Zerg that invaded their city. In addition to the long-range combatants carrying electromagnetic javelins like Jing Mantis, which Chen-Ming had seen, the mechanical tribe also had melee combat units like the Zerg tribe. In particular, one is similar to the Jing Mantis controlled by Chen-Ming. It also has the appearance of a combination of man and mantis, but it is more like a mantis mechanical body. A curved blade with a light blue translucent appearance, like a mantis sickle, extends from each of its hands and arms. At the same time, it has auxiliary wings and blowholes like a real mantis on its back. This allows it to maintain its own balance while possessing extremely strong instantaneous burst speed, relying on terrifying speed and sharp weapons. This kind of mechanical race can cut off the bodies of several insects in the blink of an eye. Even the largest Zerg with many limbs can split it in half in an instant. In addition to this seemingly lighter Jing Mantis, another type of mechanical race can gain the upper hand in hand-to-hand combat with these giant Zerg. There are more and more powerful machines in the mechanical family. For example, a large mechanical body about 4 or 5 meters high, with a mammoth-like appearance, for extremely thick lower limbs, and 2 huge mechanical forelimbs waiting in front. It can hedge against the surging insect tide like a tank. It can easily crush any bug that stands in its way. However, the most numerous among the mechanical tribe are various mechanical bodies holding thermal weapons, such as Jing Mantis or other mechanical tribes. They are the real main force when they are clearing out the Zerg outside. These long-range combat units can easily target the vesicle insects hiding in the insect swarm and accurately kill these remote combat units of the insect race. Although the Zerg race has strong physical abilities and can easily kill humans, their bodies can only be easily crushed in front of the steel of the mechanical race. As long as these materials that can threaten Baiyun steel are dealt with, the mechanical clan will definitely have an advantage. The battle gradually began to spread to the location where Chen-Ming's robot was hiding. Chen-Ming had to move the robot towards the inside of the city again, away from the place of right and wrong. Soon Chen-Ming found another collapsed building. A large tree with lush branches grew out of the building, which allowed him to hide well. It also allows Chen-Ming to observe the battlefield situation more accurately. In the battle between the mechanical tribe and the Thorn Zerg tribe, one can easily see that the mechanical tribe's attack capabilities are not on the same level as the Zerg tribe. But as Chen-Ming reached a higher place and could see the battlefield situation more clearly, he discovered that the number of fallen machines and the number of Zerg at this time was actually close to 1:2. This is obviously not normal. Chen-Ming quickly became more involved in observing. Then, he discovered a special place. The muscles under the brown carapace of the Thorn Zerg are gray-green, and gray-green blood will spray out when injured. The blood pressure in the insect's body seems to be very high, and the gray-green blood can easily spray out for several meters. Once this gray-green blood covers the mechanical race, even if there is no external damage, there is no abnormality such as leakage, the machine race will also gradually lose its combat effectiveness, and there will be completely undue abnormalities in the control of its own equipment and devices. It is precisely because of this blood that the bugs can barely bring the battle loss ratio back to 2:1. There's something wrong with this blood. Chapter 173 The Feedback of Hive Mind Cluster Consciousness. When Chen-Ming saw that the blood of the Zerg race could affect the mechanical race, I subconsciously wondered if insects had evolved the ability to restrain the mechanical race? But this idea was immediately dismissed by Chen-Ming as it was too exaggerated. Even if it is said that the bugs on the space station teleported here from the moment Chen-Ming left the space station. They fought with the mechanical tribe, began to adapt to the mechanical tribe's abilities, and evolved to restrain their blood. The entire time has only passed more than half a year. For more than half a year, he evolved the ability to target the combat weapons left behind by a civilization. Probably not. But in this case, the problem in this gray green blood seems to be even bigger. Just when Chen Ming was thinking, the fighting continues on the edge of the city. Although the blood of the Zerg has a considerable restraint effect on the mechanical race, the situation on the battlefield at this time is still one-sided by the mechanical race, as the cyst bugs among the incoming bugs fell in large numbers. The bugs charging ahead lost their fire support and were gradually suppressed by the mechanical clan, relying on a killing speed that was faster than the forward speed of the bugs. The bugs were forced back to the vicinity of the holes they dug. But even if these bugs don't see any chance of winning, they still continue to maintain their madness, struggling desperately with the seemingly endless number of bug swarms. But just when the Zerg were forced back by the firepower of the Machine Clan to a certain distance outside the city, Chen Ming suddenly heard the roar of cannons from near the center of the city. Along with the roaring sound of cannons, dozens of red streams of light instantly rose into the sky. If Chen Ming remembered correctly, he had just seen a large warehouse near the tower. The icon on the map of the city he saw used a sharp weapon-like icon. The red stream of light that was suddenly emitted was most likely the weapon there, or it was emitted by a special type of machine. These streamers fell from the sky again within seconds of being launched. The fire hit the insect swarm accurately, hitting the tunnel dug by the insect swarm, and dozens of miniature mushroom clouds erupted. All things related to insects were covered under this artillery fire. The firelight and mushroom cloud had not had time to dissipate. The hot and anxious atmosphere has spread outside the city. The remaining bugs crawled out from under the completely charred corpses of their companions, and used their last strength to pounce on the machines. Even if they die, they will at least spray their blood on their enemies. However, their outcome is doomed to failure. The insect swarm had no room to struggle under this pure firepower, and the number of surviving insects was only less than half of what it was at the beginning. It will no longer be a climate, nor can it threaten the city of the mechanical race. As the last bug fell to the gun of the mechanical clan, the battle that lasted for nearly an hour finally ended. And at the moment the battle ended, many of the mechanical tribes that were still active just now fell down in an instant, and entered dormancy again as before. But at the same time, there were also many fallen machines whose electrical signals were completely cut off, and they fell completely into death. The death of some mechanical bodies did not have any impact. Soon, many mechanical tribes came out of the city, and came here to clean up and clean the battlefield. But when it came to cleaning, these machines only extinguished the flames and recovered the bodies of the dead machines. There is no mechanical clan to care about the corpses of bugs lying outside. And when it comes to recycling, there are many mechanical tribes who come to recover the corpses of the mechanical tribes and fall down halfway. Like these mechanical tribes to be recovered, they are completely dead. This scene made Chen Ming, who had been observing all this, feel an indescribable feeling of regret and sadness. It is the regret for the demise of civilization, and the desolation that the remaining remnants of this civilization will soon die along with the civilization. Of course, Chen Ming was not swayed by his emotions. He just felt a little emotional when he saw this scene. He has not forgotten that the mechanical race is almost everywhere in the entire universe. At least they are not uncommon on the way to the expansion of the empire. Chen Ming only wants to figure out one thing now. How did these bugs get here? The only place that can figure this out and get clues is this mechanical city. But Chen Ming has already taken control of the tower, and he can be sure that there are no relevant records in the database inside the tower. However, such a large city is not the only place with a central database in tall towers. There are also many independent small databases distributed in different places in the city. Data from different areas of the city will first be concentrated in these small databases. Through classification and analysis, valuable data and information will be integrated into the database of the tower in the core area. The Zerg information is certainly not worthless information, but there are still some places in the city that are beyond the control of the tower. That's why he just needed his robot to help observe the situation on the battlefield. There may be relevant records for places that are beyond the control of the tower. It's not that Chen Ming can't repair and connect the areas. It's just that a city is much more difficult to deal with than a cruiser, and his mental strength is simply not enough. He didn't know where the area would store this part of the information, and it was too inefficient to reconnect those separated areas back to the tower through spiritual energy. It is better to determine the location of different small databases and let his robot go there for himself. Chen Ming didn't waste time. While the mechanical clan was still dealing with the battlefield, he let his robot take the core and start running to the area in the city that the tower could not affect. The entire city was divided into a total of 36 areas on the map Chen Ming found, of which 23 were still under control. There are still 13 areas, which should be enough to visit them all within today. The impact of the battle between the Machine Tribe and the Thorn Zerg tribe completely subsided after 3 hours. Chen Ming also controlled the robot to search 9 areas, and finally found some clues in the 10th area. Because Chen Ming arranges the action route based on the position of the robot, so he has not come to this area relatively close to the center of the city until now. Then he discovered that the database in the control center here was still running. Although the database here is also damaged, the undamaged area happens to store all the videos from the past 6 months. And it happened to be in the video of a night 5 months ago. Chen Ming saw a bright fire suddenly appear in the dim sky at night, and something was entering the atmosphere. Although due to the dim surroundings and the fire caused by friction on things entering the atmosphere, Chen Ming was not sure of its specific appearance and could not confirm what it was. But the moment this thing enters the atmosphere, Chen Ming saw in the video that the entire mechanical city came alive, and they were preparing for battle. Although no actual battle broke out until the thing landed. But after seeing the Zerg attack just now, the reaction of the Machine Tribe, Chen Ming has every reason to believe that those who enter the planet's atmosphere from space are Zerg. If he wanted to find out what was going on with the Zerg, he had to investigate the location of the Zerg and the trajectory of the thing when it entered the atmosphere. Everything is easy to do with video. Chen Ming first determined the flight trajectory after entering the atmosphere based on the video. A simple calculation can confirm the trajectory of the thing before entering the atmosphere. Then use the highest point to conduct high-power scanning to determine the positions and trajectories of all asteroids and other stars in orbit around the star. Finally, based on calculations, the trajectories of these asteroids were pushed back 5 months, accurate to the day recorded in the video. In this way, in addition to the trajectory of the thing that entered the atmosphere, the environment of the star in the orbit around the star at that time can also be accurately known. At most, there is no way to determine the stars that have been added or disappeared in these 5 months. But that's enough, because on the day that thing landed, its trajectory calculated by Chen Ming happened to coincide with several relatively large asteroids that were gathered together. Even if Chen Ming may have some calculation errors, the results he calculated cannot completely deviate from the positions of these asteroids. These bugs must have come from those asteroids. At this moment, Chen Ming suddenly wondered if he had thought wrong. First of all, he can confirm that the Thorn Zerg is indeed a kind of bug that often haunts asteroids. Does this mean that the Zerg here also grew from asteroids, just like the space station? And did these vesicles really evolve on their own? Several questions quickly flashed through Chen Ming's mind. But this kind of thing still has to be seen to be believed. Chen Ming quickly confirmed the current positions of the asteroids he suspected and quickly locked them. He immediately moved the Supreme Point closer, intending to scan the asteroid. But when he went over, he realized that it didn't seem necessary, because there are very obvious gaps on those asteroids, with a full side missing, revealing that the interior is completely hollow and filled with all kinds of disgusting growths. This does not mean that Chen Ming's conjecture just now is correct. On the contrary, it made him even more sure that the bug must be from outside, because Chen Ming asked Supreme Point to do a simple scan. It can be determined that the gap in the asteroid was not broken from the inside out, but was broken from the outside using extremely violent means. It was the bugs that invaded this asteroid that might be valuable to them, and after a while traveled to the planet below. After confirming that there were no signs of life on the asteroid, Chen Ming sent a shuttle boat carrying several robots into the asteroid that was about 200 to 300 meters in diameter. However, after some searching, the robot found nothing of value. It could only extract some growths and a little bit of residue of green gelatinous objects and return to the spacecraft. Their names are Thorn Zerg Solidified Secretion and Thorn Zerg SH, LAC, and it is unclear what their uses are. But at this time, Chen Ming finally found a very detailed research report on the Thorn Zerg on different research websites. It was written decades ago by several big names in biology whose names Chen Ming has heard of. This paper wrote down the specific situation of the entire Thorn Zerg tribe in extremely detail, which was much more detailed than Chen Ming knew. In fact, the Thorn Zerg itself is not a rare creature, but is very common. So common that it is somewhat widespread. It is now quite rare due to man-made reasons. The reason for this situation is that when the Empire discovered the Thorn Zerg, a species that was everywhere, it happened to be the period when the Empire was expanding to the outside world. During this period, the Empire often encountered many creatures that were harmful to humans. In the face of the almost endless benefits brought by development and the benefits that can make anyone and any force jealous. Any creature that blocks the pace of human development must die. Then the Thrawn Zerg were basically wiped out during the Empire's pioneering period. Only later did someone realize that something was wrong. So they deliberately left some Thorn Zerg for research. There should still be individuals being cultivated in the Empire. There must be others out there. Maybe squatting in some asteroid. The spread and harm of the Thorn Zerg are still very obvious. And now they have a rare feature. Previously, it would be used by people from the sector military to build space stations. But judging from this paper, these bugs are irrelevant. Perhaps, after reading this paper, Chen Ming still felt that something was wrong. Because according to the records in the paper, these bugs did show certain evolutionary capabilities in the past. However, the Empire soon almost perished due to the deliberate extermination of this dangerous creature that affected the development, and could not evolve at all. But the basic unit of speed in the paper is years. Because the pioneering era lasted for hundreds of years, and the Empire was always affected by bugs. It only took 2 days for the bugs Chen Ming encountered to evolve the ability to spit acid from the most primitive ordinary bugs. Those stratopods. After another 2 or 3 months, he disappeared from the space station and appeared here. It doesn't look like his evolutionary ability is not strong. In the past, it may have been because all the internal conflicts in the entire Empire were washed away by the benefits brought about by development. The entire Empire worked together to deal with the troubles on the road to development, resulting in the insects being unable to exert their evolutionary capabilities no matter how strong they were. But times are different now. Chen Ming is really worried about the problems hidden behind these bugs. And his problem has not been solved yet. How did these bugs get here? Why are they raiding the city because of him, or because the machine race is crazy again? Couldn't it be said that it's because they have the same hive mind as the mechanical race? And then if one of them evolves, the others can also evolve, causing the bugs here to evolve into vesicle bugs like those on the space station? No. Impossible. Chen Ming denied his thoughts again. Unless there are psychic beings in them. This is absolutely impossible. Separated by hundreds of light years. What kind of hive mind can be separated by hundreds of light years and still be able to maintain it? If they really had such perverted abilities, it would have been impossible for the Zerg race to be easily killed by humans to the point of near extinction during the pioneering era. Is it possible that the Zerg on the space station really evolved the ability to fly in space, or even the ability to fly in hyperspace lanes? Chen Ming is still not 100% sure. He still lacks evidence. But one thing he was sure of was that these bugs could be a big threat. He had to find a way to take away some insect corpses and send them to the Empire. Either to the boss or to Bai Quan. What he said should be enough for them to take it seriously. To avoid the situation that once plagued by insects. The Empire is not that cohesive now. Chen Ming once again sent several landing craft to land near the mechanical city, and found the opportunity to take away the body without any obstruction. There are 4 kinds of bugs here. Chen Ming had seen Thorn Zerg Strider and Thorn Zerg Vestazoa before. The largest, Thorn Zerg Giant Spider, and the beetle-like Thorn Zerg Scale Bug. In fact, there is another kind of bug that Chen Ming has seen, but is not found in the corpses here. Thorn Zerg Larvae. It is impossible for the Zerg to be without larvae, which is why Chen Ming is worried. It is possible that the Thrawn Zerg still thrive deep underground on this planet. After all the corpses of these bugs were sent to the Defiant, they were frozen and preserved. Chen Ming also let his robot try to contact the mechanical tribe a little rudely. In the battle just now, Chen Ming saw a lot of robots, who obviously had good individual combat capabilities. Moreover, there are also machines behind them that can fire special artillery, which obviously has considerable advantages in ground combat. It would definitely not hurt to find a way to take one away and study it against the blueprint in his hand. Chen Ming's robot secretly carried the dead mechanical race and was not discovered by other mechanical races. He did successfully obtain the corpses of several mechanical clans, in addition to the Mechanical Family Standard Mechanical Body Jing Mantis and Mechanical Family Small Mechanical Body Worker Bee that Chen Ming already has. There are also the Machine Tribe Standard Mechanical Body Flying Mantis, as a melee unit with high-speed combat capabilities, and the huge Frontal Combat Unit, Mechanical Tribe's Small Mechanical Body Drilling Insect. Although Chen Ming didn't know why this big guy with a height of several meters was a small mechanical body, it didn't matter. The name did not affect its capabilities. In addition, Chen Ming was very greedy. Several of the Mechanical Tribe medium machines blazing silkworms that could fire artillery were completely dead in the area where they were usually stationed. After being controlled by Chen Ming, they were successfully taken away from the city. Then, Chen Ming couldn't help but reach out to the still alive and dormant mechanical bodies. Then he was surprised to find that these dormant mechanical bodies seemed not to be affected by external things, even if his robot had come into contact with the SHL of the mechanical family. These dormant machines seemed to be only triggered by battle. Of course, Qin did not risk his own life by exposing his robot directly to the streets of the city, or in front of the robots who were still active. He just wants to take away a few machines that are still alive, and wants to make sure that the one he controlled before is an exception. Qin took away several dormant machines as easily as he took away the corpses of other machines, and transported them directly to the highest point. There are many devices inside the Supreme Point that can interfere with the normal operation of the machinery, and Qin does not need to worry about the sudden explosion of the mechanical body. When the mechanical tribe was transported to the highest point, the robot sent by Qin to confirm the landing location of the bug in the video is still on the way. So he simply came directly to the warehouse, and came to these dormant mechanical tribes. In order not to damage these dormant machines, Qin chose to directly control these machines himself, and kept an eye on their panels. Just like the somewhat damaged mechanical body before, the consciousness column on their panels has also changed from individual consciousness, sub-individual, dormant, to individual consciousness, sub-individual, abnormal. This is both a good thing and a bad thing for Qin. The good thing is that he doesn't need to worry about the mechanical clan he controls being affected by the queen bee of the mechanical clan in the future. The downside is that after losing the consciousness assistance of the group, the mechanical bodies he controls become a little bit stupider in behavior, etc. Qin suddenly felt that something was wrong, as the number of abnormal sub-individuals of the mechanical race under his control increases. These anomalous individuals seem to have built a hive cluster of thinking networks. They are sharing their computing power with each other. And then Qin discovered another special place. Even when he controlled these mechanical races as abnormal sub-individuals, his mental power did not seem to be consumed. Qin's psychic power can control many things. But for him to control everything, anything, he must continue to consume his mental power. Even if it was a spaceship that Yuhui helped control, he would have to muster at least a little bit of mental power to control it. Although the ongoing consumption is very small, this consumption is necessary. However, the machines he controls now have changed from normal consciousness to abnormal machines. Except for the small amount of mental energy consumed to control them at the beginning, there is no subsequent continuous consumption of mental energy. But Qin can still give them orders normally. This doesn't seem quite right. Qin temporarily put aside his attention to other things, focused his mental energy on himself and several mechanical clans, and observed carefully. Qin just gathered his consciousness. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, because these mechanical tribes not only did not consume Qin's mental power, even feeding him back. After these mechanical races transformed into anomalous sub-individuals, their weak and abnormal individual consciousness fed back to Qin to control the consumption of their mental power. Is this the influence of the hive mind? Qin understood. After he controlled these mechanical races, they turned into abnormal sub-individuals, with him as the core consciousness. These mechanical tribes built a new cluster of hive consciousness. He is the queen bee. Qin immediately began to check his own consciousness, and there was no change except that his mental strength was fed back by these anomalous individuals. But Qin still wondered whether these mechanical tribes would affect his consciousness in turn. But he soon realized he didn't need to worry about that. His psychic instinct will help him eliminate all dangers. If there was really a problem, he would definitely know about it in advance and directly disconnect from the machine race, or directly kill the consciousness of those weak anomaly individuals. But if it's okay, Qin swallowed subconsciously. It is self-evident what it means that the consciousness of the machine race can feed back his spiritual power. Qin had a panoramic view of the entire decaying city through the surveillance tower. And once again, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He wants this city. This planet must be cleansed of the Thrawn. Chapter 174 Bait Arrangement. Just when Qin had a clear idea in his mind, the robot he had arranged before to go to the landing point of things entering the planet's atmosphere from space in the video finally arrived at its destination. It's just that 5 months have passed since the day the video took place. The landing point has been completely covered by these huge plants unique to the planet, except that the plants here are sparser and less vigorous than those around them, which shows that the plants here have been damaged and have grown again. No trace was left. But fortunately, Qin had thought about this possibility before and prepared some things in advance. He immediately modified a set of geological exploration equipment for the robot near the landing point. Let the robot start collecting soil near the landing point and under the center of the landing point. Soon the results of the geological survey came out. Chen-Ming did not find any traces of asteroids or meteorites. No stone or metal elements unique to space were brought to the planet. Instead, he found some broken gray-green growths in the soil underground. It can be seen without any research that these growths must be left behind by the Zerg. Only traces of bugs were found. But no traces of the meteorites that were expected to bring bugs into the atmosphere were found. What this means is that Chen-Ming's mood, which has been unable to calm down, has fluctuated significantly again. Maybe he didn't need to kill these bugs. In addition to the traces found here, Chen-Ming also realized something. First of all, he can measure the vegetation at the landing point and the density difference between the soil layer beneath the landing point and the soil layer next to it, as well as the size of the red shiny area where the thing rubs against the atmosphere in the video. It is estimated that this is a destroyer-sized thing belonging to the Zerg race that landed here wrapped and almost completely full of bugs. The bugs that attacked the mechanical city before were obviously more bugs than a 100-meter-long destroyer could fill. This shows that the Thorn Zerg have indeed begun to breed on the planet, as he thought before. The bugs that attacked the city are definitely only part of the Thrawn bugs currently on the planet. More Zerg must be breeding in some dark underground cave. Chen-Ming can try to reversely track the location of the insect nest through the tunnel dug by the Zerg just now. Although the tunnel completely collapsed under the artillery bombardment of the Machine Tribe heavy mechanical body blazing silkworm cluster just located in the center of the city. However, the Machine Tribe's small mechanical bodies and digging bugs that he just controlled a few units can perform such work. But Chen-Ming has a better choice. It is much more efficient to let the highest point enter the planet's atmosphere and scan at full power without being affected by the atmosphere than to let the burrowing insects dig back along the road dug by the Zerg. After confirming the location and specific situation of the bugs, he could decide how to face these bugs in the future. But this matter cannot be rushed. He has to do other things first. Chen-Ming forced himself not to think too much about the bugs. Anyway, the bugs were on the planet now, and they would never be able to escape under the supervision of the highest point. He now let his robot board the landing craft with the insect corpse samples and the mechanical race controlled by him, and returned to space, back to the Defender. In order to prevent some possible accidents, Chen-Ming would rather spend more time and freeze the insect corpses on the Defender. I'll look for an opportunity to send it back to China. After doing this, Chen-Ming unconsciously started thinking about bugs again. After all, if his conjecture is correct, then the Zerg may also bring him some special benefits. These thoughts made him feel itchy and unbearable. He just wanted to deal with the bug matter quickly so as to determine whether his idea could be realized. Although Chen-Ming should now handle the matter of the mechanical race and the Zerg race together, but he couldn't help but focus all his attention on the Zerg things. The high point quickly entered the planet's atmosphere with brilliance under his control. Leaving the defenders in orbit, Chen-Ming deliberately kept a distance from the mechanical city, arrived at the location where the Zerg landed, turned on the galaxy scanning array at full power, and locked the scanning target on the surface below. Scans powerful enough to cover the entire galaxy stretch from the planet's surface deep into its mantle. A detailed scan is performed in this interval. The mechanical tribes in the distant mechanical tribe cities seem to be unable to see the highest point suspended in the sky in the distance, and are still doing their own futile work. A few minutes later, the scanning equipment at the highest point penetrated several kilometers into the ground, following structural features in the underground soil and rock layers that were obviously different from other places. And here, Chen-Ming finally locked his target. A huge Zerg nest located deep underground that covers an area almost the same as a city on the surface. In the center of this lair, there is a giant Zerg organism hundreds of meters in length. It's still alive and has a slightly elongated, symmetrical appearance, and its body is connected to the core existence of the insect nest, the insect queen. Although Chen-Ming looks a bit different, its overall appearance is somewhat similar after a few glances. This giant organism seemed to be what he was looking for. And what surprised Chen-Ming even more, from this giant Zerg organism, there are some growths wrapped around a special Zerg tissue, like a thick and long tentacle, extending from deep underground to the surface. Chen-Ming looked up along this tentacle. It was eventually discovered that this extending tentacle branched into thousands of more slender tentacles near the surface. Then, it was connected under almost every solar panel in the solar panel array that powered the mechanical city. Chen-Ming looked at this scene and thought for a long time. Suddenly I understood something. That is, the Zerg have the ability to convert electricity into bioenergy. No wonder when he went to ask Bai Quan for the records, he found that when the former military team boarded the space station, The entire space station was already empty. And even the warehouses had been emptied. Now it seems that this is the reason. The Zerg have the ability to convert electrical energy. So it is normal to empty the fuel warehouse. And he suddenly understood. Why did he find a gap in the entire city's power supply when he controlled the tower before? He previously thought it was because the electrical equipment was damaged. Now it seems that such a group of things are hosted at the core of the city's power supply. It is strange that there is no shortage of power. Let's be honest. Now that the bugs that once settled in the warm space of the space station's power generation zone have evolved the ability to convert electrical energy into bioenergy. It's not surprising that Qinming evolved something like an engine. But now, although Qinming has investigated the specific location of the Zerg nest, but this depth, don't talk about digging. The solar panels on it alone would cause him to conflict with the mechanical races he didn't yet control. He can definitely beat them. But Qinming doesn't want to waste these mechanical tribes in a place like this. He also wants to control these mechanical races and make them his abnormal sub-individuals. Not to mention the spiritual power of the repayment. The strength of the mechanical race itself is worth what Qinming does. But if he continues to wait, he will control all the mechanical races in the entire city. The insects below can continue to reproduce for several rounds. And the insect nest may continue to expand. With the speed at which the Zerg race was reproducing, Qinming felt it was best not to delay. It is better to get rid of the bugs quickly. It's the specific processing method. Qinming thought about it for a moment. Suddenly he remembered that he seemed to have a way to make these bugs, even the most core bug queen, come out of the ground on their own initiative. Gather the source of spiritual energy. Creatures have the habit of instinctively pursuing psychic energy fluctuations, which is also the habit of instinctively becoming psychic creatures. This is a piece of knowledge Qinming learned from Xiao Shi. Ever since he had the source of condensed spiritual energy, Xiao Shi would jump on his bed every day. It didn't want to live in the newly bought stone nest that was similar to the ore that exploded with the iron Oregon. It just wanted to absorb the escaping spiritual energy fluctuations from the source of its spiritual energy. Although Xiao Shi is very small, rubbing will not affect it at all. But because Qinming was worried that he would accidentally crush Xiao Shi while sleeping, he didn't want Xiao Shi to lie on the bed with him. It wasn't until later that he saw the little stone running around in the highest point, jumping down from a height of more than 20 meters, bouncing twice on the ground very elastically, and continuing to walk around without any trouble. He then remembered that the little stone was no longer an ordinary little stone. So he just let it go. Just like it is now. Qinming put the source of condensed spiritual energy in the pocket of his clothes. Xiao Shi stayed in his pocket, holding the source of condensed spiritual energy without letting go of his paws. Of course, Xiao Shi is still very smart and won't bite things he shouldn't bite. But Qinming can see that this thing's attraction to living things is really quite remarkable. And Qinming still remembers what the president said before, that there are several ways to use the source of condensed spiritual energy. One of them is what Qinming is currently using as a supplement to train his mental strength. The other is to use it to condense the original spiritual stone. The last one is used to feed some creatures, which can almost 100% turn them into psychic creatures that have some connection with psychers. Therefore, if the underground Thorn Zerg perceives the existence of spiritual energy fluctuations and condensed spiritual energy sources, they will definitely rush out crazily to try to obtain it. It's just that Qinming thinks it's better not to use this special source of condensed spiritual energy at hand. After all, he still has to rely on this thing to enter the consciousness space. Even if he didn't feed the condensed spiritual energy source to the Zerg and rely on his mental power to connect to the Zerg, he had no idea. It's just the idea of using this thing as bait. He'd better play it safe, trying to use his own mental power to condense the second condensed spiritual energy source, and then act as a bait. It's just the materials needed for this thing. Qinming is hard to say and hard to deal with. The fact that the materials needed to condense the source of psychic energy are random materials is really outrageous. How many materials are there in this universe? The probability of just picking a few and getting it right is completely the same as zero. But maybe he can change his mind? Qinming took out his own colorless amber-shaped condensed spiritual energy source that was condensed after the death of the abnormal heart, under the influence of the ship spirit. It was purified and became his condensed spiritual energy source. His condensed psychic energy has a colorless amber appearance. Qinming happened to know of several materials with such a colorless amber appearance. Then maybe the material he needs to condense the source of spiritual energy is this colorless amber? Although Qinming himself felt that this idea was a bit unreliable. But you won't suffer any loss if you try it. Qinming immediately called Lao Wu and asked him to help buy these materials for experiments. Of course, Qin Ming clearly remembers what the president said before about the problems that may arise from condensing a second condensed spiritual energy source. Therefore, in subsequent attempts, he would stop directly once there was a negative impact on his mental strength, to prevent accidents. But if it doesn't appear, the second source of condensed spiritual energy is definitely a good thing. A rough plan has been determined. So now, Qin Ming needs to first use the special spiritual energy fluctuations he has on hand to condense the spiritual energy source to release some basic spiritual energy fluctuations on the surface of the planet as an illusory bait. Attract the Zerg's attention to the surface. In this way, the next time he really releases the source of condensed spiritual energy, he can be discovered by the Zerg as soon as possible. The method of releasing bait is also very simple. He only needs to let the flying mechanical body carry the condensed spiritual energy out for 2 rounds. The escaping psychic energy fluctuations will stay in the outside world for a period of time and then dissipate. This period of time was enough for the Zerg, who could detect his spaceship in the vacuum, to notice these psychic fluctuations. Qin Ming quickly followed his idea and completed the operation of leaving psychic energy fluctuations near the surface of the insect nest. Next, he only needs to wait for the materials to be in place and try to condense the second condensed spiritual energy source. It's best if you succeed. If he failed, he would have to take a certain risk and try using a special source of condensed spiritual energy. Although there are risks, the benefits are obvious. Qin Ming can slowly and safely control the remaining mechanical clan in his hands. There may even be some additional special gains. And risks are no longer risks as long as they prepare anti-risk measures in advance. As for the Zerg, which had been scanned from beginning to end by Qin Ming, the risk it would bring to him was obviously certain. So as long as you are prepared, even if you fail, it is nothing more than a waste of consumption required to deal with risks. The only thing that needs to be paid attention to now is that Qin Ming must not be able to alert the enemy directly. If the cruiser he drove scared away the bugs below, he would definitely lose blood. So after arranging everything needed on the planet, Qin Ming left the planet with 2 cruisers. Back on track. It's almost time to take a break now. Qin Ming ruled out the robots from infiltrating the city from the beginning. Let the robots run around in the city, confirm various intelligence, and then let the Supreme Point enter the atmosphere. The investigation process took a lot of time. It was almost evening, and it was best to wait until tomorrow to deal with the remaining matters. Anyway, it was impossible for the materials to be delivered so soon. But before taking the final rest, Qin Ming turned his attention to the Defenders. The Defenders' warehouse contains a damaged satellite that he had previously taken from orbit. And when he discovered that the tower had been continuously trying to send messages to the satellite, he had a special idea. Qin Ming activated his spiritual power and repaired the satellite again. He then used the tower, still under his control, to send the signal the tower had been sending to the Defenders. The signal was picked up by a refurbished satellite at the Defender warehouse. After a brief pause, it launched a new signal toward a specific coordinate in the more distant starry sky. Of course, the signal transmitted by the satellite was intercepted by Qin Ming, but the coordinates of the destination where he sent the signal were recorded by Qin Ming. And this coordinate happened to be in the direction that Qin Ming would open up in order to build a colony. It can be reached after about 13 extreme jumps, in a place that receives signals connected to a mechanical city with a high probability of being a border flag. There is a high possibility that there will be something of high value. In other words, the place itself will have a very high value. If he had a chance later, he would have to go take a look. Qin Ming turned off the signal transmitters of the satellite and the tower. By now he was feeling a little tired, so he laid down on the bed after a brief wash. To be honest, he really didn't expect that he came to this planet with mechanical races this time, just because he was bored and had a look. Unexpectedly, he actually gained something in the end. Quite a lot. Just the existence of the machine tribe and the construction of the hive mind network with him as the core are outrageous enough. Now the location of that coordinate is obtained. You may even get some possible benefits from the bugs later. Thinking of this, Qin Ming closed his eyes with great satisfaction. But before taking a break, Qin Ming and Hui Wang explained the HR matters and asked them to help with some ideological work. In the end, he also chose to consume 100% of his mental power to add an additional alpha core bonus called Elite Individual to HR. After the selection was confirmed, Qin Ming felt a rapid consumption of mental power that he had not experienced in a long time, and quickly reached the limit of his mental power. This time Qin Ming did not hold on, and fell into a coma. The next day came in a blink of an eye. Qinming climbed out of bed energetically. The first time was to confirm the situation at the temporary base. The prototype of the temporary stronghold has been basically established at this time. And the construction of the starport has also been carried out step by step. Some spaceships with combat capabilities have already left the stronghold and started exploring the surrounding galaxies. After the starport is built, nearly half of the spaceships Qinming has on hand can go out to explore and find valuable galaxies. If he was only exploring galaxies with the possibility of habitable planets, Qinming estimated that he could completely explore the surrounding 400 light-years within a week by mobilizing his afterglow. Of course, if a more detailed and broader investigation is to be conducted, it will take longer. Anyway, Qinming doesn't have anything else to do now. He just has a lot of time. So he needs to take his time. He's not in a hurry. There is no point in being anxious. It will take a lot of effort for him to control the mechanical race on the planet. When Qinming finished confirming the situation at the stronghold, Hui Wang gave Qinming good news. I talked to HR. Let HR understand the significance of Qinming's spiritual power to you Hui. Moreover, Qinming's addition of the core bonus of Elite Individual to HR last night can be regarded as an assist to brilliance. So when Hui Wang came over today, it said to Qinming, HR said he will help you protect this place. But he doesn't want to do anything else yet. Please understand. He still needs time to think about it. Qinming felt that what Hui Wang said was somewhat embellished. However, the overall meaning should remain unchanged. All Yue controlled by Qinming knew what they were encountering and knew that they had no way out. The same is obviously true for HR. It is a rational choice for it to do this, giving it some time to think. But again, Qinming is not in a hurry. Anyway, there will definitely be no cruiser-level battle in a galaxy like his that is close to the border of the Empire in a short period of time. So there is no need for him to rush to ask HR to obey his orders. And HR also said that it will help protect this place. And it can never go back and violate what it promised. If push comes to shove, Qinming is not someone who doesn't know how to adapt. In short, his relationship with HR has improved to a certain extent. If there is progress, that is a good thing. After chatting with Hui Wang, Qinming opened the HR panel and took a look. Elite Afterglow Alpha Level AI Core HR. Manufacturer, Afterglow B01 Colony Low Earth Orbit Industrial Facility. Alpha Level Core Bonus, Focused Energy Effect. Self-Awareness, Existence. Computing Power, Sector Level. Actions available, none. Apart from the fact that the name turned golden and Elite Individual did not appear on the core bonus but appeared in front of the name. There were not many other changes. But when Qinming opened the extra core bonus panel, he saw that the number of additional core bonuses that could be added was 2. He turned off the panel with great satisfaction. Then it's time to continue dealing with yesterday's affairs. Qinming asked Lao Wu yesterday to buy a total of 5 transparent amber-like materials that looked similar to his condensed spiritual energy source. 3 of the easier ones are now in place, and were sent to the space arm number 6 of the space station by Lao Wu. Qinming can bring it directly to him by using the transformation psychic energy. Because concentrating the spiritual energy source is the same as Qinming adding an extra core bonus to Alpha Afterglow. It requires 100% of mental power. And Qinming also needs to remain conscious and not fall into a coma. So he came to the kitchen just like before, holding the knife in his hand first. When Qinming left the space station, his boss specially gave him several medical robots. One of them is located here in the kitchen. There is no need to worry about whether you can receive timely medical treatment after being injured. Qinming was still a little nervous before, feeling that his boss had misunderstood him. Now, it seems that the boss has nothing wrong with him. At this time, I was on a video call with the president, and I just happened to send the video from the highest point that I had previously discussed with Qinming and retrieved to the president's boss and sneezed. The president stopped what he was talking about with his boss and asked, "Do you have a cold?" The boss nodded slightly and said, "It's possible that your physical fitness will get worse if you lie down every day. But it's okay. Let's continue talking about Xiaoming. I'm quite optimistic about him. Look at the action of stabbing yourself with a knife. Does it look like the little lunatic I was optimistic about before? Isn't that little madman dead? That's right." Chapter 175 Biomass Spaceship. Qinming held the knife in one hand, and with the other hand, 3 materials with a transparent amber appearance that were already in place were delivered to his hands. According to the process recorded in the document given by the president before, he began to guide his mental power outside the body, and gradually gathered it on the material to be condensed. The process of actively expelling mental power from the body felt to Qinming similar to the normal use of psychic energy. But it had no actual effect. Nothing else is special. Time passed by minute. Qinming has guided most of his total mental power out of the body. A mass of twisted air visible to the naked eye, like a flame burning the air, has also appeared in his hand. This is the product of highly compressed mental power, which is close to the essence. But at this time, he still did not perceive any resonance between himself and the three materials in his hands. Qinming probably had a bad premonition in his heart. But he continued anyway, channeling all his mental power into his hands. He only relied on the little mental strength restored by the Hive network of abnormal individuals to observe the materials in his hands and the highly condensed mental power group. And the result? The three materials did not react in any way. They are not the materials Qinming needs to condense the source of spiritual energy. So he could only give up and try to absorb his mental power again. However, it is just as recorded in the document given by the president. It is much more difficult to absorb the mental power that has been guided outside the body and has been exposed to the external environment than to guide the new mental power in the body. At least he, whose mental power was nearly exhausted, had no way to maintain this mass of mental power while stably absorbing all of it back. In the end, he only absorbed about 30% of his mental power. This first attempt was a failure. But Qinming had felt this way beforehand. So it wasn't too surprising. If it were so easy to get it, then the source of condensed spiritual energy couldn't be so rare. Then he could only wait for the subsequent materials to arrive and try whether the remaining two materials have any effect. If the next two materials have no effect, he can only use the special condensed spiritual energy source as bait according to his previous idea. During the rest of the day today, there wasn't much that Qinming could do. He simply let another machine with propellers installed on its back, which Qinming called a tornado, carry the condensed spiritual energy source and fly around in the sky above the insect nest, intending to leave more traces of spiritual energy fluctuations. And when this tornado passed, Qinming could see directly with his naked eyes without going through the scanning array at the highest point that some insects were searching for traces of the psychic fluctuations he left yesterday on the ground. The bait worked. This time, Qinming did not let the tornado pass by. Instead, he circled a few times at a distance and returned to the landing craft, returning to the highest point, in case the tornado, a machine that was obviously not right, was discovered by the Zerg. It would cause the Zerg to be on unnecessary alert. After doing this, Qinming also sent a few robots with several gamma cores he currently had on hand, and took another dozen or so ordinary robots to the mechanical city. Let these robots contact the mechanical tribes with damaged circuits in the city. Control them. Help Qinming save energy and time. By the way, when he can't find a suitable target, he can also help him transport other intact mechanical races in the city. Go back and move to the landing craft. Transport it back to the highest point, and let him control it uniformly. After all, the appearance of these mechanical tribes was intact. If Qinming did not want to destroy their external armor and have a head-on conflict with the mechanical tribes, then he could only do this. And he had already tried it yesterday. There is no problem in letting the robots he controls come into contact with those dormant mechanical races. All dormant machines will not react in any way when touched. There are enough robots that can do the job. Given the time, Qinming will be able to evacuate the entire city sooner or later. Anyway, there are still many dormant gamma cores in the temporary base with nothing to do. As long as he wants, he can ship a batch over at any time. Of course, for the sake of safety, these robots that are going to transport the dormant robots are only responsible for sneaking into areas where they can be sure that there are no active robots. Those areas where there are active mechanical clans will be left to the mechanical clans already under his control to handle. The mechanical race in this city can't tell which ones are their own and which ones are abnormal individuals controlled by Qinming. Even if his mechanical clan is exposed to other mechanical clans, it will not cause any problems. It can only be said that this abandoned city no longer has a normal environment. These mechanical tribes also seem to have lost their basic behavioral logic, and only have an instinctive consciousness to fight back when attacked. As long as Qinming lets Wei Wang help arrange the work to be done by each robot, and intervene when necessary, there is no need to worry at all. It would be better to worry about his process of controlling so many mechanical races. Although he does not consume much mental energy when controlling each machine clan, and as the number of abnormal sub-individuals under his control increases, his mental power will receive additional feedback from the hive mind network. So there is no need to worry about consumption. However, the number of mechanical races in this city is more than 100,000. Even if there are many mechanical races that have been completely damaged or partially damaged, the number of those that still appear to be intact will definitely not be less than 50,000. In fact, it can be seen from yesterday that there are still many places in the city where the mechanical tribe has not come. But just relying on the mechanical tribe in several areas near the edge can easily completely wipe out the incoming batch of insects. The number of mechanical tribes must be greater than Chen Ming thought. It can only be said that not every individual of the mechanical race has very powerful computing power like Yu Hui. Their hive mind determines that they rely on the collective, and they perform their own duties within the collective. Therefore, the density of the distribution of the number of individuals of the mechanical race will definitely be greater than that of Afterglow. And this huge number means that it takes a lot of time to control them. Chen Ming's Yue could only use data cables to help him control those machines that were partially damaged and whose circuits were exposed. The rest he had to get his hands on. To control them one by one, even if there are 100,000 pigs at least, it will take a month or more. No, pigs seem to be more difficult to deal with than these dormant mechanical races. His psychic power can control the mechanical race with just contact. But he really can't control the pigs. Chen Ming shook his head to get rid of the strange thoughts in his mind. In fact, there is no need for him to be too negative about the efficiency of this matter. As long as he can first control all the individuals in the city that can be used for combat, then won't the remaining non-combat type machines be at his mercy? Moreover, although the city's towers have lost their ability to control the mechanical race, they still have the ability to control the city itself. With the assistance of the tower, the core of the city, the overall efficiency is definitely not that bad. Another day passed in a blink of an eye. Chen Ming once again sent a group of robots with gamma-level Afterglow cores to the city of the mechanical tribe to speed up the work efficiency. At the same time, the tornado was sent to the vicinity of the insect nest again, and it was discovered that the insect race had indeed completely discovered the traces left by Chen Ming's condensed spiritual energy source. Many bugs have appeared on the surface and are being searched over a large area. It seems that as long as the spiritual energy fluctuations that condense the spiritual energy source appear again, they will swarm up. Today, Lao Wu also sent the remaining 2 materials with pure white and transparent amber appearance to Space Arm number 6. One of them is called white resin, which is a natural resin material produced by plants that is difficult to cultivate artificially. The other is called white amber steel, which is a byproduct of the smelting of special grade metal or with a unique appearance. And this time, when Chen Ming condensed all his mental power outside his body and wrapped these 2 materials, he found that his mental power still did not resonate with these materials. It seems that it has failed again. As expected, the material to condense the source of psychic energy is still not that easy to get. Just when Chen Ming was about to give up, the ship spirit, which had been squatting at the highest point, suddenly sprang out of the wall and penetrated into the interior of the white amber steel wrapped in spiritual power. Immediately afterwards, changes visible to the naked eye appeared on the white amber steel that was half the size of Chen Ming's palm. Under the influence of the ship spirit, the entire piece of white amber steel became closer to Chen Ming's appearance of condensed spiritual energy. The slight deviation between it and the source of condensed spiritual energy has been corrected. Moreover, ship spirit also took the initiative to help Chen Ming guide the spiritual power restricted in his hands into the white amber steel. It can almost be said that he completed the process of condensing the source of spiritual energy for Chen Ming, which originally required him to complete the process of condensing the source of spiritual energy despite being extremely exhausted. Let Chen Ming still maintain a clear consciousness. Chen Ming read the whole process in detail and had a rough guess about this situation. However, he was not 100% sure, so he still asked the boat spirit, "How did you do it?" The ship spirit understood Chen Ming's words and circled several times around Chen Ming's second piece of amber steel that condensed the source of spiritual energy. Then he straightened his phantom body towards Chen Ming, exuding a bit of pride. Chen Ming translated the meaning of the boat spirit in his mind, then pointed to Bai Ji next to him and asked, "Is this okay?" The boat spirit immediately shook his body, exuding a negative emotion. Then Chen Ming understood. The properties of the white amber steel itself are actually somewhat similar to the material he used to condense the original source of spiritual energy. Therefore, ship spirit can help him change the properties of white amber steel and complete the remaining operations. The ability to change the physical properties of something. It should be a derivative of his transformation ability. This is how the ship spirit embodies the psionic nature of the psyker. Although this method is a bit difficult for Chen Ming. After all, he cannot change the physical properties of something at all. At least not now. But Chuanling just did it. Of course, this is not a bad thing. At least it lets Chen-Ming know the possibility and direction of the subsequent development of his psychic powers. It also let Chen-Ming know that the upper limit of transformation is not limited to what he currently knows. Chen-Ming reached out and touched the place on the boat spirit's shadow that was probably the head, feeling a little happy unconsciously in his heart. It was precisely because of the help of the ship spirit that he was able to complete the condensation of the source of spiritual energy even when the materials were wrong, and also knows the direction of future development of psychic abilities. Everyone is happy to come. The boat spirit noticed Chen-Ming's joy, and seemed to be infected by Chen-Ming's emotions. It returned to the highest point with the same joy and its own somewhat proud emotion. The second piece of condensed spiritual energy was obtained, and the bait was prepared. But Chen-Ming could not take action directly yet. He still needs to wait for the recovery of his mental power. So for the rest of the day, he was still doing the same work in the mechanical city as yesterday. A new day has arrived. Chen-Ming's mental power returned to its peak again. Then it's time to start setting up traps to lure the Zerg out. The layout is actually relatively simple. It only takes one psychic creature to definitely attract the Zerg's attention. Of course not Xiaoshu, but something else. This Chen-Ming is ready. But before starting to lay the trap, he still had to leave a way to protect the valuable bait. Chen-Ming knocked on the wall at the highest point, and the ship spirit poked his head out of the wall. Looking at the confused ship spirit in front of him, Chen-Ming suddenly noticed that it seemed to be getting more and more solid during this time. Although the shape is still a virtual shadow and has not yet been finalized, the opacity of the virtual shadow has become higher and higher, and it should not be long before it becomes completely opaque. This shouldn't be a bad thing for ship spirit. Chen-Ming took out his second piece of condensed spiritual energy, tapped it lightly and said, "Come on! Go in! Help me protect it! Don't let it be absorbed by other things." The boat spirit naturally would not refuse Chen-Ming's request, and got in obediently. With the protection of the ship spirit, Chen-Ming does not need to worry too much about condensing the source of spiritual energy in the future. Next comes the final step in preparing the trap. Chen-Ming needs to feed this thing to a flying creature. As for what specific creatures to feed, when Chen-Ming used the supreme point to scan the planet before, he had scanned a variant of the empty jellyfish. It can only be said that the empty jellyfish is a relatively special creature, because it has the ability to travel in space. Especially older individuals. Hollow jellyfish gradually increase in size as they age. The gas mass in their bodies will become lighter, and their body tissues will become thinner. But the strength of their body tissues will increase. They can actively eject violent airflow that can make them exceed the second or even third level of cosmic speed. These empty jellyfish will land on other planets and then die. After death, it leaves behind empty jellyfish eggs that breed the next batch of empty jellyfish, and then uses its own gelatinous body to provide nutrients for the new empty jellyfish before they can float. Therefore, even planets that humans have not set foot on often have traces of their existence, and they themselves are actually not very harmful. As long as they are not allowed to come into contact with fire, there is almost no threat. In addition, they do not need to consume too many substances to survive. The substances that make up their body tissues are also very easy to degrade, and will have almost no impact on the ecosystem. If the number of empty jellyfish is large enough, it can promote ecological air purification. It can only be said that if they are not of the nature of exploding when exposed to fire, then Chen-Ming should be able to see them in mini colonies or space stations. In addition, when Chen-Ming was browsing research reports on various websites, he had seen that some biotechnology company research institutes were trying to genetically modify empty jellyfish. Let it lose its ability to explode and maintain its ability to purify the air. It's just that the progress doesn't seem to be ideal. And it has nothing to do with Chen-Ming. As someone who studies spaceships, he probably won't need any biological-related technology in his life. In short, after having these basic understandings of empty jellyfish, and scanning the empty jellyfish group at the highest point, Chen-Ming already had a complete idea in his mind. He wanted an old empty jellyfish to eat the condensed spiritual energy source that hosted the ship spirit, so that it would emit the same spiritual energy fluctuations that the insect swarm had experienced several times in the past few days, attracting the insect race to space. Of course, not all old empty jellyfish will choose to enter space, and some will stay on the planet to wait for death. But Chen-Ming's empty jellyfish was caught just as it was about to enter space. Therefore, Chen-Ming does not need to worry about the empty jellyfish being given away for free. Of course, the source of condensed spiritual energy itself must be protected by the ship spirit. It cannot be really taken away by insects. nor can it absorb too many spiritual energy fluctuations by the empty jellyfish. All preparations have been completed. Then Qinming stopped wasting time and started making arrangements directly. It is not difficult to use the living habits of the empty jellyfish to pass over the areas where the Zerg has settled. Next, if the bugs want to capture the empty jellyfish, they must send out something that can fly. Qinming wanted to see how the bugs flew. Qinming was sitting at his study table, holding his psychic weapon in hand. Ming. After taking the time in the past 2 days, he compressed the Mad Word's ectoplasm stone to a suitable size and embedded it into the psychic weapon. Qinming can clearly feel that when he holds a psychic weapon, his mental power and psychic strength will increase additionally. The original psychic weapon increased the power by about 1.1 times, but after inlaying the ectoplasm stone, the intensity of the mental power was about 1.3 times. The effect can be said to be quite obvious, but for what he was going to do now, no amount of preparation was too much. Qinming stared intently at the old empty jellyfish through the scanning array at the highest point, watching it pass at low altitude above the Zerg nest according to Qinming's arrangement, and then fly high into the sky. The Thorn Zerg took the bait almost instantly. Among the bugs searching outside, some bugs immediately fanned the elytra on their backs and chased after the old sky jellyfish that was flying high into the sky. Qinming immediately planned to intervene a little to prevent these bugs from catching the empty jellyfish before it rose to a high enough height. But what surprised Qinming was that the old air jellyfish suddenly sprayed out a violent airflow and instantly accelerated to a high altitude. The speed was even faster than those Zerg that Qinming had never seen before, with huge elytra on their backs, slender bodies, and very nimble appearance. Even without Qinming's coercion and help, it was still doing what Qinming wanted to see it do: go to space. It is nearing the end of its years, and it needs to be bred. The reproductive instinct forces it to behave like this. And this is exactly why Qinming chose it. As the air jellyfish gains altitude, the surrounding atmosphere becomes thinner. Those Zerg individuals that relied on elytra to fly have gradually lost the ability to continue flying upward. This conspicuous psychic wave is about to enter the outermost part of the atmosphere. This meal is about to be eaten by the Zerg, and the Manhunt banquet will soon run away. The moment Qinming was sure that the Zerg flying bugs had completely lost the ability to catch up with the sky jellyfish, the scanning array at the highest point that was still scanning the planet suddenly sent back a special signal. The ground is shaking. It's the insects underground that are becoming active. Within the range covered by the tower's surveillance, countless mechanical tribes suddenly woke up and prepared for battle. Fortunately, Qinming had thought before that the Zerg's actions might affect the robots in nearby cities, so he did not arrange for his robots to enter the city today. So he was not affected and did not need to deal with things in a hurry. And deep underground at this time, inside the insect nest displayed by the scanning array, what Qinming had seen before was that the huge organism at the core of the insect nest was undergoing violent evolution, evolving towards something that Qinming is very familiar with. Watch the rapid changes taking place on this giant organism. Qinming's heartbeat began to accelerate, and his emotions gradually became excited. He subconsciously said to himself, "Yes, that's it." Originally, this giant organism that protected the insect queen inside was only relatively symmetrical and narrow in appearance, and looked like a spaceship. But now, the changes happening to it are highlighted. Qinming is 100% sure that this giant creature itself is a biomass spacecraft. It only temporarily degraded part of its abilities in order to build a nest underground. Combined with the clues that Qinming had learned before, he was certain that the Thorn Zerg must rely on these biomass spacecraft to fly in space. These biological spacecraft themselves definitely have the ability to accelerate in space to close to the speed of light, and even enter hyperspace. Then the situation of the Zerg space navigation carrier has been determined. It is a biomass spacecraft evolved by the Zerg themselves. At this time, Qinming, who was very emotional, had only one question left in his mind. Based on his psychic ability, is such a biomass spacecraft considered a spacecraft that he can control? He is extremely curious now. Chapter 176 Neural Connection. The empty jellyfish has just entered the atmosphere, and the Zerg spacecraft that was filled with biomass, no, it was biomass itself, also broke out of the ground thousands of meters deep. It looks a bit like a standard combat spacecraft that was parasitized by the Zerg, but it is also a bit similar to a mule class as a cargo ship. It's just more narrow and long, more streamlined, and more unique in texture. After it broke out of the ground, Qinming could see its biomass engine nozzle covered by a pitch-black carapace emitting a unique gray-green tail flame mixed with some black impurities. Following the empty jellyfish, They entered space together. The high heat generated by the friction between the biological spacecraft and the atmosphere cleans away excess impurities on its body. Qinming also completely saw its whole picture, except for the carapace at the tail nozzle, which is pitch black. The carapace and other parts of the exterior of the biomass spacecraft reflects a brown oily light under the starlight, and looks extremely hard. The appearance of the spacecraft-grade Zerg, which was obviously different from the ordinary Zerg that Qinming had seen, was enough to support such a huge body traveling in space. If Qinming discarded the understanding in his mind that this biomass spacecraft was a spaceship, so this should actually be considered the largest creature Qinming has ever seen. The second largest is the Alturan Kong eel. No matter which one it is, it has special value to him. In the gaps between the carapace of the biomass spacecraft, Qinming also saw something similar to the acid jet port of the vesicle insect. As long as the carapace is slightly opened under the action of muscles, an opening can be left for the acid jet to be fired at will. When Qinming was still on the space station, he knew that the acid from the vesicle worms could be used in space. So the acid on this biomass spacecraft could also be used. But the Zerg will definitely not attack the empty jellyfish directly with acid. After all, if the empty jellyfish is killed accidentally, too much of its spiritual energy will escape, or the body tissue that possesses spiritual energy will be destroyed. It will definitely be a loss that is difficult for the Zerg to bear. Instead of using acid weapons, use other methods. For example, what Qinming saw now was dozens of thick tentacles extending from the left and right sides of the biomass spacecraft. Although the size of the Zerg spacecraft is not on the same level as that of the empty jellyfish, in terms of speed, the biomass spacecraft has the advantage. The 5 nozzles at the tail can provide it with acceleration that is difficult to achieve by empty jellyfish. After a little acceleration in space for a while, it was almost coming into contact with the empty jellyfish that flew out early. It's just a little short of catching the empty jellyfish with the tentacles on its side. The empty jellyfish, which is only 3 meters in diameter, has no ability to resist in front of this giant organism that exceeds 100 meters. It has left the atmosphere for some distance, and this means that it is impossible to immediately turn around and return to the planet and hide underground. Therefore, Qinming's 3 cruisers that had hit outside the galaxy in advance activated the jump function at the same time at this moment, arriving in front of the biomass spacecraft in an instant. The triangular force blocked all its escape directions. It's just that Qinming now encountered the same problem as the Zerg. He could not directly use weapons to attack the biomass spacecraft, which would have the same consequences as the Zerg directly attacking the empty jellyfish with acid. He had to find other ways to control the Zerg ship. Qinming had obviously thought about what to do before taking action. A huge amount of metallic liquid suddenly appeared out of thin air on top of the defender, gradually condensing into a dozen flexible giant mechanical arms connected to the hull. He reached towards the biomass spacecraft that suddenly stopped in space due to the sudden appearance of 3 cruisers. If you don't have the means to capture it, just forcibly create it. In front of the 1,000-meter class cruiser, the Zerg spacecraft is a bit insufficient. It was this scene that always made Qinming feel like a big fish eating a small fish. But that's not important. What's important is to accomplish his goal. Just as the defender quickly approached the biomass spacecraft and stretched out the dozens of mechanical arms, Qinming suddenly discovered that the biological spacecraft in front of him had a wave that he was extremely familiar with that the spacecraft would emit before entering hyperspace. Turtle! Qinming muttered something subconsciously, although he had guessed that the biomass spacecraft had such capabilities before. But now that he actually saw the scene, he was still a little uncontrollably shocked. He knew a lot about the creatures that could physically enter the universe, except for the empty jellyfish. But it was really his first time to be able to physically enter hyperspace and break through the barrier between the normal universe and hyperspace. What kind of creatures are the Thorn Zerg tribe? The questions in Qinming's mind did not affect his actions. It would be better to say that such questions made him even more impatient. He immediately activated the blocking pulse generator. This is a piece of equipment that Qinming purchased before for hunting pirates. The effect is also very simple, blocking the spacecraft from using the hyperspace engine and preventing the spacecraft from entering hyperspace. Although Qinming didn't know whether this thing could have an effect on biological spaceships, since he had already guessed that the Zerg spacecraft had the ability to enter hyperspace, it would not be wrong to use it now. After all, the Zerg are now risking falling into the star's gravity well and being burned to ashes by forcing themselves into hyperspace within the galaxy. Qinming couldn't watch the cooked duck fly away. He had to take action. If the blocking pulse generator failed to work, then he would have to use something more radical and dangerous. Fortunately, the components or tissues on the biomass spacecraft that enable it to enter hyperspace are indeed affected by the blocking pulse. Its progress into hyperspace was interrupted. In addition, Chen-Ming also prepared several blocking pulse generators. As long as the first blocking is successful, the Zerg will never have any chance to enter hyperspace. The next thing will be easier to handle. The defenders are still approaching the biomass spacecraft, and the mechanical arm has blocked all its escape routes. And the defenders also launched many reinforced assault boats. This is a manufacturing technology that Chen-Ming specially learned before. And then he asked Bai Quan about how to use assault boat tactics. Although now is not a good time to use the assault boat, as Bai Quan said. But after all, this kind of ship does not have a data line to connect to the afterglow core. Therefore, Chen-Ming needs to personally get in touch with the biomass spacecraft, because it is necessary to deal with the risks on the biological spacecraft. Although even if the bugs are cleaned up, it is still risky for Chen-Ming to touch the spacecraft in person. But it is still worth it to him. However, the enhanced assault boat that was not used at the right time immediately ran into problems. Because of the distance, the assault boat was unable to continue accelerating and could not penetrate the Zerg's hard carapace. Fortunately, the impact is not big. The defender's dozen giant mechanical arms have captured the biomass spacecraft and locked it firmly directly above the defender. One of these dozen giant robotic arms was transformed by Chen-Ming into a giant industrial drill bit that would only be used by the mining space station. There is another one that he transformed into a super powerful mining laser. However, Chen-Ming did not dare to use the mining laser, in order not to cause too much damage to the biomass spacecraft. He now only dared to use a drill to drill an opening in the outer SHL of the biomass spacecraft near the hollow cavity inside the biomass spacecraft based on the results of the highest point scan. Then the robots in the assault boats, staying outside, were stuffed directly into them. These robots were all under the control of Chen-Ming and immediately began to attack the Zerg protecting the spacecraft inside the cavity of the biomass spacecraft. A large number of robots that could not be completely eliminated and were not affected by the blood of the Zerg were like a group of mad dogs cleaning the interior of the biological spacecraft, leaving behind a piece of Zerg limbs and broken arms in their path. Coupled with the high-power scanning of the Supreme Point, face to face, Chen-Ming was able to completely eliminate all threats within the entire biological spacecraft. In the end, there was only one queen left in the entire biomass spacecraft, who was in the center of the spacecraft and was still cultivating bugs and struggling desperately. Now that it was time, Chen-Ming asked the defenders to drag the biomass spacecraft to the planet below. Keep a considerable distance from the mechanical city to avoid unnecessary attacks. Then, there was no more. The defender just destroyed the carapace and gave the robot the conditions to break into the interior. It also destroys all external aggressive tissues that can carry out attacks, including those acid jets. Only the insect queen, who is the core of the biomass spacecraft, is still alive. All other dangers have been eliminated. Chen-Ming left and landed at the highest point on the planet's surface with the defenders, relying on the jetpack of the Locust-powered armor. He flew to the top of the defender, stretched out his hand, and touched the carapace of the biomass spacecraft. A familiar, but slightly changed reminder appeared in front of him. Biomass spacecraft signal detected. Do you want to connect? Chen-Ming clenched the fist of his other hand vigorously, with an expression of surprise and relaxation on his face. Plug in! A new panel appeared in front of him. Biomass spacecraft panel. Ship name, none. Type, Thorn Zerg Destroyer class breeding ship. Consciousness, Thorn Zerg Queen survival. Biomass reserves, 2%. Top biological weapons. Medium acid spray bag. Small acid spray bag *3. Bottom biological weapons. Medium acid spray bag. Small acid spray bag *3. Insect egg breeding capsule. Port side 100/100, 0. Egg breeding capsule. Starboard 100/100, 0. Biological armor. Thorn Zerg biological spaceship standard carapace. Biological engine. Rigid digestive sac. Internal cavities. Queen host cavity. Giant storage cavity. Egg breeding cavity. Digestive cavity. Waste accumulation cavity. Key tissues. Aggregated nerve center nodes. Neural circuit network. Pulsating heart. Body fluid circulation tissue network. Biomass main stem. Hyperspace stable connective tissue. Loose muscle bundles. Neuropathic pain suppression tissue. Giant Zerg compound eyes. Although the entire panel looks a bit complicated, its overall structure still remains similar to that of an ordinary spaceship. It's easier to understand if you deconstruct it a little bit. This biomass craft is seen from the inside out. The first is the core insect queen, who is also the brain of the entire biomass spacecraft. The appearance of the insect queen is a bit ugly. It is a parasite-like thing connected to the flesh and blood tissue inside the biological spacecraft. The whole body is both thin and bloated. What's bloated is its brain and the Zerg's egg-laying organs. And what's thin is all its other body tissues. This extreme composition makes it impossible for the insect queen to look good. But it's this look that meets all the needs of the insect queen and everything it needs to do. What is outside the queen is the queen's hosting cavity, which is protected within the myocardial tissue of the biomass spacecraft's pulsating heart. It can be said to be the safest place on the entire biological spacecraft. Outside the heart, there are various tissue structures that maintain the normal survival of this biomass spacecraft, including the aggregation nerve center node, whose functions are similar to the control panel, and the neural circuit network, similar to the various circuits inside Chunming's spacecraft. Body fluid circulation tissue network that provides biological circulation, including blood and other biological fluids, for the entire spacecraft. There is also the most critical thing, the spinal nerve, that extends from the beating heart and completely connects the entire biological spacecraft, which is the biomass main stem. In addition, some other biological cavities, such as the giant storage cavity that can store various nutrients and biomass as well as captured food, and other scattered things are distributed on the main biomass stem. Periphery. For example, the tentacles that Chunming saw before extended to the outside of the biomass spacecraft. These are loose muscle bundles, which are some tissues differentiated from the ends of the main stems of biomass. It is usually kept within the carapace, but can be extended when necessary, just like it did to capture the empty jellyfish just now. But the more important role of loose muscle bundles is not here. Its muscle surface has many fine pores. The biomass spacecraft can usually use rigid digestive sacs to digest various fuels, convert the fuel into bioenergy, and at the same time dissipate the heat produced through these muscle bundles. Heat dissipation is its main function. Although the efficiency of dissipating heat in space is not high, it is better than nothing. Outside these internal tissues and cavities are the tough and solid Zerg muscle tissue of the biomass spacecraft, and the Zerg carapace that protects the muscle tissue. There are also biological weapons, acid spray bladders, distributed among the muscle tissue and hidden under the carapace. But there was something special that Chunming felt deserved to be included in the category of biological weapons. In addition to being distributed inside the spacecraft, there are also very special cavities, worm egg breeding chambers, distributed on the sides of the biological spacecraft. The interior of the cavity has hundreds of insect egg breeding pods neatly arranged, and each vesicle contains a semi-mature insect. With a little cultivation, it can have a certain fighting capacity. These things seem to be Zerg fighter planes. It should be something like this. Chunming thought about it, and thought it was quite reasonable. After all, it seems that the Zerg have not evolved any powerful biological weapons yet. Only pure acid. Although the effect of acid is very good and is enough to corrode sky steel, the nature of the acid itself determines that it is not very effective. Its bullet speed in space may not even be comparable to many civilian weapons. Then simply combine biological weapons and biological warfare aircraft. As long as the Zerg cultivated by the Queen can get close to the enemy's spaceship, the problem of slow projectile speed of acid weapons will be solved. They can even directly use acid to corrode the armor of the spacecraft to achieve the effect of joining gangs. The Zerg, which breeds extremely fast, has good melee combat capabilities, and has no fear of death, feels more powerful than robots in gang-hopping battles. It was Chunming who remembered that there seemed to be no such bugs when the biomass spacecraft was scanned at the highest point at the beginning. It seems that after the biological spaceship was captured and lost its ability to resist, the insect queen inside forcibly consumed most of the biomass to cultivate it. But before it could release these Zerg fighters, the entire biomass spacecraft was controlled by Chunming. In short, these things add up to make up everything about this biomass spacecraft from the inside out. While Chunming controlled the biological spaceship and learned about it through the panel, he also slowly walked around it. Although this biological spacecraft is inferior to ordinary military combat destroyers, it has potential that is unmatched by any other spacecraft. In addition, Chunming also found that under the Zerg carapace on the side and tail of the biological spaceship, each had a spiral muscle tissue that closed the door leading to the interior of the spacecraft. If Chunming guessed correctly, this should be a door composed of a sphincter-like muscle tissue structure. So Chunming decisively gave up the sphincter door at the rear of the biological spacecraft and chose to enter the biological spacecraft from the side. He had expected this scene to happen the moment he realized that the Zerg had a biomass spaceship. So he had already adjusted his mentality a long time ago, and was not affected at all when he walked through the sphincter door and entered the biological spaceship. Anyway, he has already experienced sky steel smelted from empty fish excrement before, so another sphincter gate is nothing. After entering the Zerg's cavity, Chen Ming could see everywhere around him a large number of insect egg breeding pods that the insect queen had just urgently cultivated. There are many adult worms wrapped in vesicles suspended in it. They each have different uses, such as fighting, transportation, cultivation, maintenance, etc. But now, their role is only one: to be reabsorbed by the insect queen and converted into biomass to maintain the survival of the biological spacecraft. After all, the insect queen has been controlled by Chen Ming and has calmed down. Then after losing the enemy, survival has become its first priority. In addition to these reabsorbed nurturing capsules, there are also many corpses of the Zerg killed by the mechanical race that Chen Ming just sent in. They are being dragged to the tail of the biological spacecraft by some worker bugs just bred by the Zerg queen. There are giant storage chambers and rigid digestive sacs, which are also later reabsorbed. However, Chen Ming's goal was not there. He confirmed it based on the three-dimensional imaging on the panel of the biomass spacecraft, and then walked to the location of the beating heart of the biomass spacecraft, which is where the Queen of Insects was. The beating speed of the pulsating heart is not fast, and it only beats once in about 5 minutes, causing a roar that spreads throughout the biomass spacecraft. This roar is not too loud overall, but rather low. So once you get used to it, it will hardly have any impact as long as you don't pay special attention to it. Chen Ming quickly came to the vicinity of the beating heart. He could see that the inside and outside of the heart and the insect queen inside were protected by an extremely thick Zerg carapace that was almost the same as the outside of the biological spaceship. And the ugly insect queen in her heart was exuding affection toward him. The core of the hive mind. The insect queen controlled by Chen Ming, like the mechanical races he controlled, created a new hive mind network with him as the core to provide him with spiritual feedback. Moreover, the two hive mind networks are independent and do not affect each other at all. But Chen Ming discovered a problem. It is true that the Zerg have a hive mind, and it is also true that a hive mind network was established with him as the core. And it is also true that it can provide him with the mental power bonus of the hive network mind. But after he took control of the biological spaceship, the only bugs that connected into the Zerg hive mind network with him as the core were the bug queens and the bugs that were cultivated after the queen was controlled. Those bugs that had been cultivated before the queen was controlled were not connected to Chen Ming's thinking network. It also includes those bugs still on the planet and underground. Chen Ming had to pay attention to this issue. He immediately observed the bugs that were not in hive consciousness, found that there didn't seem to be any big problem. The connection between Zergs relies not only on the hive network, but also on the exchange of pheromones. The queen's pheromones have not changed, so these bugs will not escape the control of the queen. But they will not provide Chen Ming with the bonus of the hive network. Chen Ming doesn't have to worry anymore. He has already thought of a solution, and can implement it when he is free later. Chen Ming suddenly, and for some reason subconsciously reached out, and touched the ugly big head of the insect queen. The insect queen's carapace feels just as smooth to the touch as it looks. As long as you get used to the way it looks, it's quite comfortable just to touch. But suddenly, the carapace on the insect queen's head slightly opened a gap, and a thick white nerve extended out and stopped in front of Chen Ming. Chen Ming relied on the hive mind network to immediately understand what the insect queen meant. This is a special way of neural connection between Zergs, which allows for rapid information exchange. And there is no need for Chen Ming to find a way to get his nerve out. As long as he and this nerve exchange bioelectric signals, the nerve connection can be carried out. Chen Ming felt a little hesitant, but this hesitation immediately dissipated. The biological ship was already under his control, and his psychic powers would ensure that he was safe. The moment Chen Ming grasped this thick nerve, he seemed to have transformed into the consciousness of the biological spacecraft. Immediately afterwards, the message conveyed by the consciousness of the biological spacecraft came to his mind. Eat. Question mark. Chen Ming subconsciously let go of his hand holding the thick nerve. He seemed to have felt strange thoughts in his mind just now. Chen Ming held it again with some uncertainty, and the consciousness of the biological spaceship spread again. Evolution. Chen Ming let go of his hand again, used the hive mind network to communicate with the queen for a while, and held his hand again. This time it's normal. Chen Ming successfully read the memory inside the memory stored in the queen's brain. At this moment, Chen Ming seemed to have returned to the moment when he was still on the abandoned mining space station more than half a year ago. No. It needs to be earlier. It was the moment when the Thrawn Zerg were dropped onto the mining space station. Chapter 177 Experience. The memory inside the memory that Chen Ming saw started when the Insect Queen was still dormant in an asteroid. This is an asteroid that has been discovered by the military in the sector a long time ago. And it is determined that there is a Thrawn Zerg inside. And it has rare mineral deposits. But for an asteroid, its diameter is close to 1 kilometer. Although the military had the ability to mine it, it did not. Instead, it found a way to drag the asteroid to the galaxy where the mining space station was located, and deliberately let the space station scan it. The mining space station is indeed doing things according to the military's ideas. When an asteroid is searched and rare minerals are found on the asteroid, the space station took the initiative to send a towing ship to tow the asteroid to the mining area of the mining space station. Use the large mining lasers and mining equipment here to develop asteroids. The day when the preparatory work before mining was completed, the first special metal ore was collected, and more high-value minerals were scanned. The space station held a celebration party. Then someone took advantage of the celebratory banquet and the shift of the mining operators, who were still working to manually adjust the mining plan. Originally, if the space station mined asteroids according to normal safety procedures, then in a few days, the outer wall of the asteroid will become thinner, and the interference of the Zerg secretions from the inner Zerg hive to the civilian-level scanning detectors here on the space station will weaken. This means that the mining space station has a high possibility of discovering anomalies inside the asteroid and taking countermeasures in advance. But the revised mining plan completely failed to comply with mining safety regulations, which led to the internal bugs being released in advance without anyone expecting it. And due to the previous mining activities, the Zerg inside had woken up, and the crazy bugs that had been rattling for 2 days instantly poured into the space station. The person who changed the plan was a spy planted by the military, and he also had a certain status. Otherwise, he would not have been able to change the mining plan under such circumstances. As for this person's final outcome, the Insect Queen could see it clearly, because he hid in a corner of the mining zone after releasing the bugs, operating several industrial robots. They entered the asteroid after almost all the Zerg species exited the asteroid. He stole a Thrawn Zerg egg from the nest and immediately used the medicine he had prepared to put the egg into dormancy. The Thrawn Zerg were a rare creature 30 years ago just as they are now, and their eggs did of good value. This person then stored the eggs and placed them in a secret corner of the warehouse, preparing to find an opportunity to leave with the eggs. Then he was killed by the Insect Queen, who had already targeted him. But even if the Insect Queen didn't kill him, there was a high probability that he would die under the gun of the sector's own military personnel, who were squatting outside the space station. On the other side, the Zerg that poured into the space station did cause a lot of damage to the space station. This isn't right. The mining space station is located in the Edge Star field, so it must have basic defense capabilities, even if it is an attack from within. What's more, people who can hang out in the Edge Star field, unless they are pure technicians like Chen Ming who take the initiative to come here for promotion, have nothing else to do except sleep and work. Others have experienced combat to one degree or another. The sudden appearance of the Zerg will definitely cause temporary chaos within the space station. But after some people die, the space station management can definitely resist. After all, this is just a bug inside an asteroid, not a fully developed Zerg army. But in the memory of the Insect Queen, the space station did not organize any decent resistance at all. Only a few scattered people made a futile counterattack in the face of the attacking Zerg. There were also some autonomous defense measures of the space station that barely blocked the Zerg's progress. But there was no other resistance at all. It's as if this is not a space station with fierce folk customs located in the Edge Star field. As for the reason for this situation, Chen Ming also learned from the memory of the Insect Queen. And he learned it from this memory, the scene that left the deepest impression on him. It was the scene when the Bug Queen arrived at the living area of the space station and found the hall where the celebration banquet was held. When the bugs broke open the door to the hall, what appeared in front of them were tables of luxurious dishes compared to those in the Edge Star territory, and a green-faced corpse lying on the ground next to them. All the management of the space station and the leaders of various working groups were all dead. Many employees, who could not attend the banquet due to work requirements, but were also given some leftovers from the delicacies at the banquet distributed by the kitchen, also collapsed at their workstations. Even some people who happened to be temporarily stationed here on the mining space station and were just passing by on individual mining ships or caravans Some died here because they were invited to attend the banquet. This kind of indiscriminate large-scale caused the space station to completely lose its leader. The remaining ordinary employees and other ordinary people who were still alive were unable to organize a decent resistance and could only run away on their own. But outside, there were spacecrafts from the sector military squatting on guard. This is a dead end. The galaxy where the mining space station is located has been blocked. The Insect Queen occupied the space station, emptied almost all the food in the space station warehouse, and then lay dormant for more than 30 years, until the day Qinming woke up from the cryosleep chamber. What follows is what Qinming knows. He knows very well what happened during this period of time, especially after seeing from the perspective of the Insect Queen that it directly cultivated hundreds of cyst worms in just 2 days. Qinming once again confirmed how strong the Zerg's evolutionary ability was. However, after discovering that the Zerg had cyst worms, he did not go near the space station again. So what happens next still depends on the memory of the Insect Queen. After Qinming left, the Insect Queen let a large number of insects stare at the direction where Qinming's spaceship finally left for more than half a month. The result is naturally nothing. In the past few days, the bugs began to go to the dock frequently, coming in and out of the few ships that were basically damaged but not completely destroyed in the dock. Then one day, the Insect Queen took action herself. Fat and bloated, it was carried by bugs on the space station and transported to the most intact civilian spacecraft. Within a few days, the insect growth completely covered the spacecraft, turning it into their nest. Immediately afterwards, the Insect Queen learned how to start the spacecraft. Although the operation of today's civilian spacecraft has been simplified to the point where it can be driven without much professional knowledge, Qinming was a little surprised that the Insect Queen learned it like this. But if you think about it carefully, there is no problem with the hive mind of the race clustering. As the number of Zerg increases, the IQ will increase. In short, the Insect Queen stayed inside the spacecraft and stayed there for a week. Along the way, insects continued to deliver spacecraft fuel, various growths, and a lot of bright green-looking gelatinous substances to the spacecraft, which should be the Thorn Zerg SH, like he had discovered before. A kind of Zerg food. At the same time, other insects gradually dismantled several other more seriously damaged spaceships, and many of the materials and equipment on them were gradually transported to the spacecraft where the Insect Queen was located. After a few days, the growth on the outside of the spacecraft hosted by the Queen of Insects gradually faded away. Although there were many flaws, a spaceship that had almost all the damage repaired by the Zerg in their own way appeared on the space station. Qinming remembers that he originally thought it was because the other spaceships except the Iron Ore were too old and fragile, and there was almost no possibility of repair. So the Iron Ore, the most completely preserved spaceship, was chosen from the beginning. He did not expect that those spaceships that he thought could not be repaired were actually maintained by these bugs. Even after the growth outside faded away, the Insect Queen spent a few days sending all the insects on the space station into the civilian spacecraft, which was only more than 30 meters long. There should be thousands of bugs in the entire space station, all packed into one spacecraft. Of course, this is physically impossible. So the Insect Queen used a special method. It redigested and absorbed all these bugs, turning them into extremely concentrated nutrients and storing them on the spacecraft. Only some bugs that evolved in the 2 days after Qinming drove his spaceship to harass him were left on standby, relying on nutrients fed back by a large number of bugs and biomass converted from spacecraft fuel taken away on the space station in advance. The Insect Queen controlled the spacecraft very unfamiliarly and slowly flew outside the galaxy, and started to accelerate relying on the spacecraft's barely running engine. Just like Qinming once did, the Insect Queen relied on 99% of the speed of light that could be reached by civilian spaceships, and reached another barren, undeveloped galaxy closer to the interior of the Empire, and staggered from Qinming. Before entering the galaxy, the spacecraft began to send distress signals to the outside world under the control of the Insect Queen. And this actually attracted a spaceship. Coincidentally, the people on this spaceship are also pirates. The pirates immediately took control of this strange and unscannable spacecraft, and sent people to board it. Then, they experienced what a horror movie is. Anyway, the Queen spent a few more days in space changing ships. Then, they directly activated the hyperspace channel system and entered hyperspace. Qinming didn't even know how the Insect Queen did it, but it just got in. The Insect Queen drove her new spaceship into hyperspace, and like a novice piloting a spaceship for the first time, she flew unsteadily toward the outside of the Empire and passed through countless galaxies. The Insect Queen is not very fast because she still needs to adapt. And something needs to be done. In the process, it gradually became proficient in controlling the spacecraft. Moreover, components on the spacecraft were continuously and actively discarded into hyperspace. As for those parts that were actively discarded, the Insect Queen herself evolved biological tissues that could replace them, starting with the most basic armor, then weapons, and then gradually moving to various internal infrastructure and facilities. From some equipment that doesn't matter if it is lost, to the most important spacecraft control center of the entire spacecraft. It is gradually replaced by the Insect Queen herself, the brain of the Zerg, along with the spacecraft control center. What was eliminated was the internal data flow transfer circuit of the spacecraft, which was replaced by the nerve bundles extending from the body of the Insect Queen. The entire spaceship has almost completely become a part of the Insect Queen, in addition to the engine equipped with the hyperspace channel system. But this engine was also thrown out by the Queen of Insects about half a month later, when Qinming saw the biomass engine nozzle in his memory ejecting the unique gray-green tail flame of the Zerg biological spacecraft mixed with black impurities. He knew that bugs must be a huge trouble to humans. At the same time, for him, it is also a treasure waiting to be exploited. However, there is one thing on the spaceship that the Zerg failed to evolve: the spacecraft shield. In the Queen's memory, the pirate's spaceship that she grabbed behind did have an unsuitable spacecraft shield module. But when it tried to evolve the spacecraft shield, it found that it could only evolve a mess of proliferated flesh and blood, and was completely unable to build a biological tissue that was as effective as the spacecraft shield module. So in the end it chose to give up and relocated the heart to the position of the shield. And it also resided in the heart again. Moreover, after the shield evolution failed, the Insect Queen deliberately continued to thicken and strengthen the Zerg carapace outside many biological spaceships. At this point, the biomass spacecraft has truly appeared in the universe. This is how the Thrawn Queen developed in space. After this, the Queen continued to slowly wander through hyperspace. It chose what it found in the original spacecraft computer and the star map it could understand, which was a relatively safe direction outside the territory of Afterglow and the Machine Tribe. Every time it passes through a galaxy, the Queen will leave hyperspace for a period of time to search for valuable planets inside the galaxy, and collect some supplies along the way. The Zerg can eat anything, and the rigid digestive sac of the biomass spacecraft also allows it to digest many strange things. So obtaining supplies is not troublesome for the Queen. But its route did not include the few valuable galaxies that Qinming had found before. So it could almost only search for supplies along the way, until it came to the galaxy where Qinming is now. In this galaxy, the Insect Queen finally found a valuable planet. That is, a planet with a mechanical city. But at this time, the Insect Queen unexpectedly discovered that it was in the orbit of this planet. There is another tribe of Thorn Zerg, in an asteroid similar to the one where the Queen once resided. There was a dormant Thorn Zerg nest. Then the Insect Queen attacked the group. The biomass spacecraft gained an advantage in range by relying on the evolved frigate-level weapons, small acid jet capsules. Although Qinming didn't think this was very good before. But with the memory of the Insect Queen, I learned more details about this biological weapon. I learned that this small acid jet capsule can accurately kill with a range of up to 4 kilometers by relying on the strong muscles twisted under the Zerg carapace. It has a higher range than the weapons used by ordinary civilian ships to protect against small meteorites and small pirate ships, and is even stronger than civilian weapons. Qinming Kai discovered that the Zerg's biological weapons did not seem to be as bad as he thought. As long as there is a suitable environment, it can always produce good results. However, the nature of the Zerg itself is biased towards melee combat, and the use of Zerg fighters has not changed. Therefore, the small-scale battle that broke out between the two groups ended quickly after being suppressed by acid fire, and then by the Zerg warplanes breaking into the nest. The problem on the spaceship should be that the Insect Queen, who was already a biological spacecraft, had devoured the other party's Insect Queen. Some strange reactions occurred between the genes of the two queens. It has an effect similar to gene catalysis. Let the Insect Queen evolve again. This evolution is very special. The biomass spacecraft first attached itself to the asteroid and began to feed continuously. The Queen eats the nutrients of dead bugs, metal ores, and a gelatinous food transformed by the insect's specialized nutritional bugs, which is SH. Lac. After almost eating up the asteroid, a large amount of growth overflowed from the carapace of the biomass spacecraft, completely enveloping the biospaceship like a cocoon. During this process, the size of the cocoon continues to grow. It wasn't until half a month later that the biomass spacecraft broke out of the cocoon, and the original frigate's size surged to the level of a destroyer. This time the evolution is completely complete. After this, the Queen laid a special egg, leaving a portion of the Zerg in the asteroid it occupied. Then it left the galaxy and continued to the depths of the starry sky. The egg left here hatched soon after, and inherited most of the Queen's memories. After hatching, she became the new insect queen who stayed on the asteroid. It relied on devouring the cocoon and some remaining nutrients left by its mother to evolve a destroyer-level biomass spacecraft again and landed on the planet below. It wants to breed. It wants to make this planet a part of it. Although the mechanical tribe reacted very quickly when the new insect queen landed, they immediately made full preparations for battle and excluded many mechanical tribes from pursuing it. But the insect queen escaped from the pursuit of the mechanical clan faster than the mechanical clan was chasing and killing her. Even after the mechanical clan lost the trace of the insect queen and re-entered hibernation, the insect queen also quietly parasitized the city of the mechanical race, causing it to develop faster than its mother, who had only an abandoned space station. But no matter how fast it is, it still takes time. Although the size of the insect nest is close to that of a city, it is not enough to have a head-on battle with the mechanical race and achieve a suitable exchange ratio. He still needs to continue to develop. But the accident happened again, when Qinming's robot also landed on the planet and entered the mechanical city. The insect queen suddenly chose to expose herself and attack the mechanical city. The reason for this lies in Qinming. The reason why the insect queen suddenly failed to develop was because it sensed Qinming's existence, by stating that the smell left on the gamma core and the robot is the pheromone for these Zerg. Although for the Zerg, there is not much hatred in many things, but only life and death on the road to survival. Therefore, even if there is a conflict with the Zerg, it is impossible for the Zerg to come and retaliate without thinking. Of course, this is an ordinary situation, but Qinming is obviously not ordinary, because he had left a deep impression on the insect queen, who was still hiding in the power generation area on the space station. The first non-Zerg creature I encountered after sleeping on the space station for more than 30 years. As a result, they harassed it every now and then and stole things from the space station that they had considered their territory. Kill large numbers of Zerg and larvae in order to test the weapon. Destroy the space station that serves as their lair. In the end, it even ended up waiting for half a month in vain like Wang Fushi. No matter which insect queen is picked out alone, it is impossible to let Qinming go. No matter how many times the Zerg conflict with other creatures, they will not produce hatred, but simply compete to the death for survival. With Qinming causing trouble like this, it's impossible not to hate Qinming. So apparently the descendants of that insect queen on the space station did the same after inheriting their mother's memories. When it sensed Qinming, it instinctively and angrily sent out a group of Zerg to pursue Qinming's clues. And then there's what happened before. At this point, Qinming finally understood the whole story. He loosened his grip on the ganglion. He lowered his head slightly and thought, the queen he controls now is not the queen on the space station, but its descendant. This means that he may still encounter the insect queen on the space station in the future, and the insect queen will still hold full hatred for Qinming. Not a big problem. Qinming is not afraid of any enemy now, and the universe is so big, it is extremely unlikely that he will encounter the descendants of that insect queen now. The probability of encountering that insect queen again in the future is almost non-existent. Wait a moment. Qinming suddenly realized something when he thought about this small probability event. Although there are differences between biological spaceships and ordinary spaceships, they are similar in many places. For example, they can all rely on Qinming's spiritual power to perform some special operations, such as renovation. However, transforming the spacecraft requires Qinming to master relevant technologies, and the biological spacecraft, Did I just think yesterday that I don't need to study biotechnology in my life? At this moment, Qinming remembered what Lao Wu said about him being a crow's mouth some time ago. Then he thought about what he seemed to have just said, that he would never meet the Thorn Zerg queen in his life. Qinming was silent for a moment and decided that it would be better to talk less and do more in the future. Start now. Qinming then opened the biological panel. Although he knew that biological spaceships could also be modified, he had just discovered it. The transformation panel of the biological spaceship seems to be a little different from that of the ordinary spaceship. The column for modification options for parts of ordinary spaceships or the spacecraft itself is executable operations, repair/modification/disassembly. The column of the biomass spacecraft is executable operations, repair/evolution/decomposition/gene retrospection. Chapter 178 Black Carapace. With the appearance of the four options, patch, evolution, decomposition, gene retrospection, on the panel, Chen-Ming fell into thinking again. The first three options are easy for him to understand. They are different names for the same function of the biomass spaceship and the ordinary spaceship. But it was hard for him to guess the effect of the last, gene retrospective, just by looking at the name. But since it was all on the panel, and he had seen it, he had to give it a try. Chen-Ming conveniently pressed on gene retrieval. A new panel appeared immediately, allowing Chen-Ming to briefly understand the function of gene retrieval. To put it simply, it consumes biomass and Chen-Ming's mental power to extract the possibility of evolution from genes. The possibility of evolution in extracted genes? Chen-Ming read the sentence displayed on the panel. But for some reason, he always found it strange. But it's not a big problem. Anyway, the word evolution is there. So what if we don't give it a try? When Chen-Ming pressed OK, Chen-Ming's mental power suddenly seemed to be flowing out like a floodgate. And it was being consumed at a speed that could keep up with the extra core bonus he had provided to HR before. However, the overall consumption was not as outrageous as the need for 100% of his mental power. It probably only consumed about 20% of his mental power. The moment Chen-Ming's mental power stopped flowing out, it seemed that it was due to the Zerg hive mind network. A somewhat dim and blurry picture suddenly flashed through Chen-Ming's mind. An image that seems to come from memories stored in genes. There is a creature that is nearly 10 meters in size, wrapped in a pitch-black carapace, and looks like a mammoth from ancient times. It is being hunted by a group of Thorn Zerg. The Thorn Zerg attack desperately, but their acid, spikes, sharp blades, and almost all attack methods were unable to cause effective damage to this huge black Zerg. As soon as Chen-Ming became curious about the follow-up, the fragments that flashed in his mind disappeared. Then he saw an option appear on the evolution panel that was originally empty, because he had zero knowledge of biotechnology. Jet Black Carapace. This option just appeared directly on the panel, and Chen-Ming did not need to learn related technologies. This is the effect of genetic retrospection, extracting the abilities contained in the Zerg's own genes. Or, the image of the Zerg hunting the giant black Zerg just now appeared in Chen-Ming's mind. What is extracted is the genes of other creatures that the Zerg plundered after devouring other creatures. It sounded very good, but when Chen-Ming thought about it carefully, wasn't it just a blind box draw? The Zerg can even eat ores and convert them into biomass. It is normal to eat more creatures. Then there may be genes from many kinds of organisms hidden in their genes. What can be extracted may not all depend on luck. Although Chen-Ming was lucky this time and extracted an obviously good gene, it might not be the case next time. It's best not to get your hopes up too much. Anyway, Chen-Ming's idea turned out to be the best. But it didn't work out. Only in this way will his emotions be very stable when encountering a failure, and will not be disturbed by failure. But since the first person to draw the blind box drew something that seemed pretty good, then evolution, which is the transformation of an ordinary spaceship, must be considered. Like ordinary spaceships, the evolution of biological spaceships also requires the consumption of nutrients and biomass as materials. And Chen-Ming's mental power is required to maintain this process. A destroyer-level biological spacecraft does not require Chen-Ming to consume much mental energy. That is to say, things like biomass are not easy to obtain under normal circumstances. But Chen-Ming is now on a habitable planet. Moreover, the biological spacecraft itself can digest a bunch of messy things and convert them into nutrients and biomass to sustain its survival. So even if there is no habitable planet, Chen-Ming does not need to worry about this issue. So he confirmed that the remaining biomass left by the insect queen after absorbing most of the various tissues and Zerg that had been forcibly created just now was enough to evolve. First, leave the interior of the spacecraft the way you came before and return to the highest point. Then he directly selected OK, allowing the biomass spacecraft to begin the process of evolving Jet Black Carapace. Chen-Ming's mental power began to drain away. The biomass and nutrients in the giant storage cavity are transported to all parts of the ship's hull along the blood vessels of different thicknesses in the biological spacecraft, relying on their unique blood. And as nutrients are absorbed, growth gradually overflows from the gaps in the carapace on the surface of the biological spacecraft. It was exactly the same as Chen-Ming's memory of the insect queen, when its mother evolved from a frigate to a destroyer. The cocoon built by the proliferating organisms gradually enveloped the biomass spacecraft. Since the insect queen is now an integral part of the biological spaceship, Chen-Ming temporarily lost contact with the insect queen during the evolution process. It seems that the Zerg seem to be very fragile during their evolutionary time. He must be more careful in the future, and not let his bugs evolve without protection. Originally, if the insect queen evolved underground, she would have been protected by an entire insect nest. But now the only thing that can protect the insect queen is her spaceship. So Chen-Ming asked the Supreme Point to activate the scanning array again to prevent the mechanical clan from sneak attacks. At the same time, the defenders were sent into the air to be on alert, and a second layer of protection was prepared. In addition, let Hui Hui, who is still in orbit, pay attention to the situation on his side, and be alert to some anomalies that he may not have noticed, taking the best safety measures he could at the moment. After waiting for about half an hour, which is much longer than transforming an ordinary spaceship, a crack suddenly appeared in the giant cocoon of solidified growth. Chen-Ming, who was flipping through various information with the terminal, immediately turned off the terminal and looked at the cocoon outside the biomass spacecraft. Soon, with a crisp sound, a pure black biomass spacecraft emerged from the cocoon. Its matte black color means it barely reflects any light. If it were in space without professional scanning equipment, it would be difficult to find traces of it. Not only the outer carapace, but also the interior of the biological spacecraft has also undergone some changes. Not only is its heart wrapped in such a black carapace, as well as the worm queen in the heart, as well as all the Zerg that are still active on the biological spacecraft. The originally brown carapace on the body has all turned into this pitch black. It's just that you can't tell the effect of the new jet black carapace just by looking at it. So Chen-Ming planned to do a hands-on experiment. Chen-Ming hasn't had time to dismantle the robotic arm on the defender next to him. The insect queen, who had regained consciousness, cooperated very actively and stopped next to the defender, who landed on the ground again. Its body is still powered by drills on giant robotic arms and powerful mining lasers. Let Chen-Ming test the strength of the carapace. But what Chen-Ming noticed immediately was not the strength of the pitch black carapace itself. It was the difference between the pitch black carapace on the biological spaceship and the pitch black carapace on the Zerg in the picture he just saw in his consciousness. Chen-Ming could clearly see that the pitch black carapace on the spacecraft was basically a fusion of the extremely strong pitch black carapace and the Thorn Zerg carapace that could support the biological spaceship's navigation in hyperspace and space, rather than simply pulling off the carapace from the pitch black insect and installing it on the spaceship. The name displayed in the armor column on the biological spacecraft panel also confirmed Chen-Ming's conjecture. Biological armor, heavy biomass spaceship jet black carapace. As for the actual strength of this heavy jet black carapace, it can be concluded from Chen-Ming's tests that it is generally slightly lower than that of dolomite steel alloy. But except for strength, almost all other properties of the jet black carapace are stronger than dolomite steel alloy. Unless it is 100% pure dolomite steel, it can completely crush the performance of the jet black carapace. But the jet black carapace has another advantage. It's cheap. It only requires the most basic biomass to construct, and there is no other additional consumption. As for things like biomass, it doesn't sound good to say the least. You can get a lot of it just by digging some dirt in the field. The difficulty of obtaining Bayun steel is not at the same level. Moreover, the jet black carapace also has an advantage that even white cloud steel cannot match. Light. Although the name carries a heavy weight, the mass of the jet black carapace is only 1/3 of that of dolomite steel in the same volume. This is of great significance to the maneuverability of the ship in the universe. After all, the spacecraft needs to contend with inertia to move, and inertia is only related to mass. The lighter the spacecraft, the more maneuverable it is during short-distance voyages. These are the unique features of the dark carapace of the heavy biomass spacecraft that serves as the armor of the biomass spacecraft. It can only be said that Chen-Ming did very well in his first blind box draw. But that may not be the case next time. And as Chen-Ming opened the previous panel again, he also discovered the option of genetic retrospection has usage restrictions and must be used again after 1 month. There are restrictions on how to draw the blind box, so it is difficult for Chen-Ming to hold his nerve. But forget it. He doesn't have any expectations for this thing in the future anyway. He still has to learn this aspect of biotechnology himself. Try to use a more stable way to obtain the possibility of evolution. That is to directly extract and analyze the Zerg genes. Isn't this much more reliable than blind box drawing? Of course, this is difficult. But now that he has a biological spaceship in his hand, these are all things that he must learn sooner or later. Just learn slowly. The matter of the biological spacecraft has now been completely dealt with. But Chen-Ming was not in a hurry to leave here, because the Zerg matter has not been dealt with yet. So he continued to keep the highest point in orbit around the star. Then we continued on the planet, and spent a few days solving the remaining problems. The problem is that the bugs that the Queen of Bugs cultivated before are not in his hive mind network. Although the Queen's consciousness has been disconnected from the hive mind network built by other bugs. But the retention of pheromones still allows the Queen to continue to control all the bugs in the hive below that have lost their greatest individual consciousness. Relying on pheromones, the Queen eats all the bugs in the nest again, turns them into nutrients, and reproduces again. Although this will result in the loss of some biomass, the repopulate bugs have value in doing so, because Qinming's spiritual power also maintains control over these bugs, as if he is controlling some kind of biological armor. And as the insect queen completed the construction of the new Zerg hive mind network, the feedback from the mind network soon came to Qinming. The recovery efficiency of mental power that each hive individual can provide Qinming is somewhat insignificant. But the feedback provided by all the bugs in an insect nest that is about the same size as a mechanical city has increased Qinming's mental recovery speed by about 50%. And it's not just a mental bonus. The hive mind network that connects the entire insect hive has another, even more outrageous effect. Speed up his thinking. The statement of what this means is very clear. This is not only about thinking about things faster, but also about learning faster. Instead, his overall abilities will increase significantly. It's like his consciousness is controlling all body organs including the brain with 120% efficiency. Assuming that a person's all abilities are enhanced by 20%. Then overall, this person's enhancement is not just 20%. This reason is very clear. Therefore, Qinming is now accelerating his control of the mechanical city. There is a hive mind network here waiting for him to develop. It's just that his control progress of the mechanical race is somewhat unsatisfactory, limited by Qinming's own psychic function and the efficiency of his robots in transporting those dormant mechanical races. As a result, Qinming had already asked the insect queen to replace all the insects in the entire insect nest. The control progress of the mechanical clan in the mechanical clan city is only more than 10%. Fortunately, Qinming did not plan to make the next jump and build the next temporary stronghold so quickly. Otherwise, the control of the machine race would definitely slow down his progress. In short, all the mechanical races in the mechanical race city are under his control. The hive mind network of the machine race will definitely provide him with more mental power and the most critical increase in thinking speed. Qinming is a little afraid to think about what kind of effect the bonuses provided by the two hive mind networks of the mechanical race and the Zerg race can have if they work together. Moreover, the increase in thinking also has an extremely significant impact on his psychic effects. The most obvious thing is that the number of cruisers Qinming can control has increased from 3 before to 4 now. This is one of the benefits of controlling Zerg. Qinming is now more and more curious about one thing. What is his spiritual power? From controlling spacecraft to controlling machinery. From controlling machinery to controlling biological spaceships. Even now Qinming can directly control living creatures, namely those Zerg. I don't even understand this kind of psychic statement. But forget it. Just know that this is a good thing. Although there are troubles at the beginning. If the final result is good, then there will be no problem. Just like before. First Yui caused trouble, using him as a trigger to attract attention from another dimension. But in the end, he got a special source of condensed spiritual energy and actual training of mental power. Now the dangerous Thon Zerg have escaped from the space station, where he once woken up and are breeding in space. But this incident allowed him to obtain the city of the mechanical tribe, understand the cluster consciousness of the mechanical tribe, and also passively build a cluster consciousness that could feed him back his spiritual power. Even the Zerg themselves became part of the benefits he gained. As long as the result is good, it doesn't matter if the process goes bad. Even if Qinming doesn't know what kind of effects his spiritual energy has. As long as he can rely on his spiritual energy to become stronger, it doesn't matter to him what the spiritual energy is like. Rather, he hopes that his spirit can produce these special effects that he did not expect. Of course, there seem to be long-term harms caused by the previous things. The gaze of things from another dimension caused by the afterglow will most likely cause the Empire to encounter the situation many years ago again. And if the Zerg that Qinming is encountering now continues to breed in space, it seems to be a threat to the Empire. Of course, if others mention the Zerg thing, Qinming would definitely deny it. Ultimately, it was the problem of the sector military that first discovered these bugs. Thinking about the disadvantages of these two things, Qinming unconsciously thought about whether psychic energy would bring harm to him. Qinming felt that there must be some. But if he didn't have psychic powers, he would have died on the mining space station. His life was saved by spiritual energy. And he had to bear all the harm caused by spiritual energy, no matter how bad it was. Chen Ming confirmed his thoughts in his mind, and then transferred the issues he was thinking about to what was going to happen next. In the next period of time, he should not run out like he is now. He should stay in the temporary stronghold and proceed step by step according to the original plan. Relying on the extreme distance jump, he gradually led the Yuhui army away from the Empire's border. However, Chen Ming does not plan to take away too many mechanical tribes and insect queens on the planet in the short term. After all, the existence of mechanical cities on this planet is real, although the city has lost the supply of resources and has declined. And there is still a lot of damage. But it is, after all, a city that has already been built. There are many things that Chen Ming needs right in the city, even if Chen Ming cannot read words. Using a city does not require him to understand the words of another civilization. Therefore, until he finds a suitable location for the construction of his colony, this mechanical tribe city can be used as a temporary stronghold, which requires the mechanical tribe to maintain the city. It is not impossible to even use this city as a permanent stronghold. Chen Ming can use it as a bridgehead for communication with the Empire. If something really goes wrong and someone beats him up, the worst he can do is run away or just abandon this place. Anyway, the city didn't feel bad if he lost everything he picked up from the beginning. In addition to the mechanical race, it is actually best for the insect queen to continue to develop on the planet. On such a large livable planet, no one comes, and the resources of the entire planet can be used, given time for the Thorn Zerg to continue developing. Chen Ming didn't know how far they could grow. There is actually another reason why Chen Ming made this decision. It was when he rebuilt the insect nest a few days ago that he discovered an extremely unique place in the hive mind. All sub-individual consciousnesses in the hive mind do not only exist in the body, but also exist in the hive mind network at the same time. The death of their bodies does not mean the death of their consciousness. As long as the hive network still exists and does not carry too much consciousness, then after the Zerg body is reshaped, the consciousness of the hive mind individual will be stuffed back into the reshaped body. Then the same goes for the mechanical race that is also a hive mind. Only then did Chen Ming understand why the mechanical race died and showed no sign of resurrection after being repaired. Obviously, Chen Ming needs to use the honeycomb network of the mechanical tribe to split a new consciousness body inside the network and insert it into the body of the mechanical tribe. It's just that Chen Ming currently doesn't control a large number of mechanical tribes. Not even if he controls the entire city, because the mechanical race is somewhat special. The consciousness required to support the activities of their mechanical bodies is completely different from that of the Zerg race. So although Chen Ming can let the insect queen create new Zerg individuals, he cannot create new mechanical individuals. He still needs to control more mechanical individuals. If it's just these, it's nothing. It can only speed up the progress of recultivation or manufacturing of the Zerg or machine race. But the key point is that Chen Ming's psychic energy can be remotely transmitted and manufactured remotely. Previously, Chen Ming could not use transformation to transmit Yuhui's individual body over long distances, because Yuhui's individual consciousness was independent and extremely powerful. The process of transformation and reconstruction of the transmission will kill them. The mechanical race is different from the Zerg race in that their consciousness will not die due to the destruction of the body. This means that Chen Ming can dismantle the mechanical race and decompose the Zerg race. Then build the mechanical body of the mechanical race and the insect body of the insect race in a new place. The consciousness of these sub-individuals of the machine race and the Zerg race will be stored on his hive mind network. And with the help of his spiritual energy, they will cross the vast distances in the universe and appear where Chen Ming needs them. As long as Chen Ming has a queen proliferated tissue on hand, or masters the manufacturing technology of the mechanical race, then he can create machines and bugs out of thin air wherever he wants. Of course, Chen Ming's psychic power can still only create machinery. The Zerg are still limited by their biological nature and can only use the tissues of the queen to transform to complete this step. And this also requires Chen Ming to master many complex biological technologies. So this is why Chen Ming plans to let the insect queen and the mechanical tribe stay on this planet temporarily. The machine race needs to remain in control. The queen needs to continue to develop. He still needs to continue learning. They all still need time. That's why he made this decision. Chen Ming thought about the matter again in his mind. Confirmed there is no problem. He temporarily put aside this matter that did not require his continued attention. Unless there is a foreign enemy here on the planet. The creatures on this planet have no resistance at all in front of the machines and Zerg. It was impossible to pose a threat to them. and there was really little need for him. Anyway, he will definitely leave a defender here before leaving. It will certainly come in handy when necessary. Speaking of which, Qin Ming suddenly thought that he had never seen a mechanical spaceship in a mechanical city. And he didn't know what the situation was. But this is nothing. Maybe we will encounter them in the future. The mechanical tribe is not as rare as the Zerg tribe. Then that's pretty much it. It's time for him to go back and get down to business. Qin Ming originally came here just to confirm the situation of the mechanical clan. But he accidentally spent almost a week here. Next, he must return his attention to what he needs to do most now. Finding a colony. Chapter 179 The Value of the Planet. The reason for development. Qin Ming said that he wanted to return his attention to the business of the colony. But in actual business, there wasn't much that required him to take action. After all, this is a long-term job. Brilliance will take care of the construction of the starport. The task of arranging exploration for low-level Afterglow individuals will be done together by Glory and Glory. HR and Flashing will take care of the guarding matters. Qiao Fan had nothing to do every day, and could occasionally chat with Qin Ming about research matters. It's just that Qiao Fan's main research direction is spaceships. Especially capital ship-level spaceships. Qin Ming's current technical level is not comparable to Qiao Fan in terms of research. If it weren't for the fact that the current research equipment at the Supreme Point is all miscellaneous, compared to the research equipment used by Qiao Fan before, it can only be regarded as rubbish. Qiao Fan probably wouldn't chat with Qin Ming for several days. Of course Qiao Fan would still have a good chat with Qin Ming about serious matters. For example, when Qin Ming took the time to learn some spaceship technology before taking a break every day, Qiao Fan could answer many of Qin Ming's questions very easily. Qin Ming's learning efficiency has improved a lot again. It's just that Qin Ming doesn't have much time to spend on learning about spaceships now. Because even if the matter of the Zerg and Machine Tribe is dealt with, he still has a lot to do. In fact, Qin Ming's initial plan was to study technologies that could actually be applied to spacecraft during the day and learn cruiser-level technologies before resting at night. Make the most of your time every day. However, this plan fell apart within a few days, because the biological spacecraft was quickly delivered to his face. He needed to learn additional biotechnology. Qin Ming has no foundation at all in biotechnology. He had to take the time to understand and master the disciplines such as genetic engineering and biodynamics that this biological spacecraft required. Perhaps in addition, various disciplines such as biomaterials, neurology, and chemical biology must also be learned. But these should only be the basis for transforming biological spaceships, because the professional names of these subjects are all familiar to Qin Ming, who has only been exposed to similar knowledge in college. The biological technologies that can really be used on biological spaceships are probably things he has never heard of. Qin Ming is quite confident in learning this matter, although biology is not a subject that he already knows something about. His learning ability should be more than 10 times higher than others. He has a learning ability that has been personally certified by Brilliance and is rated as a beta-level Afterglow core. However, there is still one thing waiting for him to deal with. That is, he has been letting Baiquan fly for 2 days. So during the day, he still had to learn the command skills of the 14th Legion. This is also a difficult thing to learn. And he also has no foundation. And according to Baiquan, in their specialized military academy, those who go straight from college, and those who have some basic skills, have to study for at least 5 years. Qin Ming is not worried that 5 years is too long. If it doesn't take a while to learn the same technology, Qin Ming still has to worry about whether the technology is adequate. The key is that Qin Ming is thinking that every day of the 5 years in the military academy may not be filled with dense courses. Even if his learning efficiency is high, he is already very busy learning 2 things, biology and spaceships. As a result, he also has to learn command skills. Absolutely no spare time. He had to give up something. So, Qin Ming simply handed over the research of technical equipment that can be used by cruisers and lower-level spacecraft to Qiao Fan. Originally, Qin Ming planned to do it himself and rely on studying these things during the learning process to improve learning efficiency in a disguised manner. Now we can only leave it to Qiao Fan to help deal with it. He is only responsible for the realization of the final research results, so that they can be actually transformed into the spacecraft. As for the process, there is nothing he can do about it. Although Qiao Fan is reluctant to do research on such a low-level spacecraft, it is currently limited by the equipment that has not been purchased yet, and there is really nothing to do. Moreover, Qin Ming did not have the technology at the level of knowledge he currently had on hand for him to learn. The only technology worth learning was actually the blueprint of the New Star battleship that it personally designed that Qin had taken away. Even if Qin can help it log into some research websites in the Empire of God, many of the human technologies on it are meaningless to it, and can only be used for reference. So Qiaofan finally agreed. And Qin could just use his spiritual energy to help with the test. Now at this point in time, Qin thought for a while, and simply came up with the next schedule, in order to prevent several things from coming together and completely disrupting his order. It's just that he just had this idea, and in the end it took him more than an hour to reluctantly divide the day into several chunks and allocate them to different work and study tasks. But the schedule that finally came out was also quite miserable. In a sense, he is now even busier than Brilliance in addition to rest time. But it's not unacceptable to Qin. What kind of hardship has he never experienced? Merely intense study is nothing. After finishing the schedule, Qin took a look at the current time. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening Earth time. Obviously there is nothing much that can be done for the rest of the day. So Qin called Bai Quan and told him again about the time to learn command techniques. Anyway, he has now taken care of the important matters of the mechanical tribe and the Zerd tribe. What is left is daily mechanical labor. And there is nothing that requires his energy to be completed. Tomorrow you can officially start learning to conduct. But Qin is not sleepy yet. So he spends the last time today. He simply made statistics on the situation of the temporary stronghold in the past week. Through the sensors of several cruisers left at the temporary base, Qin could see that the starport was beginning to take shape. Under Brilliance control, the number of Yuhui individuals, with the limit of the starport's capacity, is working tirelessly to accelerate the construction of the entire starport. Although Yuhui himself doesn't seem to know what fatigue is. In short, Hui Wang will definitely be able to complete the finishing work of the starport within 2 days. The total construction period took less than 2 weeks. After all, the starport is the most important facility in the temporary base of Qin. And it is also a rather crude starport with almost no supporting facilities such as maintenance and repairs. After all, Qin's spiritual power can do many things. He only needs a place where the spacecraft can temporarily dock for a period of time, and where the materials for the entire temporary stronghold can be stored and deployed. So under this circumstance, such a simple starport was built. During the construction period of the starport, there were already many spaceships going out to explore based on the part of the starport that had been completed. All galaxies with possible habitable planets within a radius of 50 light-years have been explored. There is still considerable scope that remains unexplored. It's still a bit far away from Qin's original idea of exploring the surrounding 400 light-years. However, now that the construction of the starport is nearing completion, it should only be a few days before all the afterglows are mobilized to operate the starport at full capacity and achieve maximum exploration efficiency. However, the 50 light-year radius that Qin has explored so far are basically galaxies that have been explored before Diopter. Only further out in unexplored galaxies did we find a habitable planet. The number is very small, and the reports of the afterglow individuals of that habitable planet in the galaxy are not very valuable. However, Qin would also drive to the highest point to check back and confirm the situation of the galaxy and the value of the planet. This kind of habitable planet can be assigned to at least level 4 in the judgment of planet value that the boss taught him before. As for the value of the galaxy where this habitable planet is located, we can only make a judgment after detailed investigation. According to the boss, planets can generally be divided into 5 levels. A level 1 planet is a completely worthless planet, just a bare planet lying there. Unless other valuable planets in the galaxy have been developed, there is nothing else in the galaxy that can be developed. And pure land on some planets is needed. Otherwise it will definitely not go up. Level 2 planets have basic development value. As long as you can have enough planets to earn back the annual investment and have at least 50% additional long-term profits, you can count it as a level 2 planet. The priority of development within the galaxy is also relatively low. At least when there is only one level 2 planet in a galaxy. Let alone this planet. The galaxy has no value in entering. As for level 3 planets, they must at least have more mineral veins or other planetary resources that are easy to mine than level 2 planets. For example, various volatiles from gaseous planets, or various soil resources. And there must be at least one high-level resource with development value, such as high-level metal materials such as dolomite steel. If there are no high-level resources, unless the amount of resources on the planet is truly ubiquitous and can be exploited at will, the planet will be downgraded by 1 level. Level 4 planets are quite special, because all habitable planets will first be assigned to level 4. And then it will be decided whether the level can be raised or lowered based on the specific conditions of the habitable planets. For example, Ruimu, where Qinming once stayed. Although it is a livable planet, it does not have any valuable resources except for a few scattered mechanical races on it, which is almost a border planet. Moreover, its asteroid ring also causes meteorites to often fall on it, so the habitability is not that high. Therefore, as a habitable planet, it can only be a level 3 planet in actual classification. Of course, there will also be some uninhabitable planets in level 4. But the planets that can compete with habitable planets for this level must be planets with considerable resources for non-habitable planets. There will definitely be a large number of basic resources and advanced resources. And whether there are resources for special materials that can be developed to a certain extent at least for a period of time is also a point that needs to be judged. Therefore, level 4 planets that are not habitable planets are already very rare. The judgment standard for level 5 is relatively the most complex one. The first basic judgment is to see whether it is an Earth-like planet, the amount of biological resources and species richness, and whether the species on the planet themselves have special value. Or see if there is a source of special grade materials on the planet that is not limited by the scale of the planet, can be developed with high intensity, and can be developed sustainably. But if it's complicated, it depends on whether it has the value of applying the planets in some special fields. Qinming had specifically talked to Bai Quan about something before. Why do some capitals of star regions and some military patrol bases choose to be placed on dangerous volcanic planets? Bai Quan did not cover up the past at that time, but directly and clearly told Qinming the reason. Because the Empire obtained something from the relics of another civilization that the Empire has not yet been able to mass produce. Low-temperature computing engine. This is a special device used by that civilization in the defense units of border galaxies. It is a supercomputer specially responsible for calculating combat events. What's unique about it is that it absorbs heat while operating. At that time, Qinming felt that there was something wrong with the existence of this kind of thing. Things that violated the second law of thermodynamics should not exist in this universe. But Bai Quan would not lie to him when he was full. And Qinming thought about what his spiritual power could do, and instantly felt that the existence of such a thing became much more reasonable. If the Empire obtains a certain number of cryogenic computing engines from another civilization, it should indeed build patrols or military base headquarters that can use them on the volcanic planet. After all, large-scale patrol teams do need specialized equipment to provide support. It is used to plan how to patrol within the ever-changing galaxy, and to assist the commander in commanding when a battle breaks out. After all, not everyone is a genius and can outline the battlefield situation in the entire galaxy in their mind. Many ordinary officers must rely on computer assistance in command. And this low-temperature computing engine has its value. So since Bai Quan has explained the situation so clearly, it is best for the colony after Qinming to have a volcanic planet with frequent geological activities. Therefore, this geographical area should be a planet with a suitable astronomical position that can be used to install a low-temperature computing engine. Even if there is almost nothing valuable to develop except heat energy on the planet, it can be assigned to a special level 5. There are also many other special level 5 planets. For example, the boss told Qinming about a gas giant planet with only basic gas resources. Due to the gaseous life that is suspected to exist on it, it jumped directly from the original level 2 to the level 5. And those gaseous life forms that are suspected to exist have been verified by a psychic in recent years. And they indeed exist. There is also a huge terrestrial planet that is close to the size of an ordinary gas planet. It has terrifying gravity and countless giant creatures. So it is also ranked in level 5. Moreover, the satellites of this planet are also assigned to level 5. Because there is a giant flying creature on this planet with terrifying pressure. Although they do not have the ability to survive in space, and cannot survive in a vacuum. Their bodies, after death, will be thrown into space by their peers using brute force. Those corpses thrown into space orbit by the same kind were gathered together very accurately. And over the countless years of the planet's development, they had gathered into a special flesh and blood satellite. On this satellite, the parasites and microorganisms in the corpses thrown into space have formed an extremely special and unique ecological environment. It has extremely high research value, so it is also assigned to level 5. In short, the ones in level 5 are either Earth-like planets, planets with great development value, or special planets that Qinming learned about from his boss. In fact, Qinming asked Bai Quan another question before. Did the Empire get something special similar to a cryogenic computing engine from the ruins of another civilization? Then, Bai Quan gave Qinming a list directly. Qinming took a casual look and saw a bunch of things that were obviously outrageous to a certain extent and could even directly violate the laws of physics. However, with the cryogenic computing engine at the forefront. And this being a world with psychic powers, Chen Ning was not unable to accept it. Anyway, he clearly remembered everything he recorded. There will definitely be many opportunities for him to come into contact with the relics of another civilization when he develops in the future. It is also possible that he will find the legacy of another civilization that none of the empires on the list can now replicate. In addition, galaxies also have their own unique system for judging value. However, consider the type of score, whether it is comprehensive, industrial, scientific research or settlement, etc. Each galaxy has different values when applied to different environments. The determination of this is more complicated and not as simple as the planet. After all, in addition to the galaxy itself, the value of a galaxy must also consider the distance between the target galaxy and other galaxies. This must be left to professionals. But one thing is certain. The final value of the galaxy will be determined by which environment has the highest value when the galaxy is used in different environments. For example, Chen Ming had been to the galaxy where Rui Mu was located before, and there was only one habitable planet of any value, and the other planets were not so good. Therefore, in terms of settlement value, it may only be classified into level 3 or even level 2 galaxies. However, because the asteroid ring of Ruimu contains a large amount of rare minerals, as well as the Altair and Sky Eel swarm inside the galaxy, therefore, this aspect of resource extraction can be classified into a very high level, such as level 4. Although the sky steel produced by Kongyu is only a high-grade metal material, Kongyu itself can be regarded as a special level resource. So in the end, the value of Rui Jupiter's galaxy will be recognized as level 4. This is what the boss said to him personally. By the way, the boss also told Chen Ming to send him the survey data and star map coordinates of all the planets in the galaxy he investigated. He will help determine the value of the galaxy, and after a while, help Chen Ming sell the data of these planets. Of course, Chen Ming also had a general understanding of some methods of determining the value of galaxies. He could barely judge the value of a galaxy, but at most the result might be inaccurate. The value judgment of galaxies is generally divided into 5 levels. Like planets, the main consideration is the development potential. But one thing is certain. A galaxy with level 5 development potential has at least one level 5 planet, and at least 2 level 4 planets inside it. And the total number of planets in the galaxy is 7 or more. And suppose that there is an extremely special galaxy with 2 level 5 stars, and 3 level 4 stars inside. And when the number of planets in the galaxy does not exceed 7, all the remaining planets are above level 3. Then this special galaxy will be called a Category 6 galaxy. And if the planets inside the galaxy meet the previous conditions, the number of planets inside the galaxy exceeds 7. As long as the remaining planets are not in the habitable zone of the galaxy, and have 2 development values below level 3. They can also be called level 6 galaxies. Currently, the galaxies where the capitals of all star regions are located are known to Chen Ming, and they are all level 6 galaxies. And this level 6 galaxy is the galaxy that Chen Ming needs. Of course, level 6 galaxies are not actually an explicit criterion. It is just because this galaxy can achieve a large degree of self-sufficiency in the development of the galaxy only if it has at least the advantages of these planets. The problem of the distance between a galaxy and other galaxies with colonies or space stations can be ignored to a certain extent. That's why it is called a unique level 6 galaxy. Chen Ming wants to stand alone, outside the Empire, and gain a foothold in the universe. Then a level 6 galaxy, as the initial colony, is a must for him. Although level 6 galaxies are rare, they must exist in the universe. If you can't find him, keep looking. The data on the galaxies he has discovered during his search, as well as the money he is trying to earn, should be enough to support his expenses during the exploration process. The reason why level 6 galaxies are so special, the reason lies in the pioneering path of the Empire. In fact, what limits the expansion of the Empire is not just the afterglow and the mechanical race that block the road to the outside world. Nor is it the restriction that the jump engine requires cooling and frequent maintenance. Nor is it the expense on the road to development, but the transportation of supplies. A team to develop and build a colony must number at least 1,000 people, and more will be needed in the future. And the construction of the colony, even in the early stages, was at least measured in years. It's fine if it's closer, but once the distance is far away, it can't be reached with an extreme distance jump. That means that there is at least one cruiser loaded with supplies that needs to be maintained before it can use the jump engine again. The maintenance of the jump engine is also very troublesome under normal circumstances. Without transfers, The maintenance of mid-route cruisers would result in material transport being incredibly inefficient. But once a transfer point is built, unless investment continues to be increased, the construction of the transfer point will slow down the construction of the colony in disguise. But currently, there are obviously no valuable galaxies worthy of such a large investment in the Edge star field. Moreover, you may be threatened by Yuhui and the machine tribe along the way, but if it is a level 6 galaxy, there will be no such troubles. After the initial material transportation, it can be completely self-sufficient and develop there. In fact, the development of so many star fields in the Empire is also like this. Find another level 6 galaxy in a star field. Develop this galaxy and build a stargate. Then from this galaxy, it began to expand to the surrounding areas, until the star field developed and rebordered the Empire. Only in this way is the appropriate method to minimize the impact of the troublesome problem of supply. Therefore, Qinming's psychic power can actually reduce the demand for level 6 galaxies to a certain extent. His spiritual power can basically completely solve all problems in the transmission of materials. Therefore, in addition to some people in the Empire who are interested in the influence of his spiritual energy on Afterglow, there are also a group of high-ranking officials in the Empire who are interested in the power of his spiritual energy in development. The boss would only mention those things to him before that made him a special person now. Because of this, he was able to successfully lead the Empire without any obstruction from within the Empire, despite the fact that his spiritual energy had a very special effect on the human enemy Afterglow. Some people within the Empire want to see whether he should use it to develop or target Afterglow. Qinming knew this from his previous chat with his boss. He is also aware of the responsibilities that his psychic powers and identity impose on him. That's why he studies so hard. He must be able to exist independently from the Empire. Only in this way can he not be affected by anyone else. Since he now has a unique advantage, he cannot let go of this unique opportunity. He has to branch out and get a chance for himself. Chapter 180 Yin Xiong's Application Method. The next day, according to the agreed time, Qinming dialed Bai Quan's number. According to Bai Chuan's previous statement, the best way to teach command techniques is through direct video calls. So Qinming did this. Bai Quan's appearance soon appeared on the terminal screen. Qinming said without any nonsense, "I'm ready. We can start now." "Good," Bai Quan responded. But there was no other movement. Qinming couldn't help but ask with some confusion, "Where is the instructor?" Bai Quan patted his chest and said, "I'll do it myself." Why don't you deal with your affairs? Your lieutenant general promotion ceremony can't be completed so quickly." "Right. Fine." Qinming stared at the video call. Bai Quan, dressed in a formal suit that was obviously going to do something, asked again, "Is everything okay?" "It's okay." "Okay." Bai Quan has said so. So he has nothing to say. Qinming projected the picture of Bai Quan displayed on the terminal onto the wall next to him. He took out another terminal and said, "I have received the teaching materials. Where do we start?" Bai Quan also took out Qinming's performance in several recorded battles that Qinming participated in, which he had analyzed in advance, and then said through a newly compiled textbook that had been significantly revised. Basic terminology of command. After Bai Quan started teaching Qinming officially, 2 days flew by. Although Qinming is busy almost all the time, he has almost adapted to it after 2 days. After Qinming finished his study during the day today, he took a look at the status of the mechanical tribes that he had to control during the 2 days of study. He had to go to the warehouse at the highest point from time to time during the 2 days of study. It can only be said that it is because he is limited to having to physically contact these mechanical races in order to control them. In addition, the machine race itself is not a dead thing, and these things cannot be transported directly using industrial assembly lines. As a result, Qinming's control efficiency of the mechanical family was very low. Even as the number of machines controlled by Qinming increases, the efficiency of the transportation machines increases. But so far, the proportion of the mechanical clan he controls in the entire mechanical clan city is only more than 20%. If the efficiency can continue to increase at the current rate, it will take at least half a month for him to completely complete the control of the mechanical race in the city. Such efficiency made Qinming want to take the insect queen in his hand to take the initiative to attack the machine race with his newly cultivated insect race. After all, the Queen of Bugs can also rely on the hive mind network to protect the consciousness of those Zerg sub-individuals. Once the mechanical clan is damaged in battle, it is also very easy to control. It might even allow the insect queen to take the initiative to evolve some abilities in the battle that are more suitable for the individual Zerg. But in the end, Ming held back and did not implement this idea, because he found that there was a big problem with the hive mind network of the mechanical tribe in the city. The machines here are different from the clusters of machines the Empire faces. They are independent, and their hive mind network is limited to these individuals who have been dispersed. And there is no main consciousness strong enough to guide the mechanical race here. This means that all the children of the mechanical race will not be preserved by the hive network to be implanted into new bodies after their bodies die. Instead, die directly and completely. Ming also confirmed this when actually controlling these mechanical tribes in the past few days. In the past few days, almost 10 or so machines in the city died of natural causes due to the aging of their equipment every day. But these dead machines were not resurrected in a certain machine body in a factory in the city that had not yet been implanted with machine consciousness and had not completely aged to the point of being unusable. In other words, there is no machine race that has a machine race consciousness on its body. The overall number of machines is declining. This can clearly show that among the hive consciousnesses constructed by independent mechanical races, none has a powerful consciousness that dominates the entire hive network. As a result, the machines connected to the network cannot be effectively controlled at all. Once a machine race dies, it is truly dead. This also means that all the mechanical clans lost in the battle will reduce the number of mechanical clans controlled by Ming, and ultimately lead to less spiritual feedback. Once a fight breaks out, Ming cannot stop it just by thinking about it. Therefore, he still doesn't want to cause internal friction in these mechanical races that will definitely be controlled by him in the future. Anyway, he still needs time for his Afterglow individuals to explore the surrounding galaxies. And the matter of controlling the mechanical race is actually not that urgent. In addition, the universe is so big, Ming will definitely need to land on some other planets in the future. He will always encounter some clusters of dangerous creatures, and there will always be opportunities for the Zerg to appear. While Ming was thinking about the mechanical clan, dinner was quickly finished. Just as Ming was preparing to continue studying the cruiser-related technical documents that Bai Quan had given him tonight, he was also asking Cao Fan some questions to solve the problems left over from yesterday. Ming suddenly received a message from the factory director after several days.
Xiao Ming, I've almost finished the interrogation with the news.
Ming didn't have to worry anymore. He prepared all the documents he originally planned to learn, and then said to the factory director,
"Okay, I'm listening."
You said, although he already knew the general outline of the matter from Bai Quan before, it would be okay to hear it again. The factory director cleared his throat and recounted the entire incident in detail. After all, the interrogation at the space station took so long, so the information obtained was more detailed than what Bai Quan had roughly explained to Ming before. Even the factory director even took the director from the moment he took office until he escaped on a cruise ship but was brought back by Ming. All the illegal and illegal things done by the director were listed, and the time of each thing was even accurate to the hour. Of course, Ming didn't care at all about the director's corruption and bribery. If he hadn't provoked the factory director in him, he wouldn't have cared about it at all. Therefore, Ming only listened carefully to the part about the cooperation between the director and the military in the war zone. The general content is basically the same as what Bai Quan said. Even if the detailed time is known, it is meaningless. When the factory director was talking to Ming, it could be heard that Ming looked sleepy and completely uninterested. So he suddenly said,
"In addition, we also captured 2 leftist elements on the space station before. They did not dare to self-destruct and their ideas were not so firm. We interrogated these 2 people to find out the location of a left path stronghold. And then based on the previous communication records of the director, we can verify that the result of the interrogation is correct. It's an independent space station like the mining space station you stayed in before. It was infiltrated by the left diameter and has been assigned to the left diameter pipe. The bounty has been posted, and everything on the space station is closed, waiting for someone to deal with it. But there seems to be no movement from the 14th Legion."
Oh! When the factory director mentioned this, Ming no longer felt sleepy. You can never have too much money. Gamma B is now running around the Galastar territory looking for pirates to catch, since there is a cult organization appearing nearby. For Ming, as long as there is a bounty, cult and pirates are the same, although the target is a space station. But a space station of the size of the mining space station does not have cruise-level shields and large weapons like the pirate space station. Ming was not afraid at all. But there was one thing he had to confirm.
"How much are the rewards for these leftist elements?" "The leader's bounty on Zhuju is only 500 million given by the 14th Army Corps and the government. After all, that's the size of a mining space station. The scattered left-wing elements on other space stations should be able to make up 500 million in total.
Chen-Ming recalled the situation of the mining space station in his mind and said,
I always feel that compared with the damage caused by these left-wing elements, the bounty offered is a bit small. Even a mining space station 30 years ago would have cost at least tens of billions to develop and construct. Right.
The factory director thought about it and said,
Yeah, that's about it. But this is the original price. In terms of depreciation, the space station is not that valuable. It is normal to discount it in half. This billion is already 20% of the depreciated 5 billion, which is pretty good.
Chen-Ming thought about it and thought so. It would be outrageous if the reward for this terrorist could exceed the value of the space station they occupy. Just when Chen-Ming was about to continue asking about the specific situation of the bounty target, the factory director suddenly said,
Nothing. That space station is a vegetation research station used to test the special effects of stellar radiation on vegetation on local habitable planets. The Harmony Plant Research Institute company behind the space station has added an additional required reward. As long as the main structure of the space station is not damaged by more than 10%, an additional payment of 300 million will be made. At that time, a specialized appraisal company will be used to determine the damage to the space station. If the above research results are preserved, an additional 500 million will be given. If the kidnapped researchers are rescued, there will be additional rewards based on the number of people and the identities of the researchers. It's up to you.
Chen-Ming lowered his head and thought for a moment and said,
But since the rewards are publicly offered, I should be more than just the one who goes there. These additional requirements may not be able to be met. Right.
The factory director quickly gave a very convincing answer.
It depends on luck. Anyway, it's first come, first served. If you take down the space station at the earliest, complete additional goals, and record evidence, then they will still have to pay even if something unexpected happens later. If you arrive late, generally speaking, cooperation will be given priority. But when necessary,
the factory director did not continue. But his meaning was very clear.
At this time, if you accomplish your goal, it's best to contact the company directly, and then let your spacecraft wait there for a while, waiting for someone to come and receive it. The company will definitely handle the rest for you, and you don't need to collect the bounty in person. Of course, the same goes for the previous situation. You can also contact them, since their company is willing to give an extra batch of bounties.
They will definitely be willing to let them deal with these leftist elements personally and leave it to them. Then they are willing to pay. Why don't they arrange their own fleet to fight?
Well, you don't think fleet calls are cheap, do you? At this scale, if we go by normal conditions, 7 or 8 ships will be required to expel and 20 or 30 ships to protect them. If you add up the combat models, it's not a small fortune. Even if their company already has them, these spaceships are not considered money. That person has to ask for money. Right. In the future, we will also need money for casualty pensions. The Marines who land on the space station also want money. Moreover, there is an emergency situation in the company. Their own spaceship will definitely not be able to move in the first place. The mobilization of fleets within the Empire requires approval. You have to spend some extra money to speed up this trial. Right. To put it into perspective, it would be better to just hire bounty hunters with armed ship licenses and special people like you.
By the way, the company has helped you obtain the armed ship license. The fleet you stay here will not have to be caught by patrols every day. You will also have to contact the 14th Army Corps.
Hearing this, Chen-Ming suddenly smiled. The factory director immediately asked,
Why are you laughing?
Chen-Ming explained,
Some time ago, when I first came to the pirate space station to be anonymous, I really wanted such a license. But I could only think about it. Now that I don't want or need it, it's just been given to me.
The factory director subconsciously shrugged and said,
The strength you show is the reason why you get it. If you don't want it, someone will give it to you. This is the way of the world. I know.
After Chen-Ming finished speaking, he was silent for a short while, accepting the permit with some emotion in his heart. Then he said,
Okay, then I will go back to this space station. But my psychic ability, it doesn't matter. In the past, there were psychics who would conflict with ordinary people on some things. When the time comes, just sign a notarized agreement from the local government. Psychics in the Empire must abide by the law honestly even in the public eye. Remember not to make mistakes in this kind of thing. Otherwise it may affect your cooperation with other people in the future. I understand. I also like people who follow the rules.
Chen Ming agreed. But suddenly he remembered something again and asked,
Now that things are like this, do you still want to kill the director? The director should be dead. Because of him, the company got involved with Zhuijing, which led to the government investigating us. The losses were quite serious. Although the relationship between the company and Zhuijing has been cleared, he will definitely not survive. So it doesn't matter whether we do something about it or not. He will have to die in the future. But, for me, it's best to kill him.
Chen Mingran said clearly.
No problem. Where is the director now? On that cruise ship of his. The cruise ship will take it back as evidence of his mistakes. So we temporarily modified a cell in it so that he won't be too comfortable. What a coincidence. What a coincidence.
The tone of the factory director's words at this time made Chen Ming sure that the factory director must have told others that he had specially arranged it this way. There's nothing more to say. Chen Ming knew exactly what he was going to do next. It can only be said that it is normal for people to get some benefits from that position. But to take it on the head of the factory director and still have ideas about his stuff. It is a mistake to offend the wrong person. And Chen Ming remembered what the factory director told him at the beginning. Even if the current director dies and this position, which is used for profit exchange, is taken over by someone else, the person who takes over may continue to cause trouble. It would be best if his death would serve as some deterrent to those who would take over later. Naturally, the more miserable the director's death, the better. But Chen Ming didn't want to affect the other people on the boat. They were all innocent. So in the end, he thought about it, and if he wanted to meet the factory director's needs, Chen Ming took a look at the situation of the cruise ship he had controlled. At this time,
the cruise ship has left the pirate space station and is sailing in the hyperspace channel, in a renovated small warehouse inside the spacecraft. The director, who had lost a lot of weight but still looked like a fat pig, was imprisoned. He was covered in scabs and wounds and lay on a tiny bed that didn't fit at all. Although he was asleep at this time, he still had a painful expression on his face. But Chen Ming didn't feel any pity in his heart anyway. When he was doing something, he should put his mind back to where it should be. Since he didn't do that, he deserved to suffer now. Through the surveillance in the room, Chen Ming could see that the director's hands and feet were wearing electronic shackles. And even movement was problematic. The electronic shackles have perfect functions. So there are no guards watching inside or outside the room. There wasn't even a single person in the nearby rooms. There's nothing more to say about that. Chen Ming slightly modified the heat dissipation circuit of the spacecraft to meet his ideas. The effect of the modified heat dissipation circuit is also very simple. That is, the spacecraft's heat dissipation system will concentrate all the heat that should be dissipated and discharge it into the director's cell, in order to prevent other people from being affected. Chen Ming also locked the permissions of several surrounding rooms, making it impossible to open even the main control terminal. And the screams that suddenly sounded in the room naturally failed to reach the ears of other people on the spacecraft. However, the main control room of the spacecraft saw what was happening on the monitor. But the eyes of the current person in charge of the main control did not look like the director was struggling in a room filled with high temperatures. He just smoked a cigarette, lit it for himself, and then turned off the monitor in the temporary cell. After about half an hour, the person in charge called the guard on the ship, who led him to the cell where the permissions had been unlocked. At this time, the high temperature in the cell had dissipated, and Chen Ming had modified the heat dissipation circuit back to its original state, and even optimized it. On the director's shriveled body on the floor in the room, they found a terminal that recorded all the director's crimes. The crime recorded on the first page of the terminal is the record of him receiving kickbacks from the repair shop. When everyone sees the situation here, they can be 100% sure that it was Chen Ming who did it. And there is substantial evidence. But no one would mention it. At least not on the ship. Just regard it as the death of an insignificant person. In this way, the matter of the space station has come to an end completely. Chen Ming quickly sent the video of the entire process to the factory director. The factory director was surprised and praised Chen Ming's efficiency. Chen Ming chatted with the factory director for a while, and then hung up the communication. After that, Chen Ming thought about it, and decided to call his boss again. But just before he did this, the boss also called at this time.
Xiao Ming, someone in your possession, Yin Xiong, is interested. The statement over there is that they are willing to produce a psychic plant that has entered a stable state of cultivation. What psychic plant? Fairy tree. They can provide specialized breeding warehouses and breeding methods, and can arrange for people to take care of them for the next 10 years. If something happens to the psychic plant within 10 years, they can compensate you for a new one, and the 10-year agreement will start from scratch. But correspondingly, they also hope that you can help stabilize Yin Xiong's condition and prevent him from waking up.
The boss's words seemed to indicate that the people who wanted to trade with him knew about his situation. So Chen-Ming asked,
"Who needs it? The CEO of Harmony Mining Company can be considered a friend of mine."
Chen-Ming was stunned when he heard what the boss said. The name seemed familiar. The name of the company whose space station is occupied by Zhuijia was mentioned by the factory director just now and seemed to be in Harmony. So Chen-Ming immediately checked and found that they were indeed from the same family. The main body of this company is Harmony Mining Company. The Plant Research Station is a space station of a subsidiary of the mining company that specializes in plant-type scientific research. The boss of a mining company wants Yin Xiong. So what is Yin Xiong's use to them? Hiss. Chen-Ming suddenly reacted. Yin Xiong, a metal psychic, seems to be able to be used as an alloy smelting tool. He didn't wait for the boss to continue speaking. Chen-Ming realized that his idea was definitely feasible. Yin Xiong had lost consciousness at this time, and only his spiritual energy was instinctively absorbing the surrounding metal to repair his body. And Chen-Ming can control all the metal materials on Yin Xiong's body to prevent him from doing this. And at the same time, he can also allow him to do this. This means that as long as he uses his spiritual power to deliberately adjust the proportion of materials he needs, he can actively let Yin Xiong absorb them. Then Yin Xiong will fuse these metals into alloys himself. Every piece of the alloy fused in this way will be a perfect alloy. Then, Chen-Ming can dig out the alloy. This is probably what the CEO of the mining company thinks. In fact, Chen-Ming even had an even more outrageous idea in his mind at this time. He could extract the most basic alloy materials from Yin Xiong's body that make up his body. These materials, which have been reinforced with numerous metal materials and are strong enough to withstand the power of explosions that can destroy battleships, are of unique value in the world. And if Chen-Ming wanted to, he could extract these unique materials piece by piece and replace them with other low-level materials. And it does not affect Yin Xiong's survival at all. Nor does it affect Chen-Ming's psychic control over him. It will only cause his physical strength to decline. But this is more in line with Chen-Ming's idea of using his body to make alloys. And those extracted top-notch materials that are at least special level and have psychic fluctuations can definitely be used in many places.